It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty. It's time right now. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
We're going to play another song and then we'll get ready. Here we go.
Who's afraid of Catherine Lou? I'm a little bit scared and you should be too. She's coming after us, she got our number. Keep one eye open if you want to slumber. 'Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. The finest schools, alright. We protested Nam cause we didn't want to fight. We got solar panels and a Tesla car. But we think the Black Panthers went a bit too far. 'Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. We hoard our virtue nice and tight. We hate everybody that's on the right. We take advice from a spiritual llama. Still got a crush on Barack Obama. 'Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. Our lifestyle is lubricious, our values are sclerotic. We're totally meretricious, we make politics erotic. We launder our reputation. We want to raise a minimum wage. As long as we can keep our vacations and we can take along our maids. 'Cause we're card-carrying members of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. I'm afraid of Catherine Lou. I must admit I don't know what to do. All I want to do is stick it to the man. Turns out the man is who I am. 'Cause I'm a card-carrying member of the professional managerial class. Managerial class. 'Cause I'm a card-carrying member
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. That is our love song, his love song to Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders. Yeah, I know, I look like shit. Brevity is wit. That's my message for today. I know I do 10-hour podcasts, but I'm so sick and tired of people saying brevity is the soul of wit. Brevity is wit. Brevity is the soul of wit. That's not brevity. Just say brevity is wit. If you're trying to get people to be brief, why would you add words like the soul of when you can just say brevity is wit? I'll tell you what wasn't brief. What I just said, and Peter Jackson's Get Back on Disney. I don't know if you've had the privilege to see this 6-hour documentary featuring raw footage of the Beatles recording the Let It Be album. Like anyone my age, I wanted to be a Beatle. That was what was so magical about the Beatles. You could imagine yourself being one. And then I watched this movie and I realized, oh shit, being a Beatle means lots and lots of meetings that drag on because Paul wrote 1/5 of a song, and we all must sit around waiting for Paul to finish it, maybe with John pitching in. Those recording sessions were just meeting after meeting. They were meetles. It was everyone sitting around while Paul alpha-dogged everybody. Yeah, I get it. Paul McCartney is wonderful. He's a genius. But go be a wonderful genius on your own time. I don't want to sit around watching you be a wonderful genius while I wrote some songs that are pretty much finished that we're never going to record because you can't figure out what rhymes with xenophobia. Paul can't figure out what rhymes with xenophobia, so now he has to change the entire intent behind Get Back. Because what most of us don't know is that Get Back, originally, the song, was about people who are anti-immigrant. Plus Cassange. Isn't that amazing? Plus Cassange. People were anti-immigrant 50 years ago, and pop singers 50 years ago were too frightened to write a song about it. Originally, until Paul chickened out, Get Back was an indictment of people who were xenophobic. It was get back, you'd better get back to your Commonwealth homes, right? The song was originally making fun of people like Trump, making fun of, Mosley, people who didn't want Pakistanis coming to London. But God forbid Paul McCartney write a song that was actually about something really important. No, let's not write a song that explicitly calls out xenophobia. Instead, let's be cryptic and let people read into that song whatever they want to. Get Back turns out, chicken shit. The song is chicken shit. It's beautiful. I love the Beatles, but it was chicken shit. Most of what the Beatles sang about was chicken shit. I love the Beatles. Hence, I must attack them because I attack anything I love. The lyrics to Revolution. I cannot tell you the number of times that song has been played to rev people up before protest because nobody listened to the lyrics. There was nothing revolutionary about revolution. You say you'll change the Constitution. Well, we'd all like to change your head. You tell me it's the institution. Well, you better free your mind instead. Revolution is telling people to calm the F down. Don't do anything. That is basically what revolution, that's the message of revolution. Don't do anything. Free your mind instead. Take some acid and retreat into your own consciousness. And we all know how that worked out for the Beatles and for everybody who was part of the protest movement of the 60s. I can't think of too many Beatles songs that were explicitly pro-union or anti-Vietnam War. I know John recorded some later, but I can't think of too many Beatles songs that spoke for the 99%. Hey, my heart explodes when I hear the Beatles, when I watch the Peter Jackson documentary on Disney, but Pete Seeger or The Clash, they are not. So again, I'm going to rewatch it because it's like you're there with the Beatles. You watch it and you should get the password for your friend's Disney account and watch it. And you realize, of course they broke up. Look at poor Ringo's face. Look at George Harrison, who actually quits. They have this look on their face like, when is this meetle going to end? Just one meetle after another. And John Lennon brings Yoko to sit next to him through every meetle. And poor George has his Hare Krishna sitting off in the corner. And I'll get to that in a second. It's because of Paul. He's alpha dogging everybody and being wonderful. And he's look at what a genius I am. John brought Yoko to sit next to him throughout the entire recording sessions. And it's typical sexism to blame Yoko for the breakup of the Beatles. Yoko didn't break up the Beatles. Watch the Peter Jackson documentary. She kept them together. If she weren't sitting next to John all the time, John would have throttled Paul. John would have gotten out of his seat and done an El Kabong with his guitar over Paul's head. The only way John could have survived another meetle was to have Yoko by his side. What a nightmare. What a nightmare to be a Beatle, sitting around for 12 hours, 15 hours while Paul goofs off until he figures out his song. They're all chain smoking, trying to keep the rage down. They were ready to kill Paul. The reason everything was filmed for Let It Be was this was a potential crime scene, and they needed the footage for evidence. That's not a documentary. That's a surveillance camera to make sure whoever killed Paul was caught on film. Of course the Beatles broke up. As John said, the question isn't why the Beatles broke up. The question is, why have the Stones still stayed together? And the answer is Mick Jagger was wise enough to get Keith Richards addicted to smack. You know, you get your writing partner addicted to smack, he's compliant, and then you just thaw him out every couple of months when you want to go on tour. Look, the Beatles documentary, like the Beatles, is fantastic. It is. And so is Paul McCartney. I just can't imagine trying to work with Paul McCartney. And I love the Beatles, and like anyone I love, I must hate and destroy them. I love Get Back and I love the Beatles, but Jesus Christ, I could never have survived being Paul McCartney's friend. He's just too much of an alpha dog and an exhibitionist. And yes, he's a genius. But watch Get Back. You wouldn't want to work with him. That's why I surround myself with mediocrities. And that's going to be the name of my band, or my favorite Greek philosopher, Mediocrities. Welcome to the mop-up for January 6, 2021. I'm David Feldman, and yes, I look like shit. I'm coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 38 degrees and COVID-y, and I don't even know if our guests are showing up today. I think a lot of people on January 1st welcomed 2022 and said, oh, this shit again, another year. And they rolled over and went back to bed. Well, here are the latest numbers on COVID. The 2-week rolling average here in America shows infections are up 247%, but deaths are down by 3%. Again, get your booster, get your shots, wear a mask. Doctors in California report the first case of Flurona. Flurona. That's where, I'm not making this up, that's Flurona. That's where you get the flu and the coronavirus at the same time, and they're calling it Flurona out in California. Isn't that great? The flu and corona are now a super couple, just like Brangelina, Kimye, and Bennifer, only not so much vomiting involved with Flurona, not so nauseating with Flurona as it is with Bennifer, Brangelina, and Kimye. Flu plus corona equals Flurona. Flurona's symptoms include congestion and fatigue, or as they're now calling that super couple, contigue. Contigue. Congestion and fatigue is contigue. Speaking of super couples, I'm not going to say contigue, Don Jr. and Kimberly are officially engaged. Don Jr. and Kimberly are officially engaged. If you want to buy the lovely couple a gift, they're registered with the law firm of Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood. I think they care more about their legal fees getting paid than the threat count on their sheets. So you might want to help them out. This is true. They went over each other's assets, and Kimberly is the one who demanded the prenup. That's how broke the Trump family is. This marriage, we can all agree, is doomed. I know that for a fact because Don Jr.'s bachelor party has been scheduled for after the wedding. But Kimberly and Don Jr. are so excited, they've already picked out the caterer they're planning to stiff. Kimberly's dress, and that will be the only thing that's stiff on the wedding night. Kimberly's dress will not be white for fear that Don Jr. will try to snort it. You know, they should just get married at City Hall in between all their arraignments. I mean, they're going to be down at City Hall, you know, getting arrested. They might as well get a justice of the peace to marry them. Well, from the bottom of my heart, and I do mean this because they take a lot of ribbing on this show, I wish them the absolute worst. I do, and that's not a joke. I wish Don Jr. and Kimberly, who used to be married to California Governor Gavin Newsom, which should explain that most people in politics are completely full of shit. I do. I wish Don Jr., the hunter, the worst, and I wish Kimberly the worst. I do. I hate them, and I hate their entire family, and I hate people who support Trump. I grew up in New York, New Jersey. I cannot believe that Trump still walks free. Donald Trump, I mean, Sidney Schonberg, who wrote The Killing Fields, Sidney Schonberg covered Pol Pot. Remember The Killing Fields, the movie? He was a New York Times reporter, and he covered the genocide in Cambodia. And then he came back in the late 70s for the New York Times, and they gave him a column, and he had PTSD from witnessing Pol Pot and the genocide. So Sidney Schonberg needed another Pol Pot, and he obsessed on Donald Trump. If you go read Sidney Schonberg, columnist for the New York Times, he warned us about Donald Trump in the late 70s. Donald Trump is a piece of shit. He is a naked man, a crazy naked man in the middle of the street, holding up traffic, hurling his own feces at everyone, including himself. That's who Trump is. And all anyone can do is stand around and watch and call him an existential threat to democracy, but do nothing. But do absolutely nothing. There's a man in the middle of the street having a nervous breakdown, hurling his own feces at us, and we say, this man is an existential threat to democracy. We must do something. And what do? We watch. That's what we do. How is it possible that he and that family are walking free? You know, I've known about Trump. Most of us have known about Trump. We know what he is. I'm angrier at the people standing around doing nothing. Trump is that rabid dog who bit a child's face, and the people who adopted that rabid dog will not put the dog down. Ever hear of people like that? They have a dog that bit a child right on the face. I love dogs. I'm a vegan, but when a child is bitten by a dog on the face, that dog has to go down. Sorry, those are the rules, and that's who we are. We're going, well, he only bit one child. Mm-hmm. Well, today, January 6th, is the 1-year anniversary of when members of Congress finally got to experience how the rest of us feel every day of our lives. January 6th, horrible day. But polling on January 6th shows that most Americans really don't care what happened to Congress, because Congress doesn't care what's happened to Americans. They're sitting around and just watching. And again, I don't condone violence. I don't condone what happened on January 6th. I think the people who participated in that should be locked away forever. They should. And everybody who incited that riot should be locked up forever. As I'm an Old Testament lefty. 2.5 million people behind bars. Let out the nonviolent offenders and start putting these people in. And we're not. It's been a year, and most of us have moved on, including the Justice Department. So, these big ceremonies, this pageantry to commemorate January 6th today, it's sound and fury signifying nothing. There are bigger problems that need to be addressed, like gun deaths, COVID deaths, climate catastrophe, a failed healthcare system. We have a Congress that let the eviction moratorium lapse. There's still no movement on student debt. Hang on. Let's see if this is a... Hello? Okay. Thought it was, as you know, I answer telemarketers. Sorry about that. There's no movement on forgiving student debt. Plenty of money for our fictitious wars, but no more money for that child tax credit. While Nancy Pelosi and her husband and Josh Gottheimer trade $50, $60, $100 million in big tech stocks, trading on big tech companies that are destroying our democracy. And when asked about it, Pelosi says there's nothing wrong with that. It's capitalism. That's our leadership. So the polling is there. Americans don't care about January 6th. And a lot of the articles I'm reading ask, why haven't the Democrats been able to capitalize on January 6th? Because the American people are too smart to fall prey to another con job of our democracy being threatened. Despite what Joe Biden said today, he doesn't care about our democracy. He doesn't care about January 6th. If he did, Donald Trump would have been indicted by now. It's been a year, and they're slow-footing this because they're terrified, or they don't care, but they're a little afraid of the civil war that's never going to break out. A civil war is going to break out. 1964, less than a year after Jack Kennedy was assassinated, America was in the midst of a second civil war. African Americans were fighting for the right to vote. They were fighting to integrate our schools. You had the Ku Klux Klan, you had white people, you had rioting. And, LBJ said, bring it on. He said, bring it on. And he passed the Civil Rights Bill of 64 and 65. Bring it on. And there were riots, and there was violence. And then there was Vietnam and assassinations. we've been here before. The difference is before we got things done. All we have is the threat of a civil war with nothing to show for it. Go read about the 60s. Go read about the violence and the assassinations and the war with 50,000, 57,000 dead American soldiers and losing Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Jack Kennedy, Medgar Evers. It goes on and on and on. We had that civil war and things got done. We came out of the 60s with legislation. Now we just have a threat of a civil war with nothing to show for it because of cowardice. This is a nation of cowards. Biden won't indict Trump because he's terrified of a handful of morbidly obese militia members in Michigan and 3 Proud Boys. So we don't want to stir the hornet's nest. The law is the law. Trump should be indicted. What is the point of living in a surveillance state if we're not going to start rounding up our domestic enemies? It's been a year. It's been a year. Today, Biden said Trump holds a dagger to the throat of democracy. Nice rhetoric, a dagger to the throat of democracy. What? What does that mean? Now, given the choice between Biden and Trump, I'll take Biden. And, Trump incited a riot. So that's against the law. We know that he incited the riot. We know Giuliani did. We know they met the night before at the Willard to conspire to stir up some kind of riot. You've got an FBI and a Department of Homeland Security, President Biden. Use it. Well, we shouldn't be locking up our political enemies. This is the argument against locking up Donald Trump, because that's something he would do. Exactly. That's something he would do. That's why you need to lock him up. Remember, he talked about locking up Hillary? We have political enemies. Our political enemies right now are actual enemies of the state. There are people in the Republican Party who are enemies of the state. Literally, indict, convict, rinse, lather, and repeat. Why is Trump still standing in the middle of the street, naked, hurling feces at us? Cowardice and carelessness. Biden, Pelosi, they don't care. They don't care. And so the mainstream media, of course, lies to us about what transpired on January 6th. They call it an insurrection. Well, if it was an insurrection, prosecute. If it was treason, prosecute. And yet they can't. They can't prosecute for an insurrection or for treason because it wasn't treason. Not a single person facing charges right now has been charged with treason because it wasn't treason. It was a riot. But they build it up when they need it to be built up. And then they tamp it down when they actually have to do something about it. The Democrats and the mainstream media lies about January 6th. They repeat the lie often enough for us to think that 5 people died on January 6th. That is a lie. 5 people did not die on January 6th. That is a lie. 5 people died tangentially. Let's review, okay? Let's review. Ashley Babbitt, remember her? She was the Horst Wessel of the right wing on that day. She was the Air Force veteran who was trying to breach the House chamber, and she crawled through a window, and she was shot to death by a Capitol police officer. Now, had this been an insurrection after she was shot to death, they would have returned fire, which they didn't. I may be wrong. I don't know of any reported gunfire that came from the rioters. I don't think they whipped out any guns. I don't think there was any gunplay. I may be wrong. Okay, who else died that day? They say 5 people died that day. Kevin Greeson, he had a stroke on a sidewalk outside the Capitol. He came to Washington, D.C. because he believed the election was stolen, and he suffered from high blood pressure. And in the middle of the riot, he was struck dead by a heart attack. I'm not going to call him a casualty of the insurrection. That's one of the 5 that they say died at the insurrection. So he wasn't killed by the rioters. He was one of them. He was killed by his diet, essentially. Rosanne Boylan, 34-year-old Trump supporter, died that day. And we were told at first that she was crushed in the stampede to storm the Capitol. Weeks later, the Washington Medical Examiner said she died from a drug overdose. That's what killed her. So again, 5 people, they say, died that day. So far, 3 out of the 5 were the Trump supporters. The 4th was the founder of Trumparoo. That's a pro-Trump website. His name is Benjamin Phillips. He died that day from a stroke. Again, a Trump supporter died from heart disease. It kind of makes sense that the Trump supporters who die that day are going to die from heart disease and drug overdoses. These are not healthy people. Again, I'm not discounting what happened that day. It was a tragedy. It was not an insurrection. It was a mob. It was a riot. And some of our Capitol Police officers behaved heroically. But stop saying 5 people died that day. The only people who died that day were Trump supporters, and they died because they were fat, disgusting pigs on drugs. Tell us the truth. Those people were going to die that day with or without the storming of the Capitol. Ashley Babbitt is the outlier there. She was shot. Now we're told after the insurrection, 5 police officers died. They repeat that over and over again. Very tragic that 5 police officers died. The first, Officer Brian Sicknick, he died the next day. We were told that Officer Brian Sicknick died from injuries sustained by the insurrection, which was really just a riot. Well, that's not true. The medical examiner for Washington, D.C. says that Brian Sicknick died from a stroke. Very sad. And the events of January 6th, the stress, might have contributed to that stroke. I believe that's true. I do believe that's true. But he did not die, as the media and the police insist, directly from physical injuries sustained by taking on the insurrectionists. I'm very sorry he died. And I do believe the stress from the riots the day before led to his stroke. He died the next day. But there are degrees of manslaughter. Yes, they played a part in this. But the way it's being presented to us is 5 officers were killed from the riot and 5 people were killed that day. It just isn't true. The crowd was violent. I saw the videos. It was terrifying. They are animals. They are animals. They should be locked away permanently. They use flagpoles and fire extinguishers as weapons. They use bear spray. They injured and traumatized the Capitol Police, which has led to the death of 5 police officers. Again, One died the next day from a stroke. Tragic. And the other four died from suicide. Tragic. Tragic. And I blame Trump for their suicide. And I blame the animals who stormed the Capitol. But I also blame Congress for not providing free mental health care to Americans in this country. We have a suicide epidemic in this country. The suicide rate in America is at a 30-year high. America has one of the highest suicide rates in the industrialized world. That's because we don't treat mental illness in America. Nobody can afford to have their mental illness treated. That's why they end up voting for Trump and storming the Capitol and eating themselves to death. The prevention of suicide is a for-profit business in America. That's why we have an epidemic of suicide. I feel terrible that 4 police officers committed suicide in the weeks after the riot. And I do blame the riot. That had to be traumatizing. But I also blame a country that doesn't know how to treat people who are suicide risks. So instead, we just whitewash the entire thing and blame their suicides on the insurrection. That's it. We want a simple answer for a very complex problem. It was the insurrection. Therefore, it was Mo Brooks' fault. It was Rudy Giuliani's fault and Donald Trump's fault for inciting the riot. That's why these officers committed suicide. Partly. But we could have saved these officers if this country would address mental illness, which we don't. We did have one officer, like I said, Officer Sicknick, die from a stroke the next day. And I'll grant you it was probably from the riot. But, you know, strokes happen from stress that's exacerbated by the poison in our diets, by the stress of living and working in America. It just wasn't the riot that contributed to his stroke. And yes, the riot, not the insurrection, was the worst thing to happen to our nation's capital since the Beach Boys ushered in July 4th in 1976. No, it was the worst thing to happen to our capital since the War of 1812. The Beach Boys without Brian Wilson. Then it would have been great. But the riot was the worst thing to happen to this country, to our capital, since 1812. But it wasn't the worst thing to happen to Americans. And that's why the polling shows that most Americans don't think January 6th is a top priority. The Democrats haven't squandered January 6th. There was really nothing to squander. It wasn't like 9/11. It wasn't an opportunity to unify the country and rally around the flag. Most Americans don't care about January 6th because the people inside the Capitol don't care about most Americans. Most Americans know that Joe Biden and the Democrats must speak out about January 6th because that's all they've got. You know, I am trying to defend the Democrats because the Republicans are far worse. The Republicans are far worse than the Democrats. Did I say the Republicans are far worse than the Democrats? They are. It's really hard to make the case for the Democrats other than the Republicans are far worse. And that's what this January 6th pageantry was all about. We really have done nothing for the past year, including indicting the people behind this riot, but we're not as bad as the Republicans. That is what today was all about. I'm trying to defend Joe Biden. Here, turns out Joe Biden has gotten more judges on the bench than any president since Ronald Reagan. That's great. He did it sub rosa. I'm just beginning to read about this. This is good. The Democrats are quietly repairing the damage to the judiciary that Trump has committed. So we are getting more Democrats on the bench. That's why we need a Democrat in the White House. Okay, what else? Afghanistan? Yeah, I think Biden, I thought that was great leadership, just to rip the bandage off, expose the wound, and get out. And, you can't lose a war with dignity. And I thought Biden, deserves to get reelected if he's running against Trump or any other Republican for the courts and for the executive orders he's been signing, some of his executive orders, and the pullout from Afghanistan. And maybe in the sweep of history, we'll look back at that, and that's what saved our, I don't want to call it a democracy, but maybe it was pulling out of Afghanistan that was his greatest moment. But there's really not much to point to after a year. The American Rescue Act, that was passed, back in March? $1.9 trillion. But it was supposed to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. That was something Biden was promising us. At the last minute, he yanked it. They gave us $300 a week extra in unemployment benefits until Labor Day. So from late March, early April until the beginning of September, you got an extra $300 a week in unemployment benefits. Okay. A one-time payment of $1,400 for every American. But that's not what was promised to us. In the runoff election in Georgia, which the Democrats got control of the Senate on January 4th, and Biden was campaigning for Warnock and Ossoff by saying, we need control of the Senate. I'll give you double that $1,400. And he didn't. He just paid out $1,400. He gave us a 15% increase in food stamps, briefly. That expired on Labor Day. That's not really a lot. That's not really helping the 99%. There was a moratorium on evictions that has expired. The evictions have started. The student debt was temporarily forgiven, and that forgiveness has been extended another 3 months. But Joe Biden is not forgiving at the very least $10,000 to $15,000 in student loan debt, which he promised that he would do. And of course, and this one boggles the mind, the child tax credit of $300 a month. That expired. And this was his crowning achievement, we were told. We were told that $300 a month for every child lifted millions of American children out of poverty. We were told this was the most transformative piece of legislation since Head Start, that $300 a month tax credit for kids. We're told that it lifted millions upon millions of children out of poverty. Why would you accept that as a fact? How does $300 a month make the difference between a child being poor and not poor? $300 a month is the difference between a child being poor or not poor. I guess if you can say 5 people were killed on January 6th by the insurrectionists. I guess if you can get away with saying that, you can get away with saying that extra $300 a month lifted millions and millions of American children out of poverty. Think about how we blindly accepted that. $300 a month. It's like Head Start. It's like Social Security. Where is the critical thinking in this country, at least in the media? How can you report with a straight face that Joe Biden lifted millions and millions of kids out of poverty, all because for a few months, their parents got an extra $300 each month? How is that acceptable? $21 billion for rental assistance. Did you know about that? His rescue plan in March had $21 billion for rental assistance. Did anyone get rental assistance? I'd be curious to know. Did you receive a postcard or a letter in the mail telling you that you could get federal assistance if you're having trouble with the rent? I didn't get that. So in terms of defending Biden, I'll defend him if he's running against Trump. I'll defend the Democrats in November for the midterms, but give me something to work with. Something. The bipartisan infrastructure bills, but no Build Back Better. So we've got the bipartisan infrastructure bills that were passed. Keyword bipartisan, right? Give me something to work with so I can defend Joe Biden and the Democrats in the run-up to the midterms. The Democrats are going to run on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You know what? So are the Republicans. That's why it's called the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Both sides can lay claim to it, and they should, because it's nothing more than a love letter to corporate America. It's a love letter to the internet companies, to public-private partnerships, to the stock market, and all the mobsters who run our construction industry. So you can't run on you can't run on the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You could have run on Build Back Better. You could have run on Build Back Better. And again, pulling out of Afghanistan, Biden deserves credit on that. He ripped the bandage off, exposed the wound, and we killed innocent children on the way out, and we lost, and I do give him credit for that. There's no neat way to lose a war, and we lost Afghanistan. But instead of the peace dividend, we gave the Pentagon a raise. I thought you're supposed to give people a raise when they do good work. Well, we're spending more on defense this year, more now than we ever did before, even though we're not at war. But that doesn't matter because the Pentagon works for Raytheon and Boeing and the Carlyle Group, run by David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, the biggest war profiteer in the world, David Rubenstein, and that's where Joe Biden spent his Thanksgiving dinner, in the home of David Rubenstein, the world's biggest war profiteer. So the Pentagon is going to get their money so they can pass it along to all those patriotic war subcontractors. So, yeah, it's been a year since the riot. We have a new president. The Democrats have control of the Senate and the House. And Build Back Better looks like it's dead. And there is a dagger to our throat. There is. It's not Trump's dagger to democracy. We are facing one of the biggest crises in American history. A healthcare crisis, COVID, that has killed more Americans than World War II, Korea, Vietnam, both Gulf Wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, and 9/11 combined. It's right there. leftists. This is our opportunity, Joe and the Democrats, to be the greatest generation. What is it, 800,000 dead from COVID? And what does Biden have to show for this? The vaccine rollout, I give him a little credit for that. That should be a no-brainer, getting people vaccinated. A little slow on the tests, making free tests available to all Americans. The Dems, the Democrats, should be using this crisis as an opportunity to address the tragedy that is our health care in America. Instead of COVID, they use the riot from a year ago as their crisis, as their opportunity to scare us into voting for them, right? Instead of changing our healthcare system and running on that, they go back to January 6th and Donald Trump, evil. He's the weapons of mass destruction. He's Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. That's what they run on. They say democracy is at stake. They say that Donald Trump is holding a dagger to democracy's throat, that we must protect our democracy. Well, calling America a democracy is like calling January 6th an insurrection. We are not a democracy, and we never were. You're misusing the word to call it a democracy. Maybe a republic. But, new studies have come out that shows we're not a democracy. We just aren't. We don't fit the standards of a democracy, probably because Americans can't even agree on what we want when it comes to a democracy or a republic. We really can't agree on who should vote and who shouldn't. The Republicans have been pretty explicit about who should vote and who shouldn't. They want white ignoramuses to vote. At least they're being honest. They want to suppress the vote. They're dishonest about voter fraud, but they're honest about all this legislation they're passing that makes it really hard for people of color, poor people, to vote. But I don't think the Democrats have been too honest about who they want to vote. We haven't really had a discussion about our democracy, how much democracy we really want. We haven't had an honest conversation about how much democracy we really want, because America feels has a sense of entitlement when it comes to democracy, because we've been brainwashed. Because we're so stupid, we've been convinced that we're the longest continuous democracy and the greatest democracy in the history of civilization, when we're anything but. We're not discussing the vote. We don't discuss who should vote and who shouldn't, because the dirty, dark secret is most Americans don't think everyone should vote. All my life, I've heard about the genius of James Madison, the slaveholder who is considered the father of our Constitution. And the genius of Madison, they say, is he wrote into our so-called blueprint for democracy, the Constitution, he wrote into it a healthy mistrust of the mob. And that played well. That Madisonian view of democracy played well in the 60s, because during the 60s, we were challenging the idea of majoritarian rule, the rights of minorities, right? Madisonian democracy played well after World War II, when we saw the rise of a civil rights movement that spoke to the needs of minorities, right? A fear of the majority. So we twisted Madison's words, and we said the genius of his Constitution is that he wanted our lawmakers to be able to enact laws that prevented minorities from the majority. So we read into that like he wanted to protect Muslims and blacks and Jews and Arabs and the LGBTQ community from the white majority. That's what we read into Madisonian democracy. What we read into Madisonian democracy, a mistrust of the mob, of majority rule, is that if we put integration to a vote in the 60s, it would lose. But our Constitution opposed mob rule, so we could rise above the mob and protect the minorities. That's how we convinced ourselves of the Constitution's resilience. But the truth is, our founding fathers, especially James Madison, only wanted to protect one minority. Madison, yes, had a healthy distrust of the mob because he was part of the minority that he wanted to protect: white, rich, slaveholding males. We've learned this. This is what's become apparent to us. Everything in the Constitution, from the Electoral College to the way we used to elect senators, to who is a citizen, who can vote and who can't vote, it was all designed in the Constitution to lock in white supremacy, which is why systemic racism persists and will persist even when rich white men truly are the minority. We are really where we've always been, a handful of rich white men controlling our destiny, controlling the government, controlling the economy at the expense of majoritarian rule. It's always been this way. It's never changed. We're exactly where we started when the Constitution first got ratified. Even slave labor, we still haven't gotten rid of slave labor. We have prison labor, or we're using slaves overseas. We are exactly where we started. Our Constitution is not resilient because the country hasn't changed. Because just like the Bible, the rich and the powerful see in the Constitution what they want to see, and they get their way. You know, evangelical Christians can read the Sermon on the Mount and convince themselves and others that Jesus hates the LGBTQ community and that the rich shall inherit the earth. Rich and powerful white men can read the First Amendment and conclude money is speech. If you hold the power, you can read into the Constitution or the New Testament, whatever you want it to be. It's just an instrument that you can play. Harvard Law churns out lawyers who are trained to protect the Constitution before they protect the most vulnerable. We swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the 99%. The Constitution is more sacred than the 99%, because that suits the Harvard Law graduates. The Constitution has become their sacred document, right up there with their diploma from Harvard Law or their warranty for their new Maserati. So before the Democratic Party, Biden, scares us into actually believing we're about to lose our democracy, maybe we should have a conversation about what kind of democracy we have and want. And maybe they should do some polling on whether or not Americans care about their democracy. I don't think they do. I think they have bigger concerns. And I don't think most Americans are open to the idea of everybody over the age of 18 who's an American citizen voting. I think most Americans, given the choice, would do their own little gerrymandering. I've spoken to a lot of my friends who are members of the Democratic Party, and a lot of them, when you have this conversation, they bemoan all these laws that the GOP is passing to suppress the black vote, the vote of the poor, the vote of people of color. But then I asked these highly credentialed, hyper-educated, comfortable Democrats whether everyone should vote. And the response is, I've never really thought about that. Ask your friends, if you're a Democrat, ask your friends whether or not they believe everyone should vote. Most of them are going to say, I've never really thought about it. Really, you need time to think about whether or not everyone should vote. And then when you press them, if you're an asshole the way I am, many of them will admit after a couple of drinks that they don't think everyone should vote. I mean, obviously, nobody under the age of 18 should be allowed to vote, they say. Although 16-year-old, I think we'd be better off if only 16-year-olds could vote. But making it easy for everyone to vote, these Democrats who complain about the Republicans suppressing the vote, they think, no, it shouldn't be easy for everyone to vote. They say a lot of people are idiots. We don't want idiots voting. This isn't the People's Choice Awards. It should be difficult to vote. You should want to vote. If it's easy to vote, then the people who are easily persuaded will end up voting. And as we all know, the easily persuaded make the wrong decisions that don't benefit the greater good. As opposed to you, the hyper-educated, credentialed Democrat who is not easily persuaded and only casts his or her vote to benefit the greater good. The truth is, Democrat, Republican, this country has never settled the question of how much democracy we actually want. It's off the table. It's not to be discussed. Because to discuss just how much democracy we really want is to lay bare the lie of America. The lie of America that we believe in majority rule. We don't. We don't believe in majority rule. But we can't admit that to ourselves. We don't trust our neighbors to make wise decisions. Like Plato, like Aristotle, we don't believe rule by the people is the best way to govern. We celebrate with all this Greco-Roman architecture. We love, in Washington, D.C., in our state capitals, we love to celebrate the Romans and the Greeks. The people who forged what we consider Athenian democracy and the Roman Republic, they didn't believe in everybody having a say. They didn't believe in majoritarian rule. And baked into Rome was dictators. They knew that the Republic would fall prey to demagogues and chaos. Baked into the Roman Republic was a dictator who served for 2 years. Cincinnatus, for example, retired. He was a general, politician, and Rome was under siege. Early Rome was under siege, and they convinced Cincinnatus to leave his farm and be the dictator for 2 years because of this war. And then after 2 years, his term as dictator expired, and he went back to his farm, and the Republic resumed. So we have never had this conversation about just what kind of democracy we really want. Socrates, in Plato's Republic, Socrates calls democracy rule of the poor. Right? Isn't that great? Rule of the poor. I like that. I like democracy. Socrates, in Plato's Republic, calls democracy the rule of the poor. I like that. Turns out Socrates didn't. He didn't think the poor should make any decisions. he says democracy is a terrible form of government because it provides neither law nor order. We should probably be discussing this. Socrates saw fault in all forms of government, but when pushed in the Republic, he said the best form of government was, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, a timocracy. That's a country ruled by honor. And that means only honorable men should hold power. And honorable men can only be found among the landowners and the military. So basically, Socrates believed that the best form of government was an honorable military junta. So we throw around this word democracy. We should have a conversation about just how much majoritarian rule we want. We never were a democracy. We never were a republic. We never had majority rule. Our founding fathers didn't want us to have a democracy. They barely wanted us to have a republic. And well, our government buildings are shrouded in Greco-Roman architecture for a reason. We are striving to achieve the Greco-Roman ideal of government, which was not this majoritarian rule of government. Our founding fathers, they gave us what we have. They gave us what Athens and Rome had. We're exactly what our founding fathers wanted. Rule by elite, rich, white men. We ended up exactly where the founding fathers left us, and we've evolved very little past that. We've allowed some African Americans to vote, and we allow women to vote. You don't need to own land to vote. And the more we allowed, the more Americans who get to vote, the less power Congress and government has. The truth is we've evolved beyond Washington, D.C. We've evolved into a corporate state where Washington, the capital, is just a shell, just a front for Wall Street and the financiers. And a corporation is a form of democracy, and it really is the democracy that I think most of the rich white men who run this country want. And that is everybody gets to vote. Everybody gets to pick the board of directors. And there are issues that everybody who owns stock can vote on. But like a corporation, the more stock you own, the more votes you get. And that's basically what we have now. It's de facto corporate rule, not de jure, but I think a lot of the richest 1% would prefer if we ran America openly like a corporation, where the more you own, the bigger the vote you get. The more assets you own, the more your vote counts. Just like a corporation, in America, voting is pretty much cosmetic. That's really what voting is in our government and in corporate America. The voting is cosmetic. It's a cosmetic exercise to create the illusion that the people in charge actually give a shit as to what anyone else thinks. The truth is about corporate America is that corporations don't exist to benefit the shareholders. They don't exist to benefit the workers or the customers. They exist to benefit the CEO and his immediate underlings and the board of directors, who are handpicked by the CEOs. So the stockholders, none of them have enough votes to be consulted. Only the major stockholders can really vote, and they're primarily institutional investors who run pension funds. So they have no idea how to actually run a business, which works out great because Either do the CEOs or the board of directors of these businesses. Most corporations are money pits. That's the dirty, dark secret about corporate America, our corporate state. Most corporations are failures. They're racking up debt in order to pay the CEO and his underlings enormous salaries. Most corporations they've racked up $18 trillion in debt. We're told the stock market is at record highs. We're told that the economy is humming along. How is it possible that the biggest debt, other than the federal debt, which is $22 million, we have $22 million treasury bonds out there to pay for our debt, and there are $18 trillion in corporate debt out there. Corporate America is just as much a failed state as the federal government. Corporate America is a failed state. And like our government, they have to rely on phony accounting to make it look like everything's working. And that's what we're told right now about our government. We're told that the economy has never been better, right? We're told that unemployment is down, wages are rising, our GDP is up, our stock market is up. Check out all the stats coming from the Federal Reserve. The economy is humming along, except for inflation. We're not wanted. We're not wanted in Washington, D.C. We're not wanted in corporate America. And that's the truth about our so-called democracy. We are a corporate state where nobody is consulted except the handful of CEOs who are destroying their own corporations and the world to pay themselves exorbitant salaries. And they don't listen. They do not listen to us. Write a letter to your congressperson. They will not get back to you. Write a letter to Tim Cook from Apple. He will not get back to you. It doesn't matter what you want. It never has. The truth is, we're a very left of center country. The truth is, the Supreme Court does not reflect how we vote. The truth is that since 1992, only one Republican president since 1992 has won the popular vote. That was George W. Bush in 2004. Once. And yet the Supreme Court has lurched dramatically to the right. That somehow all the Supreme Court nominees that come from the executive branch are right-wing Republicans. How is that possible? How is it possible that since 1992, only one Republican president won the popular vote? We don't want Republican leadership. Americans, despite all the flaws with the Democratic Party, we choose Democrats over Republicans. They have to gerrymander to get Republicans elected, and Republicans are punching way out of their weight class in the Senate. There are like 50 to 70 million Americans who are overrepresented in the Senate because they live in Idaho or they live in North Dakota or South Dakota. You get all these rural areas where nobody lives contributing to a split Senate. If we were to vote, the Democratic Party would be in charge of everything, as deeply flawed as it is. But there are institutional, systemic levers that prevent the Democrats from exercising majoritarian rule. We are center-left. We all want gun control. We want Medicare for all. We all hate hospitals and healthcare providers. We want to raise the minimum wage. We're against bailing out the banks. We are. All the polling shows that. But there isn't gridlock in Washington. Both parties have agreed that nothing fundamentally will change because the people at the top of both parties, they work for the people who don't want anything to change. I know Ted Cruz and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Gosar and Jim Jordan, they're reprehensible, disgusting people. They are, but they're not in charge. McConnell's in charge. Schumer's in charge. The people who really run Washington, they want gridlock. They want nothing fundamentally to change because the people who they work for, the corporations, want nothing fundamentally to change unless it's in the best interests of corporate America. So we're told that Washington is broken. There's gridlock. No, it's working perfectly fine for the people who our Democratic and Republican leadership are working for. And so they distract us with January 6th, red versus blue, stolen elections, threats to democracy, abortion, transgender rights. They divide us, get us scared, keep us fighting amongst ourselves over this never-ending list of grievances and fear, while the real power slips further and further away from us. Joe Biden promised that when he became president, nothing would fundamentally change. So in November, I'm supposed to be scared shitless that the Republicans are going to win. I'm supposed to be scared that we're going to lose our democracy. Well, when we lose our democracy, will things fundamentally change? I'm just curious. If we lose this iteration of a republic, will things fundamentally change? Probably for some of us. But I'm pretty sure the people who are being evicted right now into the cold winter night, the Americans who must choose between insulin or food tonight, I'm pretty sure that the African-American mother working 3 jobs to pay off a crushing student loan debt, I don't know. Tonight, on January 6th, the 1-year anniversary, I'm not sure most Americans, half this country can't come up with $500 for a medical emergency. I'm not so sure they're worried about the future of our democracy. I think it's irrelevant to what's right in front of them. All right. I don't know. I was scared on January 6th, but how bad was it really? Who am I supposed to trust? The media to report on this? Nancy Pelosi and her committee? How many people died on January 6th? Nobody can give me a straight answer. I know Ashley Babbitt, besides her, she was shot by an armed cop protecting Congress. How bad was January 6th? We're told how close we came to something really bad happening on January 6th, that it was a warm-up for something truly dangerous. Something close. We came close to something bad happening. Well, a lot of people don't come close to something bad happening. A lot of people in America have bad things happening right now. The 50,000 Americans who die each year because Obamacare just doesn't cut it. And Ashley Babbitt was shot to death on January 6th. I didn't see any gunfire. I didn't see any members of Congress shot at on January 6th. But our nation's public schools since January 6th, 42 school shootings last year. It's the highest on record. 285,000 American school children have lived through the trauma of a school shooting since Columbine. Americans want gun control. But we're told January 6th was terrifying. More than 20,000 Americans were murdered with a gun last year. More than 25,000 committed suicide with guns. Close to 50,000 Americans were injured by a gun. There are now 400 million guns floating around this country. Study after study shows that the more guns, the more suicides. The more guns, the more shootings. But our government can't do anything about this. Instead, they tell us they were terrified about January 6th. You know, we're told about all these shootings, but they're murders. We have to stop calling, we're told about murders. We need to start calling them shootings. We need to start saying that somebody wasn't murdered, they were shot. We need to start calling them shootings because people will finally realize that guns are the disease. Actually, Americans have realized that guns are the disease. Washington hasn't. Nobody in Washington has the courage to take on the gun manufacturers because gun manufacturers they've taken over the National Rifle Association, which has been turned into another trade association that is just trying to protect jobs. That's what the NRA is. In America, we will not stop anything that's lethal if it means hurting corporations. So if you want to protect abortion rights, turn Planned Parenthood into a for-profit corporation, take it private, issue an IPO, have it get traded on the New York Stock Exchange. In 2 years, our government will be subsidizing every abortion in America. That's all you have to do is privatize abortion in America. Every Republican will be for it, as long as it's for profit. That's the problem with Planned Parenthood. It doesn't turn a profit. But somehow, tonight, we're supposed to be terrified because a mob of Neanderthals stormed the Capitol without firing a single shot, and they still call it an insurrection. Tonight, Joe Biden is saying Trump has a dagger to the throat of democracy. Okay, that was a year ago. It took 2 days after the beer hall putsch for Adolf Hitler to get arrested and tried for treason. He ended up doing time. 1 year later, with a dagger to the throat of our democracy, not a single person has been charged with murder or treason. If January 6th was so bad, where is Merrick Garland, our Attorney General, on all this? He's still looking into it a year later. And there's this congressional inquiry that's still going on to reveal things we knew about a year ago. Read the Woodward book. Every revelation that's coming out now, we read about in Woodward's book. Merrick Garland says he will bring the January 6 rioters to justice and will continue this investigation for as long as it takes. For as long as it takes until when? When there's a Republican president in office and they drop all the charges? How long does it take to prosecute? Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd in May of 2020. It took about a year to get him locked up. How long does it take to indict Donald Trump and his family? It took a year to lock up Derek Chauvin for killing George Floyd, especially because we had a video of it, which is also what we have of Donald Trump. There is audio of Donald Trump on the phone with Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, on tape. We've all heard it. He says, and by the way, the evidence comes from a Republican, from Brad Raffensperger, who is a Republican. He's the Secretary of State who knew that he was being strong-armed by Trump. So he recorded the conversation and he gave this over. He turned it over as evidence. We've heard it. Trump says, quote, "What I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have." That is against the law. And then on tape, Trump intimidates Raffensperger, accusing him of committing a criminal offense and saying that, maybe we'll investigate you. Every legal expert in the world, Republican or Democrat, agrees that tape is evidence of a criminal offense, a federal offense. The evidence is right there. It's right there, like Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck. Donald Trump had his knee on the neck of democracy. The evidence is there. That audio tape is a slam dunk. A year later, no indictment. I'm sorry. I'm sure a year from now, I'll be trying to sneak into Mexico, and this will be Nazi Germany. And I'll be kicking myself for not getting behind Biden and the Democrats strongly enough. But, if whatever you want to call this system of government, let's just call it a government. If it's at stake, if there's a dagger to its throat, do something. Do something. All I hear is that the only way to save our government is to support the Democrats. That's it. If I support the Democrats, our democracy has been saved. Well, I'm supporting the Democrats. I voted for Biden. I supported Build Back Better. I'm frightened of Trump. I loathe him. I get it. But do something. Indict him already. An indictment right now is as good as a conviction. You can tie Trump up in the courts right now. The Justice Department can break him right now. But Garland, deep in his heart, is terrified. He's a coward because locking up a president is a bad precedent. Not, locking up, you hear this over and over again from people with law degrees. You got to be careful here. Locking up a president is a bad precedent. You know what also is a bad precedent? Not locking up a president. That's also a bad precedent. And we should be locking up our leaders because they're all compromised now because they operate with impunity. They trade stocks with impunity. They're all corrupt. We need to start locking them up. The reason Trump gets away with all of this is because there's not just compromat on Trump, there's compromat on everybody. There's compromat on Trump. There's also compromat on Pelosi, and there's compromat on Biden. So the whole Trump administration began with the word compromat, right? It's a Russian word for a KGB file that's put in front of somebody, and you open it up and say, bend to my wishes. This is the truth about your personal life. And that's what the Justice Department under Obama, in the waning days of his administration, that's the word they kept using, compromat. They went after Trump because they feared that there was compromat. They went after Michael Flynn because of compromat. Flynn's conversation with the Russian ambassador, we were told, was not so much illegal as it was problematic, which would lead to compromat. That's what we were told. The problem was compromat. The Russian ambassador knew it was against the law for Michael Flynn to negotiate it with him before Trump took office. And because the Russian ambassador knew it was against the law, he had compromat on Michael Flynn. Sounds like bullshit to me. Russiagate was all about compromat. Manafort, Don Jr., and of course, Trump being at the mercy of Putin because Putin had compromat on them. And, Obama loved the word compromise because the truth is there was nothing on him. He was clean. He was the cleanest, the least corrupt president like ever. I have many problems with Obama. His stupid podcast with Bruce Springsteen, but there was not a single scandal in the Obama administration. And so he was able, his Justice Department in the waning days of his administration took the high road on compromise. And he chopped Trump off at the knees because, like Clinton, Trump was swimming in compromise. That's how Obama left, saying you have to be afraid of Trump because there's compromise. But it turns out the reason nobody can prosecute Trump is there's compromise on everybody. And people know that Putin, a former KGB agent, has compromise that he would be willing to share, that he would assist Trump by sharing the compromise on Joe Biden or the compromise on Nancy Pelosi. There are cells within the FBI and the CIA that would be willing to leak compromise on any of Donald Trump's enemies. That's why Trump isn't being prosecuted, because of compromise. People have secrets. Why do you think Lindsey Graham has stuck with Trump? Lindsey is afraid Trump is going to tell everyone that Lindsey leads two lives, one straight life in South Carolina, and then one in Washington, D.C. with his male lover. Do you think for 1 second Trump, who gave out Lindsey Graham's home phone number during the 2016 campaign, do you think he would think twice about publicly saying something like, it's interesting that Lindsey never married, but, good for him. I have nothing against homosexuals. Good for him living his truth. You could hear Trump saying that. He would say that to get something out of Lindsey Graham. And Lindsey Graham knows that, and that's why Lindsey Graham became his lap dog. You don't think for 1 second Trump would think twice about mocking Lindsey Graham for being in the closet. That is why Lindsey Graham became Trump's lapdog. Compromise. And the reason nobody's indicting Trump is compromise. Nobody's indicting Cyrus Vance Jr. can't indict Trump here in Manhattan. Letitia James can't indict Trump in New York State. The DA in Fulton County, Georgia, can't prosecute Trump, indict him for trying to throw the Georgia election. Character counts. And what's happened is this country is run by people who lack character. And there's dirt on everybody who's in charge. That's why they can't indict Trump, because they may not be as dirty as he is, but they have secrets they're trying to hide. Pelosi's dirty, Harris is dirty, Biden is dirty, Garland is dirty. There's compromise on all of them, and Trump will use it. So the Democrats, I'm going to vote for them in the midterms, but they're playing out the clock. They're playing out the clock. It's unconscionable that there have been no indictments. Nobody has been indicted for what happened on January 6th. Well, I don't see Ben Burgess here yet, as I expected. I was told that...
David, he was here and then he took off.
I can take your calls. It looks like Ben Burgess is not going to be here for 6:30. He was going to call me from the road. I anticipated this, actually.
Well, he was here.
So if you're in our Zoom room and you would like to talk about anything you want, raise your hand, and we can also do community billboard. A lot of people don't feel like doing anything right now, like my show. I've noticed this, but anyway, yeah, character counts. I know I argued with Professor Jonathan Bick about this, about, character doesn't count, just get things done. Well, you can't get things done if there's compromise on you. If Biden were actually clean, and he really did want Build Back Better passed, there he is.
Hey, David.
Ben Burgess just showed up. He would call Manchin on the phone, and he'd say something like, I really hope you don't switch parties, because I need you in the Senate as a Democrat voting with me. And I hope you vote for Build Back Better, Joe Manchin. I really do. And I hope you remain in the Democratic Party, because I like you and I worry about you. And I want to protect you, Joe, because you're my friend, Joe Manchin. And I have some really nasty pit bulls over at the Justice Department. And I like you and I want to protect you. And, I know my Justice Department is independent, and I can't phone over there and say, call off the attack dogs. I got this, but, if you work with me on this, maybe, I don't know, I'm not making any promises, but I got to tell you, I'd hate to see anything bad happen to you. I've got this attorney general I can't do anything about him. He's all over your daughter's price fixing with the EpiPens. He wants to lock your daughter up. And I got to be honest with you, it's looking pretty bad. I see the case against your daughter and the price fixing and the EpiPens. And you wouldn't believe my Justice Department. They're looking for numbers on the board. And I got an FTC that's looking into the EpiPens. And I got people looking into that $500,000 a year you're collecting in coal dividends. It's a conflict of interest, Joe. You're chairing the Senate Energy Committee and you're getting $500,000 in coal dividends. Joe, I like you. I like your family. I like your daughter. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. My hands are tied, but I would just hate it if my attorney general, I would hate for you to go to the Republican Party and my attorney general decided to put your head on a stick. I would hate that. I would hate for you not to support Build Back Better with all the goodies it has for your state in it. I would hate for your daughter to get indicted and your wife to go to prison and for you to go bankrupt. The Justice Department can bankrupt you with all those lawyers you would have to hire. I like you, Joe Manchin. Help me out. That's how you do it. That's how LBJ got Medicare passed. It's how he got the civil rights legislation passed. It's playing hardball without being explicit. That's how it's done. That's what Biden could do if he really wanted a social safety net. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show. I'm David Feldman, and I look like shit. Let us now go to somewhere in Kentucky, I believe, where Professor Ben Burgess is standing by. Are you there, sir?
I am. Yeah, I was here earlier, but the internet connection at the hotel was bad. So we'll see how it goes.
Boost you up. Can't seem to hear you or see you.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, I've got the video turned off because the internet connection's bad, but...
now I can hear you.
Okay. But you can hear me. All right, good.
Yes. Could you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, then I apologize that you had to hear that nonsense. Are you on video?
Sure.
Are you on video?
No. I turned the video off because the internet connection isn't very good in the hotel.
Yeah, I think my audience would prefer if I turned my video off. Well, welcome, Professor Ben Burgess. Where are you right now?
I'm in central Kentucky. We're driving back to Atlanta from Michigan, but there's a winter storm, and so we're hunkered down here for the day. We're going to finish the drive tomorrow. It's actually very snowy for Kentucky.
Wow. Well, Professor Ben Burgess joins us. He is author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Happy January 6th.
Oh man, I really hope we turn this into a holiday. This and 9/11, these are just going to be my favorite days.
Well, you're celebrating January 6th the same way the Biden administration is, doing absolutely nothing. You're just sitting in a hotel room, doing absolutely nothing.
I mean, I didn't bring anybody in to sing to me from the Hamilton soundtrack, so I guess that is one distinction.
What did you think of our president's speech today?
I saw some quotes. I certainly didn't watch it. Did you?
I read a little bit about it. I have trouble watching him. He doesn't do it for me. He doesn't even know what year it is. He said 2020 is going to be a great year. And I went, okay. It's not, it's cruel to make fun of somebody who has lost his faculties. So speaking of faculties, Professor Ben Burgis.
If he'd been running against anybody but Trump, I still think that would have been a bigger issue in the election.
Yeah. You are a philosophy professor, is that correct?
Yeah, adjunct, but yes.
Political philosophy, is that correct? And a columnist for Jacobin.
Yeah, I mean, I teach different classes. I'm certainly very interested in political philosophy, but yes, I'm also columnist at Jacobin. That is correct.
Okay.
David Feldman, who I'm currently meeting for the first time today.
Yes. The president says Donald Trump has a dagger up against democracy's throat. Does democracy have a throat? Are we a democracy? What are we? In the sweep of history, looking back at all the great philosophers, Locke, Rousseau, Jefferson,
Jimmy
Dore, what are we?
Yeah. So, I think there's a spectrum. I think the United States is kind of sort of democratic, with many, many caveats that we talked about last time I believe I talked to you. But certainly we'd be much more democratic if we allowed more than two political parties. And I think allowed is the correct word there, given the way the system is set up. Or if primaries, work differently, or if redistricting didn't work such that, congressmen often get to pick their instead of the other way. Of course, all of this is just, political democracy. And I think that, there are a million more reforms we could mention that would certainly make the United States more democratic that way. But then, of course, there's the issue of economic democracy, which we talked about last time. And say that, something I'm often very confused about, when people talk about the Capitol riot a year ago, I
Are you there? We're you know what? You have a...
And look, don't get me wrong, just because the United States... Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
we lose connection?
Your connection is really bad. Is there any way you could phone in? Could you?
Should we? Yeah, let's try that.
Why don't you phone in? Good. Okay. So we're talking with Professor Ben Burgis. His latest piece in Jacobin is entitled "The Equality That Socialists Care About Most is Equality of Power." Go to Jacobin, subscribe to Jacobin, and read Professor Ben Burgis's latest. And while we're waiting for Professor Ben Burgis to call in, if you would like to join us in our virtual studio audience, please go to my website and sign up, and you'll get an invite. Office hours, I can't believe it's Friday. I cannot believe office hours is Friday night at 8 p.m. If you would like to join us for office hours, go to my website and sign up. While we're waiting for Professor Ben Burgis to phone in, So I think there's one phone in. Let me just, this is the lull in the show, as opposed to the first 90 minutes of my blathering. Let me just see if this is Professor Ben Burgess. Is this you, Professor Ben Burgess? You have to unmute yourself. I've asked you to unmute. All right. Hey, 2022 is starting to feel a lot like 2021. All right. By the way, we have a YouTube channel. We're streaming right now live on YouTube. So if you would like to join us there, we also have a chat room over there, which I read the next day. All right.
Hey, David.
Let's take our first call. Professor Ben Burgess from Kentucky.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Great to be on the line with you.
Okay. So we were talking about how you would describe, if you were to teach America like 100 years from now, how would you describe our form of government? What would you tell the kids?
Yeah, I'd say that it was, it was a somewhat democratic country, less so than some other countries that existed at the same time. Much the same way that if we were talking about England in the mid 19th century before they had, universal suffrage, we might make a claim like that it's more democratic than a lot of countries in continental Europe, but not very democratic by modern standards. And I hope that something like that is going to be the way that we look back at the United States in 100 years. Be very grim to think it'd be the other way around. But yeah, I think there are obviously lots of respects in which, it's very, undemocratic. As I said earlier, I think that it would obviously be much more democratic if we allowed more than two political parties. And I really do think allow is the right word, given a lot of aspects of the way that America's electoral laws work. It would be more democratic if the way that we selected, nominees within the parties was better. It would be more democratic if, redistricting didn't work the way that it did. So congressmen often get to pick their districts, if not, rather than the other way around. It'd be more democratic if campaign finance laws were different, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We can spend all night doing that. But I think that, and of course, as a democratic socialist, I think the most important way in which it's undemocratic is that there's no democracy for the most part at the workplaces where people have to spend half of their waking lives most days of the week, and only most days of the week because of past workers' struggles. But what I was going to say, I think when our connection got really bad before, is just that I think that something that I find really confusing about, the way that I often hear liberals talk about, January 6th, is that, that they'll say that it was the biggest attack on American democracy in, whatever they'll say, 200 years or 100 years or since the Civil War. And I don't want to make light of the issue because, we're not that democratic in the first place and all that, because, you could be only a little bit democratic and still miss it when it's gone. But I think that all I can think every time I hear that is, man, I hope the surviving family members of all the civil rights workers who were murdered in the South for registering people to vote, don't hear people say that, because what an incredibly offensive thing to say, that that 1,000, conspiracy theorist boomers, staging a riot where the only person who was actually killed was on the day itself, was one of them. I just don't see it, I think it's, I think if you want to say that, it's despicable that Trump and his cronies fed these people lies and riled them up this way. And by the way, led them into all this and then abandoned them because they're completely unprincipled people. But, that I could get behind all of that, but I mean, as far as the idea that this was some sort of real threat to the most heavily armed, centralized, consolidated state that's really ever existed in some ways in human history. Just seems very strange to me, and it also just seems like, no, I mean, I don't think that American democracy, I could absolutely see scenarios, unfortunately, where the United States in the coming years becomes less democratic than it is right now. But I don't think it would look like the Q shaman and all of these idiots, chanting about, hanging light pens and taking selfies and all that stuff. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong about this. We'll see. But I really don't think it would happen that way.
Right. So I want to talk to you about priming the intellectual pump for socialism in America. Jacobin, you're a columnist for Jacobin. They had a piece, I think 2 nights ago, about nationalizing Tyson. There's a meat shortage, and they give the argument for nationalizing our meat industry. And I'm thinking, yes, we need to start introducing, which Jacobin already has, obviously, getting the conversation going about nationalizing industries and getting the left to develop a vocabulary to imagine what that looks like. Now, the Federal Reserve, the next crisis, which is just around the corner, they do a thing called quantitative easing, where they buy up junk bonds. They buyed CDOs, collateralized debt obligations. And they just, erase them from the books. There is talk that when the next crisis hits and the stock market collapses, the Federal Reserve may have to buy stock in corporations, which goes against the bylaws of the Federal Reserve. But there are when there's a crisis, there are no rules. So there would be a quantitative easing that takes place with the stock market. And I want to prime the pump for our next economic catastrophe. We're a boom and bust economy. The American people had to be prepared to hear that Jerome Powell is propping up the S&P 500 by buying stocks on the open market, right? And then we have to be prepared to say, and not selling them back, keeping the shares of, when the Federal Reserve buys stock, that means the Treasury Department gets passed on to the Treasury Department, and we own stock in the major corporations. Isn't that the easiest route to socialism?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether getting all the way to socialism or not, I think it's certainly a good idea. That this is what was really frustrating. I say this is what's really frustrating, is if there was only one thing that was frustrating about it. This was a thing that was really frustrating about the reaction to the 2008 crash, beyond obviously all the human misery that it caused and, et cetera. But the debate about it, if people can remember back to 2008, was entirely between the bipartisan consensus, which was to do what we did. And the establishments of both parties were all about that. McCain voted for it. Barack Obama voted for it. They're both running for president. And then the only real opposition to that, from the few cranks who were opposed to it, was this kind of libertarian, sort of principled capitalist opposition that the government should just let the chips fall where they may in a market and not artificially prop these people up. That was as applied to the auto companies. That was that Mitt Romney op-ed, let Detroit go bankrupt, that helped lose him my home state later in the 2012 election. And of course, what's left out of that, because the debate, that was a debate about doing nothing, basically, and doing what we did. which was what, your friend Ralph Nader would accurately characterize. I've heard him accurately characterized as, having, privatized profits and socialized losses. And what was completely left out of that debate was the third option, which I think you're articulating, which is, okay, hold up. Maybe if these banks are too big to fail, they're also too big to be private.
Or, that is a little drastic. Don't you think? Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Politically speaking.
Yeah, I hear you.
Politically speaking, can't you sell to the American people 10% ownership of these corporations, 20% ownership? Obama said, we're going to give the stock back to GM. I don't know how to run an auto company. Well, apparently either does GM, but we don't need to own.
It's also a silly thing to say, because it's like, because what, you own 10% of the stock in something that therefore you're running it? Like,
right.
That doesn't really seem like how that works, So yeah, no, I think, so this is the kind of thing Matt Brunig, who is actually the author of that Nationalize Tyson article, spends a lot of time talking about that, like some, the Nordic countries have social wealth funds, which are essentially the government-owned stock and various corporations.
They're called sovereign funds. Sovereign funds.
Yeah, sovereign wealth fund. Yeah, exactly. That which of course is something I'm definitely for, right? I support that, and in some ways, that, like, there is a school of thought that says that you could have a transition to socialism that would look something like a long-term version of that. So in Sweden in the 70s, which is probably outside of the sort of the kind of authoritarian state socialism that existed in countries like the Soviet Union, Sweden in the 70s is probably the closest that society has come to sort of jumping to full socialism, and which is that the dominant Social Democratic Party there was floating something in the 70s called the Meidner Plan, which was basically that corporations, or possibly corporations above a certain size, I'm not sure, would have been legally required to cede like a certain portion of their stock gradually, a little bit at a time over the course of years, to these funds that would be controlled by workers, so that the idea is that, like, eventually these funds would be controlling all of these big corporations. And I'm not sure if it would actually politically,
that works. Who would be against that? In other words, the only people who are going to be against this are the CEOs who lose their strut. But in terms of, if you were to take a company like Boeing, a deeply flawed company like Boeing, and we say, most of your business comes from the Pentagon, and so we're going to start buying stock on the open market. We're in business with, the government is in business with Boeing, so why shouldn't we own a piece of you?
Right.
Who would be against that?
I think that there's even an article by Murray Rothbard, who, for people who aren't familiar with him, is kind of a right-wing lunatic libertarian, but like in like the early 70s, he wrote an article called "Confiscation of the Homesteading Principle," where he basically said that it wouldn't be that bad to nationalize companies like exactly the ones you're talking about, like Boeing, because they're essentially just propped up by the state anyway. But yeah, I think that there would be a certain amount of like grassroots right-wing opposition, but and I would love to run this experiment, right? There's no way to be sure, but I think there would probably, my suspicion and hope is that it would be a weaker opposition than what we actually had with like the Tea Party movement, when Obama came into office, because even though all of the Tea Party people, and not just leaders, but people of the grassroots would use language about how they were horrified by creeping socialism and stuff like that, I still think a lot of the populist juice of that movement came from everybody kind of knowing that this was the government being in bed with these, like big wealthy corporations that, and kind of against the interests of even like small businessmen and all of that stuff. Right. So I wonder if that message would be a lot less appealing if it clearly wasn't that, oh, look, here's the government in bed with, whatever, Goldman Sachs,
Right.
General Motors, whoever's going out of business, because it's actually the government taking over, part of this. I mean, like, I think that there is certainly a chunk of the Republican base that, that has, would be apoplectic about that. I don't doubt that. But I think even, but I mean, there is a reason why there are all those polls, showing that like there was a whole chunk of Republican voters who would have voted for Bernie Sanders,
Right.
if he was the candidate, right? I mean, I think that even among grassroots Republicans, I wonder, right? Like, I wonder if there might not actually be like a decent chunk of them who would actually absolutely go along with that. It's like, yeah, what, you expect me to be, you expect me to be sad that, that like Goldman Sachs is losing some of this property, and I think if you actually look at the rhetoric of a lot of right wingers right now, I think they realize that their own base has gotten a lot less enthusiastic about sort of like libertarian defenses of the property rights of the super rich.
Yeah.
Which is not to say that Republican lawmakers and like big pundits or Charlie Kirks and Sean Hannity's, whatever, it's not to say that they aren't all about that agenda still. They absolutely are. But I think they've realized that to market themselves even to their own base, they have to kind of pretend that that's not what they're about, and so they've all started using this like weird pseudo populist language where like even Ted Cruz, will use the word corporate as an insult. So I think especially in an environment like that, it would be very. I think that might at least like divide the Republican base about whether they're even against it.
Fantastic. Well, Professor Ben Burgis, his latest book is Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Go to Red Emma's right now and purchase this book, redemmas.org, redemmas.org. Buy this book. And the Hirschenfelds are here. Did you want to say hello to Professor Ben Burgis?
Of course we do, but I can't see him.
He's in Kentucky in a
Kentucky?
in a snowstorm.
They don't have television in Kentucky?
Yeah, apparently not. No, the connection to my hotel room is really bad, so I called in. But Ethan Hirschenfeld is going to be on my show very soon.
Yes, my agent was able finally to wear him down. I put her on the case about a year ago, and finally he's a very tough negotiator. This Burgess, he's a closet capitalist.
Well, wait a second, you have to clear that with Mendelsohn, my major domo. We have exclusivity here. I'm threatened when people go off, and that dilutes the product.
David, I'm whoring around with all sorts of guests of yours when you're not on the screen. You don't know what's going on.
You know where I was last week? I don't think Ethan told you.
Where were you?
I was taping with Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show. It was me and Frank Sinatra.
Oh, I feel betrayed.
A classic show. You got to watch it.
I feel betrayed.
Yeah, you were. Yes.
Thank you. Professor, I will talk to you next week, I hope. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Thank you, comedian.
Okay. Joining us are the Hirschenfelds.
Hello.
America's favorite father-son comedy troupe. One of them is a Freudian psychoanalyst. The other is a comedian.
And you get to guess which is which.
And look what I got. Hang on, I'm ready for... I loaded these up now. Hang on. Oh, come on. Hang on. Oh, I I have a question.
All right.
Here we go. Now we're ready. Hang on. So, in the New York Times Ethicist this week,
Yes.
a psychiatrist writes into the New York Times Ethicist that he's been seeing a patient for several years. And
Romantically.
no, but obviously the transference has kicked in, and the patient keeps giving the psychiatrist gifts. And he explains, you can't give me gifts. It's unprofessional. He won't stop. I've been donating these gifts to charity. What is the ethical way for me to get my patient to stop giving me gifts?
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's asking what the ethical way is for him to get a tax deduction for donating the gift that he doesn't.
And my first thought is, how good is
First of all, the psychiatrist's chief complaint was that the sizes on the gifts were all wrong. His second complaint was that it's unethical.
I was thinking, what does that say about a psychiatrist? A, they can't talk a patient into stop gifting him, and B, has to turn to the New York Times ethicist for help. What are your thoughts on this?
It doesn't say much about that particular psychiatrist because this is not an ethics issue. It's a professional practice issue. And there are clear guidelines and there are interpretive ways to deal with it.
Let me interrupt with an interpretation. Your screen is on your restless leg.
Oh my God!
So I feel like you're on the San Andreas Fault today. Like the screen was so shy, I was getting seasick.
Okay.
I want to hear you and see you. Is that better?
There I am. Thank you.
But now it's harder to hear you, David. Was that a bad?
I have
suggestion?
restless arm syndrome.
There's no such thing.
It's called onanism.
I was going to say, wait till you hear Hitler speak, and then you're.
Oh yeah. That was.
But onanism is better. That's much better. Onan. By the way, by the way, he pulled out Onan. Have we talked?
He did. That's right. We talked about that. Yeah, about 2 years ago, we covered that. You know what's lesser discussed than onanism? Conanism, which is.
That's where Jay Leno pulls you out. So, okay, let's go back to the ethical issues.
Okay. Yes.
But before we go there, Dad, do you feel like I took away some of your zest and gusto by having you move the screen from off of your lap?
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen.
I don't want to micromanage, but I really do.
I know you do. And when it becomes unbearable, believe me, I will say so. In the balance of our relationship, like every other relationship on the planet, between love and hate, so far, the scales are tipped.
Hate is a very strong word. What about just love and apathy?
Apathy's worse than hate.
Interesting.
Apathy means you don't even exist for me.
Right.
You're not.
You don't in apathy. You don't exist, but at least you don't get hit. So in that way, it's better than hate.
At any rate, no.
Well, hang on for 1 second. Can you hate somebody without loving them?
Theoretically, I guess you can, but I'm talking about your average run-of-the-mill parent-child, husband-wife, all the major kinds of relationships.
Babysitter, client, pizza boy, customer. Oh wait, what are we talking about here? Okay.
So the reason you hate somebody is you love them and they've disappointed you.
That's one of the reasons, but it's also the way our mind works.
I know that's why I hate Hitler.
No, I say your average run-of-the-mill relationships.
Right.
People like Hitler. I can't imagine that there'll be any love. No.
I'm sorry.
There are often profound connections between people through hatred. That's why I say apathy is the worst way to condemn somebody.
Okay. You were going to say something and I interrupted. Can you?
Yeah, and I interrupted. You've been interrupted many times in that one monologue of yours.
I was saying about this purported psychiatrist.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That, there are interpretive ways to deal with such a thing. Let's try to figure out why you need to give me a gift based on what I know about you. Are you trying to seduce me? Are you trying to undermine my professional standing?
Are you trying to maybe suggest in a subtle way that I need to raise my rates because you have all this cash to be buying me gifts?
Are you saying that I'm not giving you anything else worthwhile?
Are you saying that my ties are just horrendous because you keep giving me ties?
No. I mean, that's what that's what the whole relationship should be about. Trying to understand, not to condemn, unless somebody's doing something dangerous, but what's the meaning? What are you trying to say here?
Let me ask a Feldman-esque question. Does everything mean something?
I would have to say, in my opinion, yes.
And what if you encounter a client who says many, many things that mean nothing?
like me. Like this show. Yeah.
What do you do?
What do you mean I don't know what you mean by they mean nothing.
You walked right into that.
In the history of psychoanalysis, I'm going to ask this of Ethan. Has there ever been a session where the psychiatrist said, aha, I got it.
Has there ever been a novelty lingerie business called Freudian Slips?
Try this on.
There was a fashion show at the Met last year or 2 years ago when people were still going to the Met. And one of the items on display was a slip on a mannequin with the profile of Freud on it.
Oh, so that someone beat me to it.
Yeah.
Oh, well. My joke was cheaper than their dress.
I wonder, I was watching the Beatles Get Back. Have you seen this documentary on the Disney Channel? You did see it.
I can't watch it because I'm still so upset about them breaking up.
Right.
It's very triggering.
When you are on top of each other, you put four men on a bus, on an airplane, touring together, you're going to get on each other's nerves. There are going to be little things that get on your nerves. What does a psychiatrist do if a patient who he likes or she likes has a habit that annoys them?
I'll take this one.
Yes.
As long as it's not chewing with the mouth open, because that's a whole nother. So I'm assuming you're not referring to that, because that's just not that just requires the death penalty. But
I agree.
As long as we're not talking about that, it's the job of I would say, in my opinion, it's the job of the therapist to ask him or herself, why does that behavior by the patient cause such a feeling of annoyance? And then to analyze that.
But there are things that are like platonically, like the platonic absolute of annoying. There's a timbre in the voice. There's certain. There are things that are just categorically annoying, aren't there?
A punch in the eye is categorically annoying, but habits and ways of speaking and stuff like that, it's very personal. And I would start with my junior colleagues' approach. Why is this getting under my skin? And once I understood that, I would not want to humiliate the patient, because you can't do that.
As enjoyable as that is, you just can't.
Right. So you have to find a tactful way to bring.
Just say, for example, can you stop calling me Doc in every sentence? Like, that would be really annoying.
All right. There's an emergency where we're three of us are flying to Las Vegas.
Oh, this is a hypothetical.
This is a hypothetical. And we take the wrong turn and we crash land in the Andes. Okay.
Who eats whom?
No.
Is this what it is?
No. And there are a lot of neurotic people on the flight, and there are panic attacks, and people need help. You're the only doctor on the flight. Would you deputize Ethan to help people calm down and work out their issues while you're waiting for rescue planes?
Well, would I accept the deputy position? I don't know that I'm available as the deputy.
I think Ethan could comfort the afflicted.
I think he could. I know he could.
I'd be better at that than trying to fix the engine. I'll tell you that.
Could you talk somebody down from a panic attack? What do you think, having been raised around?
I'm very good with panic attacks. I could also talk you into a panic attack.
And then out.
I'm flexible.
What do you need? What do you need?
Yeah.
How much do you think you could fake being a? How long do you think you could be
on an Andean snow-covered mountaintop with no regulatory agencies nearby? I could do that until we all starve to death. But in a city, it would be I think I would be I would be outed as a fake within one session.
Dr. Hirschenfeld, if you hypothetically, if you said, "This is my son, he's taking over the practice," I'll be sitting here and watching as he treats.
I'll be roasting the flight attendant.
No, this is a new hypothetical.
This
is a new hypothetical. You've decided it would be nice for the son to go into your practice, but he didn't go to medical school.
I didn't hear the last word.
But I
didn't get into medical school.
Or he didn't want to go. He didn't want to go.
Right.
Because I think I would make a good doctor. I could do everything except the actual treating of the patient. Everything.
And he was also distributing prescription drugs in middle school, so he has some experience with pharmaceuticals. No,
I think I would make a good doctor, except for the healing part.
I feel like you'd make a good orthopedic surgeon, but not a therapist. Like, I wouldn't mind giving you a bone saw, but I don't know if I think I could be.
I think I would be a good. I think I'd be good telling patients it's not an exact science. Let's wait. Let's wait on this, and let me refer you to somebody. I'd be really good at like the placebo effect, which I think is important. Like I'm on top of this. I'm quarterbacking it. Let's do some consultation. You got me here.
That's funny. My specialty is the placebo effect.
What percentage of success comes from the placebo effect?
62.
I'm sorry?
62.
There was an article in the Times the other day that when you do actual studies on tendon repair in the knees and meniscus repair in the knees and anything in the knees or the shoulders.
Any joint. Pick a joint.
Pick a joint. That the operation has more or less the same rate of success as just doing some physical rehab.
Wow.
Wow.
So how much, like I had a doctor who I feel just the mere presence of there was something healing about, there was like a placebo effect to just going to him.
I had the same. I had the same experience just from drinking a Dr. Pepper or watching Dr. J in the basketball game. Didn't even have to go see a medical doctor.
In terms of like antidepressants, how do placebos do when they compare an antidepressant to the placebos?
That's a controversial question. If you ask the drug company, they will say he doesn't like the drug company.
Right.
They will say that the antidepressant is far and away much more successful. And I think that's true, but not across the board.
Right.
It's often true.
Sorry about that. My dogs are under contract with GlaxoSmithKline. So if you start bad mouthing Big Pharma.
So if Ethan and I were flying and somebody was having a panic attack and and Ethan has like these sugar pills.
Right.
And he says to somebody, take this pill, I promise you take this pill, you'll calm down. And it's just a sugar pill.
Yeah.
But I say it like this, I promise you, trust me, I promise you, you'll be fine.
It depends who the person is saying it, how it is said. It depends on the receiver of this information and what their mental state is. But I once read a study years ago that they gave people uppers, Ritalin or something, and they said, this is a really great new sleeping pill we've developed. And the people had the best night's sleep of their life.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing with placebo is what really matters is the dose.
That's true.
You don't want to give too much.
I overdosed on a placebo. But, placebo has a negative connotation.
Yeah, but it shouldn't.
It speaks to the power of the mind. It's something that can
and the power of the relationship to a authority figure, a parental figure. When somebody sits down with you and looks the part and connects with you emotionally and says, this is going to help you. It's going to help you more than if you get it out of a dispensing machine.
Right. And if it helps, it helps. How much do we need to feel as adults that somebody is taking care of us? Is there a need to be, you're a middle-aged, healthy person. Are we supposed to be convinced that I'm taking care of myself or that there's somebody watching over me? And I don't mean religious, but some kind of something that will care for me. How important?
This is the root of religion, that we all have a child still within us to one degree or another, depending on who we are. And that child...
And depending on if you're pregnant or not.
That is also, yes. But that's the child part looks to the guy in the white robes up in heaven or however you visualize them, to take care of you. And you pray to them and whatever.
The American Prospect did an entire, everybody should subscribe to the American Prospect. David Dayen runs it now. And they did an entire issue on caregivers. And it's the most important job that anybody can perform.
Right.
The people who care for our children, and then the people who care for our sick. And they are the least, not the least paid, but among the least paid. They're the most appreciated and the least paid. It's incredible that as this population ages, and we all need caregivers and caretakers, that we don't. How do we get away with not in this country with not?
Yeah, it's shocking that the people who home health aides, for example,
no unions,
barely a living wage, barely. I think many of these people have to work a second job. It doesn't pay, or in order to make it pay, you have to work so much that you have no time for your own family. Yeah, that's criminal. That is criminal.
I can remember when I had little babies and we would drop them off at daycare. Yeah. And I would think, I'll pretend that this is the most important thing in my life. My career comes first, obviously, but and my car. But for marketing and branding's sake, my babies come first. And I'm trusting them. I'm putting them in the hands of people who should be doing a lot better than they are.
Yeah. What?
And that we allow that. It's just like we go, go ahead.
It's interesting. If you look at the analogous situation with care for our pets, the way people will hire dog walkers, and those people can get paid actually quite well. They can make a good enough living that then businesses crop up around these dog walking services. And the approach is to walk not one dog at a time, but to walk 12 dogs at a time. You used to see those packs on Park Avenue, which is why my platform in running for city council is that we start doing the same for the aged and the elderly in our society. The home health aides should be pushing not one elderly guy, but 12 of them down Park Avenue. Each attendant should have a dozen senior citizens with them. And then then the numbers, the spreadsheets fill themselves out at that point. It's just profit. It's profit on top of profit. Everyone wins.
Right.
And also, the guy who's being pushed there, he doesn't want that much attention from the person. It just gets annoying at a certain point. Yes, okay, I know my sweater's slipping off. Can you leave me alone? Check that, number 8. His sweater is also slipping. You don't have to fix my sweater every block. I think it works out for everyone. It's a win-win.
Now, the difference is I look at these dog walkers, and I'm always amazed that they get these ad hoc packs. It must change every day. And all amazing. The dogs know their rank. There's nobody jockeying for position. How does that work? If you're an alpha dog, you get in with a pack of dogs.
The main thing is if you're a dog in one of those situations, you have to learn the Greek alphabet way past alpha, beta, and gamma. It goes all the way to Omicron in some of those packs. The main thing in those packs is if you're a male dog, you have to maneuver yourself to the outside of the pack before you lift your leg. That's the only etiquette you have to know as a dog in one of those packs. Because God forbid, if you're in the middle and you pull that, you're out of the pack. That's it. Yeah.
But do they know, they get together and they automatically know suppose there are 3 alphas in the pack. How do they work? Because they seem to work.
That's a full house. 3 alphas.
Do the alphas become neurotic because they can't be the alpha, that they're out alpha, or do they become betas? Do they just go?
I think the whole alpha thing. Sorry, go ahead, doctor.
They submit.
Right, they submit to the walker. Yeah.
Well, that he's the alpha that
Right.
he should be.
Yeah.
But let me answer your other question about how we're going to deal with all the old people and all the young people that need care. And this is what I think future programs, if you don't mind me saying so, should be devoted to, which is the upcoming Civil War. Because if the wrong guys win,
Oh, are you suggesting the old versus the young? Because that's going to be an ugly civil war. Is that what you're suggesting?
oh,
Oh,
I'm talking about the political Civil War, you know, that if the bad guys win, they're just going to shoot all the old people or any of the young people that they don't like. And we're going to be in big trouble.
Unless we're the shootee.
yeah. Unless you're young with a gun.
It's exactly the attitudes that's sending us down this very slippery slope.
Is it conceivable? This is. I mean this. Eviction. The people are being evicted. There's horrible stuff going on, but there's always been horrible stuff going on in this country.
Yeah.
Is it possible that things are not as bad as we think they are? In fact, they're actually pretty good, and that we're imagining that things are really bad. Is it possible? I don't believe that, but there's a
I wish it were true. I wish it were possible, but I'm afraid I agree with the doctor that given everything we've seen in the last year, since exactly 1 year ago, and the reaction to what happened a year ago, and then the subsequent, I mean, what could the reaction have been in a rational country? The reaction would have been to put the perpetrators on trial, put the instigators on trial, and root out that rot from the system. But instead, there was a retrenchment and doubling down on this approach. And now legislatively, this approach has won the day. And so I hate to think what's going to happen with the next election with these corrupt functionaries in place.
Here's my hope, Dr. Hirschenfeld. When I saw them booing Trump because he got the booster, I thought, this is the genius of our country, that we hate each other, that the Germans could march in lockstep. Americans, we hate each other, that there's no way to unify us into a Nazi Germany. That the genius of America is.
But it won't be a Nazi Germany. It'll be something different and horrible. It will be something different. It will be something different and horrible now that we've stepped into this era where apparently elections are not going to be trusted by a large swath of the population, and they're going to use that lack of trust as an excuse to undermine the integrity of the elections. So we're into a whole new world
of tribal warlords. He who has the most weapons will command a piece of geography, and you pay this man tribute for protection and safety.
I think it's going to be much less exciting and cinematic and satisfying than that. It's just going to be a cold, grinding feeling of like being in Prague in the 1960s.
Let's just let that sink in for a second.
I was thinking just how damp and cold, but Kundera, great novelist, came out of that.
Czechoslovakia, a lot of great cinema.
Yeah.
Great art.
Beautiful people, great architecture.
Good weapons.
Good weapons. What was the gun that came out of, right? There's a good gun that I'm thinking of getting. Well, on that cheerful note, I'm an optimist. I think the sun always shines on Americans, and we're all going to die from skin cancer. This is before we lose the
Oh, did you see that New York Times article? I sent it to my sister, the dermatologist. A woman in the stands at a hockey game noticed a mole on the back of the neck of a coach on a hockey team, held up her cell phone with the message. He saw it, went to the doctor. It said, she was a nurse. She's a pre-med and a nurse. It said, you need to get that mole checked out. She got it. He got it checked out. It was cancerous. She saved his life. He then was able to find out who she was. And then they had like a kind of reunion, a thank you. She got some free tickets. It was an incredible story.
Oh, but if they got into a relationship, that would be the most annoying.
Yeah, especially for his wife. Yeah, that would have been a terrible punchline.
I think the worst way to start a relationship is the
Melanoma.
woman. The woman goes, because every day, did you get that looked at? You should get that looked at. You should get that looked at. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Okay, thank you.
We
David.
missed you last week. And Ethan.
Yeah, okay, but Sinatra came first. I'm sorry.
I did see that episode. I did see the song. If you're serious, did you ever see Sinatra hosting the Tonight Show where he sings?
I don't remember that.
I will send you the clip.
Please do.
It's amazing. And Ethan Hirschenfeld, go watch Thug Thug Jew on YouTube. And
please do.
Bull.
Yeah.
And Red Notice is the most popular movie in the history of Netflix.
Yeah, it's now in its 8th or 9th week in the top 10 worldwide, which is a new thing. And watch Red Notice.
He's in it.
He's in it.
I'm in it. It's unbelievable.
And Bull.
Bull, in the January 20th episode, Bull, season 6, episode 11. And I'm going to be in New York in a little under 2 weeks to shoot a horror movie. I have a little part in a horror movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
And the
exciting.
Netanyahus. You forgot.
Oh, right, the Netanyahus. I meant to mention that. The audiobook of the Netanyahus, which is a novel. So chapter 5 is me. It's a very nice audiobook from Pushkin Industries. It's me, David Duchovny is the other actor on it, and then the author reading the rest of the
Wow.
thing.
Is this the novel where he moves to a small town like near Cornell?
Upstate, exactly. It's that one. Yeah, the Netanyahus by Joshua Cohen. The novel came out last year, and the audiobook just came out last month. And I do
Did you meet him?
I did not. No.
I was actually thinking of reaching out to him.
Oh,
about that. Yeah. It's interesting. Jose Arroyo, whose book I'm holding in his father, is a professor at Cornell who interpreted the older Netanyahu's book, who translated Netanyahu's book on
the
Inquisition from Hebrew. Yeah. I think he translated it into English.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Amazing.
Anyway.
That's a great book. I've read it. Listen, I got to go on to my next show now. Goodbye.
All right, bye.
Thank you, Ethan.
Peace. God bless.
Thank you. Great job. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Go to my website for an invitation. All you need is Zoom, and you're in. Meet better people. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website, and I'll send you a link. Meet better people like Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. I'm looking at you. Yeah. You look great. I'm looking at me. I look like I look like garbage.
No, you look great as always, David. If I'm just listening to the podcast,
yeah,
on Zoom, that's another thing. No, you're great. I always look forward to these times.
But you look healthy. You look like you're getting sun and exercise. I look like I just returned from the International Space Station and they didn't have plumbing for a month.
David, I've been locked up here in my closet for the last couple of months. I mean, right. I almost went out for the holidays and I thought, well, I could just put a garland on my gong and just stay in here. I am not going to that show. on the weekend. I'm not going to see Mike Birbiglia's show because they're not, they're just requiring vaccination cards, and so I just said I can't go. So I'm still staying in, and I'm not really doing any exercise. I'm walking up and down my stairs. That's about it. That's the only exercise. But I am a vegan, so that helps. Except when I eat, I am a vegan even when I eat sugar and, white flour. But that's been my downfall this holiday, eating vegan cookies and vegan fudge, that kind of thing.
Right.
And so I'm not the healthiest, at this point, but did you know that Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC, is going to be FKFC?
What I don't know. I know about that. They're using Beyond Meat.
Well, they're going to change their name to FKFC, fake KFC, for the fake chicken.
Is that what they're calling it?
Well, that's what I'm calling it. I think FKFC. FKFC. Right. That's a better acronym. It makes people think.
Now, I have a question for you about this because I cut that article out and I thought, do we support KFC? Do you go to KFC for their fake chicken? Do you support something that's evil? It's Yum Brands. Everything Yum Brands makes is evil. Yeah. There's nothing Yum Brands. What is it? Pepsi? They make Pepsi and
I think. Let's see. I used to know what Yum did, but they have all their chains. Yeah, they changed the fast food, and I think Applebee's, is that Yum?
I'm looking it up. I know they have a woman running it from India. Yum Brands fast food company, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell.
Pizza Hut, yeah. Look, the thing is, most people, this is for...
Oh, I'm wrong. It's not run by a woman.
It's not.
No, I thought for some reason...
Pepsi was run by a woman.
No, it used to run Pepsi.
Yeah. An Indian woman.
The Indian woman. What happened?
Yeah. She used to. I think she retired. I think. But the thing is, the fake chicken is for meat eaters who want to take a break. It's not really to attract more vegans, although that is sort of a thing. And vegans will support the thing because they want to make sure that options are there at restaurants like FKFC.
Right.
But, frankly, this reminds me, do you remember when they banned smoking on airlines? Are you young enough or old enough to remember that?
Yes, I remember.
Yes. What bugged me is that they had a smoking section and a non-smoking section, and all the people in the non-smoking section were smokers. Now, that always bothered me because whenever I'm a non-smoker, I wanted to get into non-smoking. They ran out of space because all the smokers figured out, we'll game the system, we'll get the non-smoking seats, and screw the non-smokers, let them sit back with the smokers. Very selfish.
And did they light up? They lit up?
Well, see, I learned about this because at the bathroom in the aisle, I said, God, I'm in the smoking section and I don't smoke. I hate it. And a smoker confessed to me and said, oh, yeah, I'm a smoker, but I'm sitting in non-smoking because I'm a selfish American bastard.
I don't understand how that works. How does it benefit a non-smoker to...
Well, it doesn't benefit a non-smoker to sit in smoking, but when all the seats are taken in non-smoking by the smokers who want to take a break, right? And they selfishly take a non-smoking seat
because they don't want to sit in the smoke.
They don't want to sit in the smoke, and they just want the best for them. When that happened, it must have been about 20 years ago. But that I could have taken a snapshot of that moment and said, this is what it's going to be like 20 years hence in America, where people are going to have that kind of mentality.
Can you imagine now banning smoking on airplanes? The violence.
Oh, the selfishness would come out. But now people realize, hey, if I smoke, I die. So I'll take my death in in increments when I feel like it. So they turn it into, it's my right to die. It's a selfish thing. And this is what Trump has given us after all these, this is the day, right? January 6th or January 7th, when this is, on, after 1 year, this is what we are given. We're given this kind of America where lies are best, truth, screw the truth. You can't win with the truth. Lies are best and lies win. So when given the chance or choice between lies and truth, what are you going to choose? I mean, that's why the Republicans can't quit Trump.
Right.
They're addicted to what he gives them. They give them in their mind victory. So they're lying.
I wonder how many actually believe the election was stolen. Most, like 70% of Republicans say they believe the election was stolen. I wonder how many of them actually believe that or know that if they say it's stolen, it pisses Democrats off.
This is, again, part of the gamification of everything, right? Who's telling the truth? You don't tell the truth unless it somehow benefits you. And then it's not the truth. It's your truth, which is essentially a lie, right? The idea of truthlessness, the
Truthificity.
The idea of truth is like out the window. There's no truth. We don't value truth. Right. And when people say that Trump has made America into a third world nation, I think of places like the Philippines. You're talking about the Czechs, in the previous segment. I keep thinking about how in the Philippines, if you go there, everyone's expecting you to grease a few palms in a certain way. Not the way you might be thinking, David, but in that way that makes society flow better. Right. The grease palm, here's a little something extra. That's a world of corruption, a world of no rule of law, a world of, all that where lies are given equal status to truth, because why choose truth if I can win with lies? Why, truth has no value. That's the kind of world we live in a year after January 6, 2021. And, when the big headline is, oh, here we are a year after and Republicans still can't quit Trump, or, people still can't, get off this big lie. Why? It's because to lie is to be virtuous.
All right. So you've spent an entire career as a journalist.
Pretty much, yeah.
What is the truth? So what is the truth about Trump? Forget, because the Democrats, I don't know if you heard my opening segment. The truth is January 6th was not an insurrection.
Right.
The truth is 5 people didn't die on January 6th.
5 people didn't die? I think 5 people did die, David.
They died. 3 died from heart disease.
Oh,
and a drug overdose.
It was a comorbidity.
Officer Sicknick died the next day from a stroke that the medical examiner said may or may not have been related to the trauma of January 6th. The only real casualty, death, that can be attributed to January 6th was Ashley Babbitt,
right,
who was shot by the Capitol police officers.
Right.
What is the truth about January 6th?
Well, I actually agree with you. And this has become kind of political to say, don't call them insurrectionists, because now sort of both sides have sort of grasped onto that idea. Because I am kind of amazed myself that people are calling essentially these lawless rioters insurrectionists, because they really defame the people in history who have been called insurrectionists. And if you go back in the history books, the history that isn't taught because it's an American shame. But go back to the Philippine-American War and the Philippine insurrectionists who actually started a republic, the first republic in Asia, after the Spanish-American War. And then that became, because they stood up to the American imperialists, that became the Philippine-American War. Those are insurrectionists.
Shays Rebellion, the Whiskey Rebellion. That was
yes.
Those are
these insurrectionists. They couldn't hold a Filipino insurrectionist jock.
Right. The Civil War.
Yeah.
I
mean, look, the thing is, these guys are punks. They were kind of, they were tourists. Once they had access to power, what did they do? When they went into the chamber, the floor of the House, they didn't say, okay, let's decertify this thing. They didn't know anything about it.
So
right? There were tools of the 100 members of Congress who Peter Navarro talks about as they were going to run this power sweep legally, a legal sweep. And then, but these guys, I don't know.
What is the truth? So look, we hate Trump. We hate Giuliani. We hate Mo Brooks. We hate the people who stormed the Capitol.
Yes.
I don't shed a tear for Ashley Babbitt. I don't shed a tear. I feel terrible about the cops. I do, who were brutalized that day. But what is the truth? What is the truth about that day? Did Trump have a command center at at the Willard Hotel, where Giuliani and Steve Bannon and Roger Stone were orchestrating some kind of takeover?
God, I don't know if we're going to get to that.
But do you believe that? Do you believe that, or they were just looking for spectacle and they didn't care who died that day?
Yeah, I think this was like the equivalent of, like Metallica bringing in the Fog Machine. They wanted to just have something there, but I don't think it went down exactly but we have a control center and we're in control.
I agree.
I think just let the chaos happen, right?
Right.
Trump is all about chaos.
Right.
And so let the chaos happen and then we'll just sort of stall and people will say whatever we say because it's all about the lie. It's just about, and people accept it. They see how it works. They really
is this a dry run? You read The Atlantic, you read mainstream media. This was a dry run. This was the beer hole putsch. This is them testing the boundaries to see what they can get away with. This was the test run for a takeover of our government. Do you buy into that?
I don't think it was that organized in that sense. I think they were just sort of speculating what they would do or what they could do. I don't think it was as organized as that. Although who knows? This is why you got to bring him in, and you got to have Mark Meadows' documents, and you got to have Bannon under oath and Peter Navarro under oath. You have to have all those guys under oath, so we do get to the truth. I don't know.
But I mean, if you were going to storm, were any shots fired by the rioters? Is there any? They used bear spray. They did terrible things. I'm not defending them. They used bear spray. They threw a fire extinguisher. They used the American flag as a
They beat Officer Fanone pretty good.
Yes, they did. These are pigs. But when I think of John Brown, when I think of an insurrection, I'm thinking they're armed and they're ready to take hostages. Were they brandishing weapons when they were screaming for Nancy Pelosi? Did they have sidearms? Did they? I don't know. Did they?
I don't think so. Even the FBI knows that the Proud Boys were just going to do a little street violence, but they had I don't think they wanted to carry out. They were going to let the pros let the professionals like Ted Cruz and, the guy from Arizona, they were going to let them take care of the administrative, the paperwork, right? And they were just kind of like a distraction. And I think that's what we got to get to the bottom of. I don't worry about the people they've got arrested, the 750 who, only maybe a third of
so
which
where's our justice? But where's Merrick Garland?
He is going slow. He is going slow, and he has a right to go slow to get everything he needs, because because that's the big question. Where does this lead? Does it go all the way to the top? I don't know. And here's the other thing. If we knew, would the American people buy it? See, we're at this state in our country, and Biden gave a great speech today, but what kind of speech is he going to give on the State of the Union in February? Because the State of the Union, 1 year after January 6th, is, I think people are tired. People have given up on science. People have given up on the truth. People are beginning to accept the lie. They're willing to say, okay, look, we're so tired of everything. We'll just accept whatever our side wants. And like he said, 70% of the people who believe in Trump, they still buy the lie. So I think a lot of people, they're accepting a level of corruption in our society that is unprecedented, or at least it's certainly out in the open now. And that's the sad thing about the death of democracy. It doesn't happen all at once, like suddenly the floor falls out and, we go into feudalism or something. It's incremental, these deaths that we're experiencing in our democracy. And we're lesser now than we were a year ago, but we still have some democracy. There was a star-spangled moment, there's a noose and a gallows with Pence's name, and they still were able to certify the election. They still were able to do that. So regardless of what happened, the violence and all that, they still were able to do their job. Democracy survived January 6th, but like I said, it's these incremental losses. And I don't know, unless we all rally and say, we value the truth. We value the rule of law. We value ethical and moral, displays in our democratic process. Until we say that that's what we want, I think we're kind of lost. We're kind of lost. I don't know what's going to happen. I think this is what makes people who, look to grassroots stuff, local, look to their local,
Absolutely.
and they can control stuff locally. They, forget the nation, like I was going to mention this. There was that poll, that poll the Washington Post bragged about, talking about how many people in America would accept violence. The last question in that poll is kind of interesting because they always ask like a freebie question, like, where do you get your news? Who do you think was number one, and where do you get your news? And these people who were asked in that Washington Post poll.
Joe Rogan.
No, not Joe Rogan. Good guess. Good guess. He's actually down further. But the number one, 39%, local TV. Local TV. That's where you and I met all those many years ago. Local TV. It's so important. That's what people watch. This is why it's important when you get the mini Foxes like Sinclair and some other local conglomerates that are big corporations that, they buy up all these local stations and they become a mini Fox network. Sinclair is one. A lot of them are run by
like AM radio,
Fox.
like the radio,
like Clear Channel, now known as iHeart, right? They were the former Chancellor Broadcasting folks out of Texas, all Bushies, right? And then this is why the corporation thing about how, the limits by the FCC on corporations, is kind of, is just, thrown out. From the time we met years ago when the restrictions were so tight, now we go into an era where there's not just monopolies, but duopolies. They have another word for it. Essentially, it's a monopoly. So anyway, local TV, 39%.
Go ahead.
Guess who was number two?
Local TV, the internet.
No. CNN was number 2 at 28. And then the networks, NBC, ABC, Fox, and CBS were equal at about 26. CBS had 23%. NPR had 19%. MSNBC at 18. Local radio at 15. Notice I'm at 15, and I have not mentioned yet the New York Times or any major newspaper. Facebook was at 14. Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, right? That they were at 14, tied with the New York Times at 14%. Then the Washington Post at 13, and then at 10%, another newspaper. So your local paper, which is local papers all over the country are just doing terribly. And then another TV network that other junior Fox network, 7%, other 21%. Perhaps the David Feldman show. And no one had, 3% had no opinion. So those are the people who are just pure, Chauncey the Gardener. Or
so
Chance the Gardener.
When we were spreading democracy, which is on the decline.
Yes, we were spreading, you're right. We were spreading democracy, hair plugs, democracy.
We were spreading democracy in 2001. George W. Bush, who came to power through a undemocratic coup d'etat orchestrated by the Supreme Court. He lost the popular vote and the Electoral College. After 9/11, he decided he was going to spread our version of democracy to the Middle East. Turns out they already had it. But the conversation, I remember Fareed Zakaria writing a book, and he said, before you give a country the right to vote, you first have to have a judicial branch that people trust, that you need courts. You have to have a criminal justice system that the citizens feel they can trust. Then you give them democracy. And what we have, the reason we're losing, we're in trouble, is we don't have law and order in this country. What gets passed off as law and order is shooting unarmed black men in the back. But real law and order, we have lost faith in our justice system from top to bottom. This is the problem, because you cannot prosecute Trump and his family or Steve Bannon. You could, like 40, 50 years ago, when you had a justice system that wasn't as compromised as it is now. Americans are compromised. They're immoral. They're on the take. And anybody who stands up to Trump, this is New York City politics. This is how you build skyscrapers in Manhattan. The inspector says no, and you say to the inspector, really, because I have this file on your son that I would hate to turn over to the New York Post. And suddenly you're allowed to pour concrete on 57th Street.
Yeah, see, that's the thing when I was talking about the truth and about greasing palms and that kind of thing. Hey, here's another story that sort of related.
This is why they can't. This is why if you go after, if Anthony Kennedy, the Supreme Court justice, stepped down during the Trump administration, his son was working for Deutsche Bank, greenlighting all the money laundering loans to Donald Trump. Yeah. Kennedy somehow steps down, and we end up with, what's his name? I believe it was the rapist.
Gorsuch?
No, I think
Kavanaugh.
I think the rapist replaced Kennedy. This is how Trump rolls. This is Roy Cohn's America. This is Garland wants. Trump knows that if Garland indicts him, he's going to get his hands on some information about Merrick Garland's family that's going to come out. It's not going to end well for Merrick Garland.
See, this is the thing
Because
about,
Merrick Garland is compromised.
Yeah. See, I didn't realize that, but this is what happens. You practically have to be a saint if you're going to go after these people, because you're right. Everything is about self-interest, and this is why truth and lies, and you can grease a palm, you can pay some money, you get something done. I was going to mention that the news that I noticed today that got me was that Nick Kristof, formerly of the New York Times, is ineligible to run for governor because someone said, the Secretary of State of Oregon said that he, has to vote 3 years at least in Oregon before he runs. So he's ineligible. He left his cushy job. And see, here's the thing. I didn't see what his reaction was like, if he's going to challenge. But when you are in a position of privilege, like you are at the New York Times, you think, well, certainly we could do something. See, This is the attitude of people in America. Certainly there's some workaround. Certainly there's someone we can pay, someone we can do something. So this is the ethics of business. And, everyone puts on this veneer of, oh, we're so honest and, we believe in the rule of law and we have the bureaucrats and the regulators. Oh, we can get rid of the regulators the next administration, and Trump isn't used to all this regulation stuff. He just says, what do you need? Here. I mean, he writes out a check if he has to, right? Sometimes, his history is to not write out the check to the people he owes. But this is the ethics that he works under or works with. And
it wasn't always that we weren't as compromised as we are now. Everybody is compromised to make a living, to work in corporate America, certainly to work in politics. Everybody is compromised so that it's impossible for anybody in politics to take the moral high ground. We don't have a William Proxmire, a George McGovern. We don't have...
Well, even he had his... Proxmire, okay, bad hair plugs, but basically okay, golden fleece. McGovern, the food thing. I look in '73. I sold McGovern T-shirts, but the other folks like Gene McCarthy, and then they had to get through Bobby Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy was in there, so look, I just, it's hard. I heard something today or the other day where someone said, remember Dennis Kucinich mentioned a secretary of peace, a cabinet level secretary of peace.
People laughed at that.
Yeah. We kind of need something like that now, except, but the problem is the conservatives say, well, we do have a secretary of peace. It's called, Liberty University and the Falwells and, organized, Protestantism, and and then you look at the Catholic Church, you look at the Boy Scout, you look at all these institutions. They're not what we thought they were, David.
Right.
I mean, the Boy Scouts, they got to pay more money for their BSA. It stands for something else. Boy Scouts of America. I don't know.
We have to wrap it up. We do have somebody who should hold elective office coming up next.
I know. Hey, is Ethan going to run for city council, or is he?
I'm hoping.
I think that's a good thing. Having, just like the dog walkers have old people walkers and have them go in packs.
Yes,
and that way,
super PACs.
Super PACs again.
Right. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's a world-class vegan as well as a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Thank you, my friend. It's good to see you.
Thank you, David. And hi, Barry. Hi, Reverend Barry.
We have to unmute the Reverend Barry.
Yes, Emil. Good to see you again.
I just wanted to...
Thank you, Emil.
Thanks, guys.
Let's go to Washington, D.C., where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is standing by for nearly a quarter of a century. He ran Americans United for separation of church and state. he is also a lawyer. And if that's not good enough, an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Welcome, Reverend.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me all right.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So I want to ask you about January 6th and what you
Yes.
think the truth is. And I want to, I always look for this grand unifying theory that explains everything. And the way I sleep at night is that Merrick Garland and the Justice Department will not ever indict Donald Trump out of self-interest, that they understand that you take Donald Trump to court, he's going to take you down. That Cyrus Vance Jr. played out the clock. He was the Manhattan DA. He was investigating Trump. He had a chance to prosecute Ivanka and Jared years ago. He punted and he played out the clock, and now he's no longer the Manhattan DA. Fulton County DA has been investigating the call that Donald Trump made to Raffensperger more than a year ago on tape, strong-arming and fixing an election on tape. Somehow, no indictment. The message has been sent to law enforcement. You come after Donald Trump. Your daughter has been price gouging EpiPens, and that's going to come out. Is that true?
I don't think that you're going to see any prosecution of Donald Trump. I'm not sure that it's for those reasons, but I thought Merrick Garland's speech the other day when he announced what the great work that the Justice Department did was just a useless exercise. I think it took 31 minutes and told us nothing. I mean, the statistics, how many people have we gone after? How many people have we convicted? All of that's on the public record. He didn't need to have a press conference about it. And so many people on social media said, yes, but you're not cutting him enough slack, because he also said, we're going to take this anywhere the evidence leads us. Well, if he had said, we are still seriously looking at whether former President Trump was directly involved in this insurrection. He didn't say it. There's no good reason not to say that. You don't have to be as coy as he is. We're going to take the evidence wherever it goes. And that's enough. But look at today. Dick Cheney, mastermind of criminality and violence, shows up with his daughter in the House of Representatives, says that he's deeply disappointed with the current leadership of the Republican Party. And you would think that the guy had just cured cancer. Everybody's praising him. What a marvelous statement. You don't get to be considered a marvelous giant of morality if you only do one or two things right in your entire life.
Right.
So, but yesterday, I don't expect there's going to be any indictment of Donald Trump by this Justice Department. And Emil and others who said, but look, you got to give him some break. I mean, after all, there's a lot of work to be done. That's all true. But the Justice Department has thousands of employees. If instead of doing anything else, you took a third of them and said, we're focused entirely on who's responsible for January 6th, there would be plenty of people. One of the reasons that defendants have so much trouble, if you sell pot, if you engage in some minor league crime, you're always at a disadvantage when you try to defend yourself, because the prosecutors, whether it's locally in New York City or on a national level, the Justice Department, they got more money, they got more clout, they have more understanding, they can pull people in and say, you work straight through for the next 48 hours. Defense counsel, if you can afford to have one, you're way behind the eight ball, way behind it.
Right.
So the fact that they've come up with, as you pointed out, something I've been pointing out forever on this show and others, we have a corrupted judicial system. And you're right, that's the thing you need. You have to be able to depend on it. It was, my friend and former Senator Lowell Weicker from Connecticut, who was a Republican, and he became an independent. He won the governorship of Connecticut.
He was on the Watergate Committee.
He was on the Watergate Committee, but he used to always say to me when I'd talk about, maybe we could go to the court. Never forget that the last great protector of the rights of the people is not the Supreme Court. It is the United States Senate, because Lowell knew exactly how to run filibusters, threats of filibusters for good causes. And in fact, he kind of tainted my view. I mean, it took me a long time, at least I think sometime 2 years ago, I said, yeah, but there's no justification now for continuing the filibuster. But for a while, I kept thinking about Weicker, Mark Hatfield, a couple of these progressive Republicans, moderate Republicans, who knew how to play the game and who were exercising the filibuster for the purpose of doing good to protect the civil rights of Americans.
Yeah. When Kennedy was assassinated, Lyndon Johnson knew that we were never going to unravel the truth behind who shot Kennedy. It was not worth really looking into. So he, the Warren Commission, it was, the American people couldn't handle who shot Kennedy. He knew that. So he said, we have to use Kennedy's assassination to pass major civil rights legislation. I have the political capital and I'm going to use it right now. And he passed the Civil Rights Acts of 64 and 65 because of a national tragedy. Genius? Genius?
Yes, of course it was.
Yeah. Biden? Sorry,
yeah.
I'm getting...
It's okay.
What did he use January? If January 6th was a dagger to the throat of democracy, what did this Nimrod do with his political capital? What did he do?
Well, he did almost nothing. But this is, again, because people thought I'm sure you were not one of them either, but that he was somehow going to go and talk to people like Manchin. I don't think we even knew how bad Sinema was going to turn out to be, but there are a couple of others that he was going to be able to do something, that he was going to be able to contact them and persuade them to do the right thing. And he obviously has totally failed at doing that. I do think there's still a chance that the Build Back Better bill, which was just the world's stupidest name, but that you might be able to get pieces of that passed and then maybe try to finagle some way to get a couple of of Republicans who are leaving to vote to support something so you don't have to change the filibuster rules, because that ain't going to change either.
Okay. So Joe Biden says to Joe Manchin, I need you on Build Back Better. Manchin says, I can't go back to the people of West Virginia and run, they won't accept this. Mm. And Joe Biden says, you know what? Let me go take it to the people of West Virginia. And he flies down and carpet bombs West Virginia with radio and television advertising and interviews and rallies. And he sends the entire Democratic Party to West Virginia to sell Build Back Better. And you throw some pork in there, the Joe Manchin bridge to nowhere. And, you just pump up West Virginia's economy and you move the needle on the polling. And then a month later, you call Joe Manchin up and say, I think you can go back there and sell it. The numbers are pretty good. Has Joe Biden ever stepped foot in West Virginia or Arizona to sell?
No.
I'm sorry for yelling at you, but it's just
but he didn't. Of course he didn't do that.
It's so maddening.
But look, remember when Bernie actually went and put an op-ed piece in a major West Virginia newspaper, and Manchin went ballistic, and that was the last time anybody who's an actual progressive put any op-eds in the West Virginia newspapers. But you're right. Those are the things that needed to be done. Everybody thought at least he gave Manchin's wife his cushy job with the Appalachian Regional Commission. But that's as close to bribery as you can come. And that didn't even work. So we got a major problem.
Well, hang on.
Go ahead.
But there's a bully pulpit to move the needle in West Virginia where Joe Manchin is shamed into supporting Build Back Better. And you fight for this. Right?
Yeah, of course you do. If you're a real leader and if you're, I think that with all due respect, and I mean it more sincerely than you generally do when you use that phrase, but Biden's speech today was actually a good speech, but it's delivered almost robotically because he's so tied to the teleprompter that it looks like he is everything that the Fox News people say he is. He's a tired old man.
Yes.
So the content was good. I think if you just looked at it and you said, is this a good speech? People go, that's a damn good speech. But you have to, when you watch it, it gives it a whole different and not helpful kind of cast to it.
He's not the right man for the moment. He was manufactured by the Democratic establishment. He is not the man for the moment. He just isn't.
He was no, but I mean, you and I and a lot of other people decided he was the right guy to defeat Donald Trump. That he was it was a good opportunity that he was going to beat him, which he did. Which is why, frankly, all of the talk today, people need to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't run in 2024. I think let him run. We know how to defeat him. We know that he's uncontrollable. He has no control over what he says or does. But how do we know what Josh Hawley or even Ted Cruz would actually be like as a candidate for the presidency, a serious one, not just one of, 17 people running in the primary? And I don't think we have a good idea of how to defeat people other than possibly Trump himself if he runs again.
Right. Or his, I think he's endorsed 100 congressional candidates.
Yeah, something like that.
That might be what keeps the House for the Democrats, right? The more he speaks out, the more frightened the voters get. The judicial branch, there were something like 70 challenges that Rudy Giuliani filed, election challenges between November and January 20th. Every judge, I think except one, shut down these voter challenges that Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani filed. A lot of judges who were appointed by Trump shut down these challenges. So how scared should we be when the institutions seem to have worked? We had Miley, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Miley Cyrus.
Yeah.
He supposedly said there will be no Trump coup here, and we had the judicial branch, challenging Trump. We had, Mitch McConnell, Republican, detestable human being, hated Trump, wasn't about to support him in any way. Was he as big a threat? Did we come as close as the Democrats, as Biden wants us to believe, to?
Oh, yeah, I think we did. And
what do you mean? What do you mean? We came close to what?
We came close to losing democracy.
In what way? How was that going to happen?
Well, to go back to kind of where we started in this piece of the conversation, if you lose one more seat on the Supreme Court, it's over. It's over.
But they didn't support Trump. Well,
give me the evidence for that.
Didn't they send these challenges back to the lower courts? They weren't interested in.
No, they weren't. But you're giving them too much credit. Do you think for a second that Amy Coney Barrett is kind of a moderate just because she didn't go along with every single challenge to the vaccine mandates that Biden has put in? I mean, I'm
talking about the existential, big picture threat to our rule of law, where Trump, it's the beer hall putsch, but he really does seize power. Certainly the courts did not accommodate him all the way up to the justices he appointed. Is that fair to say?
Well, it is, but you have to look at whether these appeals court judges, for example, that were appointed by Trump really thought it would. I mean, there's literally no evidence. I mean, you have to present some evidence. Lin Wood, Giuliani, these other creeps had nothing. They had no people. They had no witnesses except people who, quite simply appeared to be lunatics to testify. So they're not going to sully their own judicial reputation immediately by giving in to these obviously phony arguments. It's what the Supreme Court's doing about abortion.
No, I don't want to. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, but that's not the issue.
No, but But
is it? Is it?
Yes, that the fact that guns will be on the streets of every city, you can just walk around and carry them. And I was looking into another court case that is about to be argued against the Environmental Protection Agency, without going into a lot of detail. But basically, it's a challenge to the very idea that Congress can delegate authority to federal agencies. In other words, and this has been a long-standing complaint of the right, that they're unelected, they're bureaucrats, and what we should do is Congress should write all the regulations for protecting the environment. These guys don't have time, to get up and take a leak. They do not have time to write regulations for everything about the environment. They don't have they're not physicists. They're not people who know about kind of the details of environmental challenges. And if you lose the ability, if the court says, and I predict that it will say this, it will severely limit the right of agencies to make these decisions, to make these judgments, and then to carry them out. So if the environment is ruined, reproductive justice is out the window, not pushed completely out, but enough to really be painful. And if everybody in America can all of a sudden walk around with guns, I'd say that's a three-step trifecta of bad things that will ruin democracy.
May I swim here for a second with you on this?
Of course.
Okay. I'm terrified. Okay? Let me qualify this. I'm terrified. I see the potential for this country to get a lot worse. And this is my preamble. Things in motion stay in motion. Things that were once unimaginable become prosaic, like gun violence. We always thought that, after Newtown, now it's gotten worse. And now an assault weapons ban is no longer on the table. You've brought up, we used to talk about getting rid of handguns. Well, things got so bad, it's off the table. So things in motion stay in motion, and they get worse. And I agree with everything you just said. But that is an increment. What you're talking about is the incremental ground game of the erosion of individual liberty that takes years. And it's back and forth. It's give and take. It's not the coup d'etat. It's not the insurrection. It's not this beer hall putsch that's being sold to us like you should be scared, very scared. And this is the most important election of your lifetime, these midterms. And I don't think the American people do well when they're scared. That's how the Patriot Act gets passed.
Right.
That's how you invade Iraq. That's how you bail out the banks when you shouldn't have. We get terrified and we make bad decisions. And right now, I'm being told by Meekum and Beschloss and everyone on MSNBC, our democracy is at stake. Our democracy is at stake. All the red lights are blinking. And I'm thinking, okay, tell me how this plays out. Tell me, is it going to be a military coup? Because I'm not seeing a military coup in the offering. I know General Chaguba and his friend wrote this big letter. Good man, General Chaguba. He looked into Abu Ghraib. That he's worried that our soldiers are going to hive off and assist in an insurrection. I believe that at the very top, it's a tuning fork, and you hit the tuning fork and the whole country marches in lockstep. And if the Joint Chiefs of Staff say, and the Secretary of Defense say, there's no coup, there's no coup. Doesn't matter what the white nationalists in the military, in the police, or in Michigan think. If the people at the very top say there's no coup, we have enough firepower to get everybody in line. And I'm not saying people at the very top supporting a de jure military takeover. Maybe a de facto one that may have already happened. But I don't see us waking up one day, cut to me a year from now, calling
in jail.
Do you see?
No, I don't see there's not going to be a military coup, no matter what happens. I agree with you.
Because they'd lose that as well. They've lost every war. They would try to take over America, and our military would lose that as well.
That's right. Look at the number. One of the reasons so many Democrats stay in office is because people like them. They don't even know what their policies are. Now we've got, I think, 35 House resignations, or people have decided not to run, or they're going to run for something else. But a lot of these people are in fairly marginal districts, but they keep getting elected because they don't do anything terrible. They bring home some, if not bacon bits. And people like that.
Right.
But when there's 33 people that aren't going to be guaranteed re-election, then you have an unknown Democrat, an unknown Republican with all the money that they bring to the table. That could be a slaughter, an absolute slaughter.
A political slaughter.
A political slaughter. But then look what you get to do. You get to, first you abolish the January 6th investigation. which, may or may not get anywhere. And then you can just pass anything you want. And these people, though, do have the long haul. This organization that somebody asked me about 2 weeks ago, Project Blitz, which now has a slightly better name. This is all about the long haul. These are people, I suggest you go on the Americans United website and look at just the volume of stuff that's published there about Project Blitz. But here's the premise.
What is Project Blitz?
Project Blitz was started by 3 really kooky right-wing evangelical organizations. And
Blitz, I always associate the word
with
Blitz
the Nazis.
with a good Christian. The Blitzkrieg, wasn't that?
Yes,
didn't Jesus advocate a Blitzkrieg?
Yeah, he was constantly talking about it. It's in the Apocrypha. It's not in the actual Bible.
Right.
But this they play the long game. They have a 3-part plan, 3 levels of laws to erode separation of church and state. They never talk about abortion. They don't, because that's too controversial and the public isn't with them. They suggest you start with simple things like in God we trust signs on every public building. And then they explicitly say in these manuals that aren't public anymore, but they're up on the Americans United website, they'll say this will not be viewed as terribly controversial, because everybody goes, well, it is the national motto. It's the second national motto. And then they work into other things. Declare Christmas Day a state holiday. This is very much focused on the states. Christmas is a national holiday by congressional action, but this is a way to focus it, and they give you sample proclamations. This day honors Jesus Christ. Then from those things that sound relatively simple, then you get into the more controversial ones, like anybody that has a religious objection to same-sex marriage doesn't have to provide any services to people that would tend to look like you're solemnizing this. But even there, they don't lead with that. They start and say, we need to protect the clergy. And this is the thing they said in 2015 before the Obergefell decision. Every right-wing crackpot came up with the idea that this will force ministers to do same-sex weddings, even if it's against their religion. So I remember 2 years later, we had a very clever guy who was doing social media for us. And he did this series of things where he said, look at the evidence about how many clergymen have been required to perform a gay couple's marriage. And then a half hour later, answer, 0. A half hour after that, answer, nada. Just every variation on the word or the concept of none. But they want you to pass state laws that protect the clergy and their right not to perform these marriages. And that though, it quickly, but not immediately, fades into anybody who has a religious objection. The florist, all these cases that the Supreme Court's already giving ridiculous advantages to Christian or allegedly Christian florists, bakers, and others. So there's a tremendous amount of damage that can be done, particularly if you have the long view. This is my complaint about what the Democratic Party has done lately. It has no view beyond its own next election.
Exactly.
And you can't change the country if that's your perspective.
Right.
You have to do a plan.
Exactly.
And you have to get groups that actually are willing to work together, even if they would just as soon collect money on their own. The right's very good at this. They created a bunch of the legal groups on the right created a group out in Arizona called the Alliance Defense Fund. Now it's called the Alliance Defending Freedom. And the idea was that we're going to give money to this new group. It had a director that was well loved by the right, the religious right. And now all of a sudden the Alliance Defending Freedom is litigating all over the place. They're more significant in their litigation strategy than the one associated with Jerry Falwell, Liberty Counsel, or even Pat Robertson's litigators. They gave them some startup funds. They ran with it, but nobody complained about it on the right. They just said, we started this group. Look how good they're doing. And in a compromised court, they're going to do court system. They're going to do a lot better for a long, long time. Well, we sit around and we go, let's see, let's take, and this runs counter to, I think, all the support for Bernie and other, but if you take things too far, too fast, people go, I can't put up with that. That's too much. That's too far. Because this country is not, it used to be, but it is not at this moment looking for big global answers to anything, not to education, not to childcare, not to the environment. We just aren't. And nobody's spending any time preparing people to do that. It's what Henry and you talked about months ago. If you're not on the ground now and you're running for the Senate, you might as well just forget it and go learn how to play backgammon. Right. Because you ain't going to do it. You have to have a ground game. You have to have people who are willing to be there with you to make sure that whatever advertisements come out from the Republicans, you're going to have people right on the ground and say, but Bill's running and I've known him and look at these great things that he's doing. And then say that at the church, say that at the Union Hall, say that everywhere.
Yeah. Well
That's
said.
how you win.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Everything you just said, that there is a group that's seizing control of the Republican Party that's looking at the long game, and they know exactly what they want, and they're pretty upfront about it. And Ann Lee, who will be up shortly, Professor Ann Lee, has a quote from Salon explaining that the same white Christian nationalist ideology that is behind Project Blitz is also driving the backlash against the deliberate caricature of critical race theory.
Yep.
And Christian white nationalism is the belief that America is and must remain a Christian nation founded for its white Christian inhabitants, and that our laws and policies must reflect this premise. They completely reject church-state separation. You're familiar with that term, separation,
Yeah.
church and state?
Yeah.
So, but here's where I agree with you, that there are people who know exactly what they want. I agree with you that these people, these crazy evangelical Christians, know exactly what they want. And we don't have an analog in the Democratic Party that knows exactly what it wants. Do we? Is there anything?
No. Well, no, there isn't an analog like this, but that's because we have always, as Democrats, we have always said we want an open system. We want to respect all the diversity, including the diversity of opinion. So when Rahm Emanuel was recruiting people to run for the House, he was willing to recruit you if you were an anti-abortion Democrat. He didn't care. He just wanted to increase the numbers. And he did for a while.
Right.
But you have...
what is the thing? So what is the issue that would galvanize the Democratic Party that would make them a winner in the swing states, in North and South Dakota? What could the Democratic Party deliver on, promise to deliver on, to counteract the Blitz? What are the specific issues? How about Christianity?
Yeah. How about Christianity?
How about our version of Christianity?
Yeah, but see that people always say that. And they expect me to go, yes, that's what we should do. We do not need Bible quoting contests during election campaigns. I once flew from St. Louis back to Washington to see with this guy who was very, very wealthy. And I thought, I'm going to fly back. It's really early in the morning, but I'm sure he's going to offer to give us some money. He offered to start a new organization. And here was his premise. He said, he was gay, but he said, what we need to do is be able to combat the anti-gay rhetoric right on the floor of Congress with our own version of the Bible. I said, no, we don't need to do that. We don't ignore it. Democrats in some parts of the country kind of ignore churches and synagogues and any houses of worship, but that's not the way you do it. I think you do. You go and you talk about the so-called bread and butter issues. You talk about why it is that insulin costs 47 times more for you than it does in Canada or any other place in the world. And you say, and then you find the people locally who have diabetes, who really depend on this, and who it would make a huge difference to be able to get it for a much reduced price. And you go out and you challenge very directly the advertising that is all over now. CNN, biopharmaceutical companies have spent billions of dollars on research, but there are forces in Washington that want to curtail the ability to develop new drugs. And they just developed vaccine. It's total bullshit. It is absolutely false. They don't even tell you what you're supposed to call your elected officials to stop. But, it's negotiating for Medicare.
Right.
Prices.
But if the biggest threat, because I asked Professor Harvey J. Kaye, what are you so afraid of? Again, first of all, I'm hosting a show and I'm just asking questions. I'm scared. I'm scared, but I don't think we operate well when we're terrified. And I don't think you do long-term thinking if you're in a panic attack, which it sure feels like the Democrats want us to be in over the midterms. Yeah. So very quickly, you've dedicated your life to separation of church and state. And you're right. And it's beneath contempt to wear an American flag, to drape yourself in patriotism. It's the last vestige of scoundrels, as is religion.
Yeah.
But do you object to there was that song, Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition during World War II. What if the ammunition is the Lord against these people? What would be wrong with Democrats saying something along the lines to honor your life's work? Look, I believe in separation of church and state. I don't want to be up here talking about the Bible. But I will tell you this, you're not a good Christian. And I have these priests and rabbis and imams to prove to you that you are not a Christian. You do not and you do what John Fugelsang does, quote all the lines from the Bible that prove that you people on the right are anything but Christian. You object to that, I guess.
Well, I think it as a political strategy. I remember when Al Gore was running for president, he had a woman on his staff who told the New York Times that they asked him about religion and the state. And she said, well, I'm recommending that Mr. Gore not use the phrase separation of church and state because it turns people off.
Was that Naomi Wolf? Was that Naomi Wolf?
No. I forget why I don't like Naomi Wolf, but I'm sure I'll think about it. But this woman, and I still know her, but she's it's just the wrong way to do it. It's if you wanted to get minister, a priest, and a rabbi.
Yeah. Did Jackie? Is this from Jackie the Joke Man? Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of his best jokes.
Right.
No, if you want to get people to do that, if you want to get them to say, from my faith tradition, and you should always have a humanist with you. That was the problem with Dr. King. He always wanted people to march with him in the front of the line, a minister. He was a minister, a rabbi, and a priest. He never said, I wonder if we should have an atheist here. He never said, I wonder if we should have a gay person here, even though he had a very highly placed, very serious gay activist organizer who was on his staff. He never even let him say that he was gay. So, I mean, you have to be, but if we're afraid to do that, if we're afraid to bring people together and say these things, whatever is the basis of our moral decision making, we're all in this together and we all see what is right. That's okay. You know, Nancy Pelosi, I think, I didn't see it, but I guess she had a prayer session.
Prayer
at 5:30 this afternoon or something. But
that's the only prayer they have. She doesn't have a prayer in November. So
no. Now,
all right. So again, I'm trying to get I'm trying to predict the weather. Like, what is the weather right now? How, cloudy with a threat of what by November? What do you see? Because I'm not trying to be an optimist, because I think things are really, really bad in this country. I pretty much have dedicated the show to pointing out how bad things are. I think you need to wake up every morning and not think about what's going right. Who cares what's going right when people are being evicted, when there are homeless, when there is a flu and we don't have Medicare for all and we're bombing innocent civilians overseas by the thousands. I don't see any point in doing a show where I celebrate how great this country is. It's, what does that mean? So I'm all about the negativity. And I think Trump should be, arrested. And I'm terrified. And I do think January 6th was bad, but it wasn't a coup d'etat. It wasn't a beer hall putsch. It wasn't an insurrection. It wasn't treason. It was some deplorables who were, animated by another deplorable. So what are we looking at in November? We're being told this is a threat to our democracy. They offer us no solution, as you said, other than vote for the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. That's the answer.
Yep.
That's all. The only are they offering is Biden, is Pelosi, are they offering anything other than themselves as the last defense against what? Against what? Against what? Tell me what the weather's going to look like a year from now if the Republicans have the Senate and the House. They start impeachment of Biden. Well, what do you need? 2/3 in the Senate? What is it?
2/3.
2/3?
Yeah. Well, they're not going to. I mean, he can talk about. I forget who bloviated about that impeachment. Was it Lindsey Graham?
No.
All of these people are so bad. I love it that they're coming out after each other now. Tucker Carlson's attacking Karl Rove and Ted Cruz for comments they made a few days ago, suggesting that this was a violent terrorist attack on the Capitol. And Tucker's like, that's not true. Why did Ted Cruz even say that? So to the extent that they eat each other, because Democrats have been so good at doing that for so long, that's good. But I think what is at stake, what is likely to happen is you are going to see people coming out of the woodwork running as Republicans, like this clown Glenn Youngkin, who won the governor's race in Virginia, who yesterday decides he's going to appoint for the Environmental Protection Agency of the state of Virginia the same guy that ran the EPA under Donald Trump. This guy wouldn't know,
The guy from Oklahoma?
Yeah. I can't even think of his name.
Yeah.
But I mean, here's a guy who's not Donald Trump, who didn't want Donald Trump to campaign for him, who talked incessantly about local school systems and how they were going to end up teaching critical race theory. But he didn't want anything to do with Trump. Now he's going from the detritus on the floor of the Trump administration and putting them in power to govern the whole Commonwealth of Virginia in regard to the environment. People lie. We also have to use that word. We have to have more people who during debates, as most of these people will have to say that's a lie. You are making that up. If they don't do that, then people go, I guess it's just a minor difference of opinion. Right. No, it's a lie. The Republican Party is filled with liars.
Yes.
And if nobody in the Democratic Party wants to say, I mean, even today, having praised Biden's speech, he never mentioned Trump's name. He should have said, instead of our former president, this is not Stephen Colbert deciding he's not going to mention Trump by name. This is a man who knows and who said very strong, positive things about how corrupt the former president was, and he wouldn't mention his name. And that's a mistake.
Yeah. So it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of this segment about why Merrick Garland will not prosecute Trump. Terry McAuliffe was running for governor of Virginia again. He was running against Youngkin, who was from the Carlyle Group. Is that correct?
Yes. That's where he made his money.
Yes.
But that's where Terry McAuliffe was making money there, too.
Exactly.
You can't do it. You have to be purer than Caesar's wife if you're going to insult Caesar's wife.
Right. That's the point, that the Republicans are worse. Youngkin is worse than Terry McAuliffe. But if you're poisoned, like Terry McAuliffe is, you can't prosecute Youngkin because you're almost as bad. You're dirty. You're filthy. It's why it's why every DA and prosecutor in America will not prosecute the Trump family. They're not as dirty as Trump, but there's enough dirt where they can't take the moral high ground. It's why Cyrus Vance never pulled the trigger. It's why this DA in Fulton County, Georgia, won't pull the trigger on that phone call. And it's why Merrick Garland and our Justice Department will not indict Trump. They're not as corrupt as Trump, but some stuff is going to come out that will make them very uncomfortable.
Yeah. And there is a legitimate argument that says, look, all of this being true, but when you drill down to things like whether you have daycare for your children, if the Democrats say, I'm going to give you not 100% of what you want, but I'll go with 50%, and the Republican says, I'm not giving a damn penny for your child raising, then you have to wonder. You always have to ask this. I always ask this. But is this better than the worst person, better enough that it's going to help real people survive? And I think, if we always answer that, yes, it's always better to be purists.
Yeah,
we're not going to get much done.
Was Biden's speech today, which I just read about it, was it a campaign speech?
No, I'd say it was more, he had good lines, including the one you just quoted about the knife at the throat of democracy. So it had some good lines, but no, I don't think it was. I mean, I know everybody thinks he's going to run again. I don't see Joe Biden running for president again in 2024. I just don't. But he did want to make it clear that what happened and what this former president, whoever he was, what he said was just completely false. So to the extent that I can't think of a time that Biden's actually addressed the Stop the Steal nonsense or January 6th in anything close to the passion that, the passion, as much passion as you can get by reading off a teleprompter. It was passionate.
We have to wrap it up. I'm going to ask you a question about the separation of the Oval Office and the Justice Department. The president appoints an attorney general who's approved by the Senate. Traditionally, there are memos and norms that prevent a president from calling his Justice Department or his FBI. But these are basically norms that can be violated, correct?
That is correct.
Is it unusual for a president to call an attorney general and ask why we're not prosecuting certain people? Would it be considered an impeachable offense for a president to call his attorney general and say, I'm just curious about this case. Where are we on that? Is he allowed to do that?
Yeah. It would be seen as completely inappropriate for him to do that. Because remember how close Richard Nixon was with his attorney general, and that didn't serve anybody well. I think it is the better part of valor to hope that the people you appoint are going to have the same principles that you have in appointing them. And I just, frankly,
would it be inappropriate?
Think he made a mistake with Merrick Garland.
If I were a president just elected who saw problems within my own party, and I start vetting attorney generals to nominate, would it be inappropriate to bring in candidates and say something along the lines of, I'm looking for an attorney general who is going to clean house in Congress. Remember Abscam? I'm looking for somebody. I want to start. There's a lot of corruption on both sides. I'm looking to go after, Joe Manchin, for example, is pretty corrupt.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what people ought to do. That's what the vetters of all of these candidates for high office ought to be doing. You can say, this is my goal. Are you comfortable with pursuing this? And if the person isn't right away saying, sounds like the agenda I would have, find another candidate. I don't know who the other candidates were.
So Biden, going into this, Biden knew that Manchin was dirty. He knew that Pelosi was dirty. He knew, and he knows who's dirty in the Republican Party. They could have done a bipartisan Abscam and scared the crap out of these people to clean up their act, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that Abscam would work again now. I think people are too they're too leery of those things happening. I don't think you could pull off an Abscam in 2022.
I think you'd have to use a different costume. I think the Saudi prince.
Yeah.
But, oh my God, are you kidding? You don't think you could pull off Abscam?
No, I don't. Nope. I mean, that was a lot of people caught up in the same grift. I mean, that was, I think, a one in a lifetime opportunity.
Would you object to a sting operation where the Justice Department offers phony bribes to every senator and congressperson. Would you object to that?
No, I would not object to that. And if you find a few things, some rotten apples falling out of the trees, then you can not make applesauce out of them, but throw them the hell away.
Like Michigan, we're told that there was a plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the governor, right?
Yeah, there was.
And as Professor Marianne, who's about to come on, says, that was a sting operation that was pretty much orchestrated by the FBI. The entire idea of kidnapping the governor was dreamt up by the FBI. Is that wrong for the FBI to say, hey, we're about to go rob a bank. You want to join us? And if you say yes, they've proven that you have a criminal, you're capable of committing a crime. Is that wrong?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's categorically wrong, because there's a delicate balance between whether you're giving someone an idea she or he didn't have before and just nudging them along because you want them to commit, if it's a conspiracy, the overt act or acts necessary for a successful prosecution. But if you tried to, bribe me, if you said, Barry, I got some great Coke here, I'd be happy to send you a pack of it. Since I'm disinclined to use cocaine, I could say, well, you're forcing me into this. I'm an innocent party. But if there's somebody else who you know because you've watched videos of snorting coke in a Miami Beach hotel, and then you come up to me and you say, I got a great deal on some cocaine. In fact, I'm going to give you a pack of it free. That's okay. You can do that. That is not creating a crime. That's just working with information like DeLorean, in order to do it. Like DeLorean.
Well, if I ever get to be dictator or president, I'm going to empty out the prisons, and I'm just going to do sting operations on Wall Street in corporate America and a handful of my enemies. Which you're not on the list.
That's good.
Another year where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn did not make my
on the list.
You didn't get on the list. Not even close.
It's I was on the FBI list for Vietnam stuff, and I remember talking about it at a big conference of religious types, and Father Robert Drinan, Bob Drinan, was still in the house at the time. And so after I mentioned this, he looked out at the audience. He said, Barry, you complain about being on the FBI list. I wish there were a lot more people sitting in this room who were on that list. Yeah.
Who was the father, the priest who had to step down because the Pope said no more?
Yeah, that's Bob Drinan.
He wasn't
went on to be. Yeah, they told him he should step down. He did, and I think he later. I used to run into him when he was the chairman of the board of Common Cause.
Was he against the Vietnam War?
Oh, absolutely. He was the first person to introduce articles of impeachment against Nixon, not based on Watergate, but against the bombing of Cambodia.
No offense.
Yes.
But I'd be all in on Catholic priests running for elective office. I would.
Yeah, well, I'm in favor of it too.
I think the Catholic Church is a force. Let me just start this off. I think that they're the one religion in America that leads with the poor.
Yep, they do.
They do.
Most of them do. Yeah.
I can't imagine. I know there was Father Coughlin.
Yeah.
From Professor Marianne Cummings' neck of the woods, but I can't imagine a Catholic priest running for office, just voting for tax cut, getting away with tax cuts for the wealthy 1%. And I gotta believe, I don't know, I'm not Catholic, but thank you.
Well, you always have an opportunity to convert. That's what they would tell you.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not like Bill Barr was a Jew who converted.
Yes, that's true.
To Catholicism.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's been good talking with you, and you got all the professors here.
We have all the professors,
and you have Mary Ann.
Yeah.
So you got everybody.
One of them is celebrating a birthday today.
No, wait, let me guess. If I Professor Hussein.
Thank you. Go to barrywlynn.com for a treasure trove of this man's sermons and writings and appearances on places like Firing Line. William F. Buckley, good Jesuit, the great. He should have run for. Well, he ran for mayor. That's
he did,
and he spoke about the meek inheriting the earth, and he was a good Catholic man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
He cared about the poor.
I think he wanted to put them on an iceberg with the Frankenstein monster and hope they would never be seen again. But yes, but in comparison to the conservatives of the day, you can at least say he spoke better than Matt Gaetz.
Yes, he did. Thank you, Reverend. Stay out of trouble.
You.
Stay out of trouble.
Only good trouble.
And thank you for keeping it clean tonight.
I try. I really do.
Well, let's go to the professors and Mary Ann. Each week, Professor Mary Ann Cummings and Professor Adnan Hussein and Professor Ann Lee and Professor Jonathan Bick join us to talk about whatever they want to talk about. Let's wish Professor Adnan Hussein a happy birthday. And what did you do for your birthday today?
Oh, thanks so much, everyone. Nothing too special. It's a work day. Term is about to start. So I just immersed myself in 12th and 13th century Jewish and Islamic thought. And I'm just coming back out of that fog of philosophy to thinking about today's events and commemorations.
Who were the great minds of that time that you're teaching?
Al-Ghazali, who I think is probably one of the most influential pre-modern thinkers globally and is somebody that is seldom thought about, but he was a big influence, I would say, on two thinkers people might have heard about, Maimonides, the greatest Jewish intellectual of the time, and Thomas Aquinas, who we were talking about, the Catholic Church, at least a little bit. Thomas Aquinas, probably the most well-known and important theologian and philosopher. And both of these two figures in these two other religions were deeply influenced by the way in which Al-Ghazali tried to reconcile the classic problem that bedeviled all pre-modern religious communities that were connected with the Greek tradition. How do you reconcile reason, that tradition of Greek rationality and philosophy, with revelation, that is the scriptural inheritance? And this is what everybody wrestled with in their own various ways. And Al-Ghazali's way of trying to establish that reason alone wasn't going to be possible to find the truth, but that revelation was needed on a spiritual level. That's the only way in which you could really have certainty of your knowledge. That ended up being a formulation that was very useful for Maimonides and Thomas Aquinas.
What is the geography and time span? Was Maimonides in Morocco or Libya? Where did
Maimonides lived all over the Mediterranean. He was from a Sephardic Spanish community, but he had to flee his family during this period where there were some kind of fundamentalist movements that emerged and ended the toleration of other religious traditions. There was a very radical tradition that emerged of the Al-Muwahhidun, and they forcibly converted Jews and Christians to Islam and Muslims to Almohadism, you might say. So his family had to convert.
What years are we talking about here?
Oh, we're talking about the middle of the 12th century and probably around the late 1240s, late 1140s and early 1150s. And so his family fled and moved to Egypt, where there was another very important Jewish community, was a center of trade in that part of the Mediterranean, connected the Mediterranean world of commerce to the Indian Ocean. And there he was able to return to being, a public Jew, and was thought to be, if not, well, he was a physician at the court of Salah ad-Din's nephew, and was a very prominent figure. So he lived all over, at different times in different parts of the Mediterranean world.
And Aquinas?
Of course, Thomas Aquinas was, important at the University of Paris. And Al-Ghazali is somebody who was from what is today Central Asia, also known as Khorasan. So this part of kind of northeastern Iran and, Turkmenistan, this sort of region is where he was originally from, but he made his career in Baghdad, which was, of course, the capital of the Muslim world and was a great city and center of.
And was there any there's no way any of them met or corresponded?
Oh, no, they didn't meet. But, Maimonides read and studied in Arabic and wrote works in Arabic, in fact, as well as in Hebrew. So he, would have known that theological and philosophical tradition, beginning with, people like Al-Farabi and Avicenna or Ibn Sina. And of course, Al-Ghazali and other writers were translated from Arabic into Latin. And scholars of the Dominican school around the University of Paris in the middle of the 13th century became very familiar with Al-Ghazali's work, and also Averroes, Ibn Rushd, and debated these questions. And so, I would say that there's a world, just like today, the world of knowledge and scholarship is international, and people seek out what they think are the most current and influential or best sort of solutions for problems in science or philosophy, and you learn whatever the language is in which the most important work is done, which is why English, for example, is a scholarly language that people learn as their second language so that they can participate in it and read other people's scholarship and publish in it. Likewise, Arabic for several hundred years during the medieval period, from the 12th century to the 14th century, was a kind of scholarly language that people learned. And in fact, this extended even into the Renaissance era. So when we talk about Copernicus and Galileo, in fact, actually, the first Arabic printing press was in Italy, and not in the Muslim world or the Arabic world. And the reason why is because they wanted to produce copies of astronomical works that had been written in Arabic, and their print run for some of these texts were like 400 or 500 works published, which meant that there was a reading public of 4, 5, 1,000 people that were expected would be able to read Arabic so that they could study the latest astronomical works and calculations.
Can academic rigor survive the internet, the speed at which information is spread?
It doesn't give as many people the time to deliberate as they probably should take. But on the other hand, you have access to material and information much more quickly. A lot of scholarship used to be, I'd read all these articles as a graduate student in the pre-sort of database era, pre-digital text era, where it would be Gerhard Lerner, writing an article of enormous erudition about the concept of reform in the Latin tradition from late antiquity to, the Renaissance period. And he would just be citing sources from, all across from 400 to 1400. And it was amazing. But now I could probably, do something similar by just putting in a search term in a digitized database, and all of that painstaking erudition, is accomplished, through, computers. And what's more important is your analysis of them. What do you make of them? Why are they meaningful? How does the
human brain survive this document dump? It's a document dump. Like, how do you know? I guess I'll open this up to everybody here. Is Professor Ann Lee and Professor Marianne Cummings and Professor Bick, how do you survive what amounts to a document dump of information and parse out the good from the bad?
Well, I think one of the innovations of the last 10 years was the searchable PDF form. When I started, like about 8 or 9 years ago, looking through copies, it was just, they were just prints of copies of typewritten theses from the era of the molten salt reactor experiment. We're talking Oak Ridge in the mid to late 60s. It was horrible. I mean, you actually did have to read through them, and we divided in our group like 100 pages each we read through. But somebody since took all of that information, made them into searchable PDF form. So I can do a search now on these things. You couldn't do that 8 or 9 years ago. And believe me, that has really helped start sorting through stuff. We had the Dewey Decimal System. People spent whole lives just kind of organizing books on shelves. I didn't go randomly, even as a kid, through the library, although I would kind of like to do that once in a while, just wander aimlessly. But if I was actually looking for something for school, I just went to the card catalog. And so...
Professor Ann Lee, where is wisdom to be found? In books? I always think, like, Burgess Meredith in the Twilight Zone episode that Professor Bick hasn't shown yet, that if I was left alone with glasses that don't get destroyed like Burgess Meredith, all my wisdom would come from books. Is that true? Because there doesn't feel like there's enough time in the day to just read. And I feel if I could just read everything, I would have knowledge and wisdom. Is that true?
Too many now, but I think it's still about understanding the difference between those things which might be factual or canonical to those that are speculative, and I think that's still the critical task.
How do you know when you're done reading for the day? How do you know when you're done?
You just can't stop. I mean, it's just, there's just too much stuff there. There's always another stupid project.
So
I have several wacky projects that get even more complicated when I find a new branch of something or other to look at.
So what is your baseline? Like what do you is there a baseline each day that you say I have to? Is there a number of hours, a number of what for you to say, okay, at least I feel?
It's more organic. Otherwise, you begin to think that you're working in a factory. It really has a factory-like element to it if you have too many kind of deadlines and those kinds of things. But I try to be much more relaxed about it because I try to look at the sort of interdisciplinary elements of these things.
Professor,
but I think it's important to have a core of ideas and beliefs. But yet not be limited by your particular set of worldviews, your Your kind of to understand your own community of scholars is really important. I think that's the most important thing, to identify who is it that I can who can serve as my mentors, my community of agreement to the things that I believe in, and who are the best critics of those positions as well. Otherwise, you wind up, just simply trying to get some sort of consensual validation from the wrong opinions.
Professor Bick,
and then there's always dead ends. There's always dead ends. I hate dead ends, but they're there.
My father taught me how to read the New York Times. This is hard to believe, but I don't know if anybody else experienced this, but there was a tradition where you would learn how to read the New York Times so it didn't feel insurmountable. And my father sat me down. He said, you read the entire front page first, and don't go to just get the front page and then turn immediately to the editorial page and read the editorial page, then look at the op-ed page, and then read the first paragraph, then start on page 1 and just read the first paragraph of each story until something strikes you. And by then the phone will ring and you won't finish it, but at least you will have read the front page and the back. And I don't think anybody teaches us how to read the internet, how to, get that baseline each day. And I'm just curious, do you have a baseline, Professor Bick, where my father said, this was before the internet. He said, at least you'll have the Times in your brain as you go through the rest of the day. At least you'll have the front page, the back. You'll have some baseline, some reference. Do you have anything like that?
Well, my father taught me a different approach. He would take the New York Times into the bathroom and not come out until he was mainly finished with the paper. So we didn't see him for, hours on end sometimes.
Right.
I like to know what's going on. I like I have, I don't know, I'd say maybe a dozen different sources that I try to look at every day and see what's interesting there. And, that's the approach I take. I don't make it like factory work like Professor Henley was talking about.
Are there articles? Are there articles in magazines and websites that you look at, you see the headline, and you say, ugh, I should read this, but I don't want to? Do you force yourself to go, this is going to hurt my brain, but I should read about I don't mean to offend anybody, but Sudan. That's a hard read for me to read about Sudan. But, do you force yourself to read certain pieces that are a struggle?
I do. There are a lot of things that make me very angry and make me depressed, but I feel that I have to know what's going on, in those areas, or, when it comes to democracy in America, or, starvation, or,
But I'm talking about the heavy lifting of reading something. Professor Marianne, you know what I'm talking about, the heavy lifting of seeing something that I cannot read this, but I have to.
Oh, I never have those feelings anymore. I can't read this. Don't need to. I mean, if it's like eating food, if you're going to have to force it down, it's probably not really good. In other words, I do remember, and literally one of the nuns taught us how to read newspapers in the 6th grade. I remember that. She mimeographed. We still had an old mimeograph machine. I could still remember the smell of that stuff.
Right. It smelled great. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It smelled like kind of juice. Anyway.
Yeah.
she gave us, we had several different articles, and she put it in front of us. And then we were supposed to spend 10 minutes and write who, what, where, when, why, possibly why, how. And at the art, and you're looking at the headline and you're looking at the article, and I'm sitting there with my pencil and I'm just reading this article and I'm just going, what? So of course she did it on purpose. So she called me since I was furrowing my brow and said, Marianne, you're having trouble with that article. I said, I don't even know what it's about. And she started laughing aloud. And she says, yeah, you will find that often. And she kind of went through it. He said, you noticed the title, and you noticed that they only mentioned the subject of the title in paragraph 5 or 6. And she was saying sometimes when you come across news like this, they try to what they call bury the real news. And she says, so this is an article about what's in the title. This is an article about something else. It was fantastic. This is a working class parochial school. And, I think the kind of critical thinking skills, though, we learned, I don't think they teach that in high school. But anyway, that's kind of my thing. That's kind of my thing. I always just go very simply, who, what, where, when, how, and the when important for a timeline. The timeline sometimes becomes very important. And for instance, when I was trudging through several articles about this Russiagate early on, that's when I kind of sensed this was nonsense, because, you'd have to plow through an entire article, paragraph 15, to find that, well, there's no direct evidence that Russia was involved in this, or Russia hacked there was no direct evidence. Okay, wait a minute. That should have been in the second paragraph. So this is how I develop. And of course, there are people who write very well, like Juan Cole. There's places like the Consortium News. I started going back there. I didn't after Robert Perry suddenly died. But remember, he was broke the Iran-Contra story, and he was a editor at Newsweek until he was frustrated that many of his stories didn't get press. So he started Consortium News. So I go to, there's several places I go to that are good at covering that I know that are good at covering certain things. And particularly, it's not worth your time if something is so hard to read, except for articles on immunology. Those are just inherently really complicated. But if something is so hard to read, it's a tremendous effort to read it. It's not a good writer. Mm-hmm. And chances are the writer themselves are not clear about what it is they're writing.
Professor Hussain, academic writing, there's a style to academic writing that's indecipherable. Is it getting better? I
think it's bifurcating. There are some people who are moving more towards legibility and communication. They want to communicate with the public and be public spheres. And there are others who are retreating ever further into rather jargony, theoretical sophistication and conceptual rigor, but always retreating from the clear declarative position and argument. I mean, I think I appreciate complexity. I think it's very important to acknowledge that there aren't easy answers all the time for things, and you have to take time and think about it from multiple different perspectives and different, weigh the evidence and so on. But I think there's also a fetishizing of the complexity, in order to increasingly maintain and establish a kind of closed church monopoly over.
Yes.
That's it's a guild sort of craft. Used to be that the guild craft was in your analysis and how you deal with evidence or something like this. And it seems like increasingly membership in the guild is being able to express in the abstruse common kind of terms that are recognized by one's peers, rather than communicating the substance of your research to a wider audience. I have to say, I have really liked how the explosion of podcasts have encouraged people to try and communicate to people outside of the academy, and opportunities like, I don't like the online teaching. I'm preparing, to teach a seminar online. I don't think it's going to be as good that way. But on the other hand, I'm really glad to have become much more familiar with this technology, to be comfortable with it, to learn, what's possible in it so that you can have office hours and, learn about political, ideologies from Professor Bick and learn about, physics and cosmology, from Marianne, and political economy from Ann Lee. I mean, I think I would find it daunting to have to dip into the full scholarly literature. Whenever I am interested in a new area and I start, looking through the bibliographies, and I just realize there are hundreds and hundreds of books and articles that I would need to wade through in order to gain some sense of what are the parameters of the key questions in this field. And so one thing that's good about these sorts of formats, these discussions that we have here, is that people can bring their expertise and summarize at least what are some key points so that you have a sense of whether there are stakes involved that are worth pursuing further. You at least get a sense. Is it interesting? Is it worth really delving into some of the more specialized literature? And if you don't have those kinds of works, and I wish people would write more of these kinds of review articles. I think review articles are wonderful. You have 4 or 5 books that come out in the last 2 or 3 years on a particular topic, because clearly there was something that was attracting people's attention and interest. So they went, they studied, they wrote these books, and then somebody reads them, writes a review article to talk about what's at stake in this turn or this area in interest. And then, if you find it interesting or valuable, then you can go read those books and really start mastering the field, but you get a sense of it. And I think of podcasts as oral review articles, possibly for, a wider community. It's a problem, I think, that we're dealing with in the field, but there are more and more avenues for this kind of communication. And I'm happy about that.
Younger students, I would assume, I'm probably wrong, if something is indecipherable, they say, how dare you? And they're right in a way, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, we have this problem. I think increasingly people read less and less and have less patience to sit with something that is difficult. And sometimes you need that because you have to be trained to, unfamiliar ideas can be hard to master. And you can. This is something I remember Chomsky saying. Of course, I sound like a lunatic because I'm saying something that's not part of the consensus. And in order to do so, I need to explain what are the presumptions. And I have to provide twice as much evidence as anybody else because people will accept things with one example that they already kind of acknowledge and accept because it's part of the consensus. So you do need that. You need more time. You need to go through it, and you have to have that patience. However, by the same token, because so much other forms of information are available and people watch videos and they, listen to podcasts, I think that the patience for the slower act of reading carefully has diminished. And that's hard when you're trying to teach difficult texts from a historical period or a discipline that's unfamiliar to students. Or I find definitely students don't have much background when it comes to non-Western history. They may know something about American history, usually a lot of myths, but at least, you can tear those myths down and still be in some kind of dialogue with what they do know. And so that is useful in certain fields. Or European history, they might know some of the bare elements. They've heard of Napoleon. So if you talk about the French Revolution and Napoleon, they have something to go on. But they're frightened by Chinese history, African history, Middle Eastern history. The names are so strange. They don't know, it doesn't make sense immediately, and they feel out of their depth. So you have all sorts of hurdles. So on top of that, if you give them readings that are sophisticated, challenging, and unfamiliar, you can't really expect them to actually make it through that. So actually, I've settled for my class because we're reading some, difficult. We would normally be reading some really difficult texts. We're focusing on things that are, like I've been reading in office hours, is this sort of Robinson Crusoe-esque philosophical tale from 12th century medieval Spain, where the author posits that somebody is sort of stranded on this desert island as an infant, and they have to grow up, and how do they come to learn truth through this intellectual path? It's a way of dramatizing in a philosophical fiction. So I figured that's at least, there's a story, even if there's a lot of heavy philosophy, there's a story, a narrative that one can use. And I'm also using a textbook that actually comes with a podcast. So each chapter is actually also orally declaimed. And I think that's the kind of techniques you have to use now, because that's stamina for reading, I don't think is quite there the way it used to be maybe 30, 40 years ago, when we didn't have a lot of other media to rely on.
It's true.
Go ahead, Professor Lee.
So much stuff does now come in much more compact form and abbreviated or abridged. It's like, even if you're reading the Times, you can't read everything in the Times. You have a search strategy, of course, as David was mentioning. But then there's things you just have to ignore, or, it's a project management problem in some ways. You're not going to do the crossword unless that's the first thing you always go for. I always look for trends in Twitter, but I've already pre-filtered my feeds so that I don't have to get lost in dead ends. Similarly, I often use Wikipedia, which is a really bad source, but it is a way of framing certain arguments, and it allows you to sort of get an entry point, and then you can go from there. It's really, and you also have to sort of gain a tolerance for bad writing. It's like reading the Times. Reading the Times, there's so much bad writing in the Times, and you have to sort through stupidity or just bad writing. It's just, but
and irrelevancy. It's what? The Times is just more and more irrelevant. It's hit a, I don't know. Even the Washington Post is more relevant than the New York Times for some reason.
Well, I have favorite writers. I have ones that I trust. I trust certain writers because not only do they write cleanly, but they also have whether it's an analytic bent or some other research bent. I know they're not, they don't have a certain problem in their own sort of worldview. Whereas if I'm looking at 538, for example, there's some clearly methodologically bad problems in there that I just can't, I'll look at it to get one framework, but the politics get all screwy, and because Nate Silver, he thinks he can talk about every different problem, and he can't. He really can't, and he doesn't. He doesn't. He's not conscious. He's not self-aware of that, and it always irritates me. But yet, I still go there for certain graphs because they do. They're well done. It's similar to looking at statistical stuff on the internet, because there's so much lying with data that it's just you have to have a reasonable analytic search strategy, recognize what's a big enough sample, recognize that there are clear biases and that they can't be graded by letters, which as some sites do, they aggregate and they say, well, this is a B level statistical database, and you go, well, it's only B because it's in the middle. That doesn't make it, that doesn't say anything about the quality of it.
Right.
And or ones that use large, very large data sets, which is really important. Anyway.
Let me do this because we have about 20 minutes left. Let me go around the horn and ask everybody what they wanted to talk about, and then we'll throw it into the mix, but get it all on the table. So, Professor Bick, is there anything you wanted to talk about?
Well, I guess I did want to talk about, because much of your show has been about and of course, today's the 1 year anniversary. I wanted to make the point that I do think that what happened on January 6th was an attempted coup. And the reason I think that is because I don't think a coup has to be bloody. I don't think it has to involve discharge of firearms. I don't have to think that, I don't think that it has to involve deaths. The reason it was a coup, in my view, or attempted coup, was because the point of it was trying to overturn the election. And they were trying to do that in a very specific way. Because we have an indirect vote for president in this country, which is shameful in my view. We have an electoral college. They were able to penetrate democracy. And at a critical point, if they could have disrupted the counting of the electoral votes, or gotten another slate of legislatures from a few other states to come in and to erase Biden's majority of the electoral votes, by doing so, they would have thrown the election into the House of Representatives, where the Republicans would have won, because every state gets one vote and the majority of states are controlled by Republicans. And I think this was a plan. Now, not everyone who participated in this riot was in on the plan, but there does seem to be evidence to show that this was a thought out process.
But using the vagaries of the Constitution and how we count the vote. They weren't, when I think of a coup, I think of kidnapping Pelosi and Pence. They found loopholes in the Constitution and in how we elect our president.
It was clear, even using the partially democratic, archaic, sclerotic process that we use to elect a president, that Joe Biden won on those terms. They were trying to create something that was not the case through a tissue of lies, which is why those people were there in the first place. That's what they were doing. They were trying to corrupt an already corrupt process, in my view, but a process that has selected all the presidents prior. And so that was the coup. It doesn't have to involve guns. It doesn't have to involve people getting killed or pushed around or anything like that, even though some of that happened. Mm-hmm. And I have to remind you, there were bombs that were planted on that day. That would have been worse, right, than a few people dying. For the process, as bad as it is in this country, to be overthrown and to be interrupted and to be to directly counteract the will of the people in this country as to who they wanted to lead them, that's even worse because of all this that would set up going forward. And the reason why you engage in an attempted coup is, first of all, to try to win, that is, overturn the election, or in the future, it helps you identify the mistakes that you made, identify the points where you needed to apply more pressure or to do something to make sure that the institutions, such as they are, did not block you the second time. So I do think this is a threat. I do think that American democracy, or if you want to call it that, our system is being threatened. And part of the blame falls to the Democrats, who have done precious little to stop it. I mean, I saw Merrick Garland come out of his hiding place yesterday. I don't know if he saw his shadow, but if he did, does that mean there'll be another year before he prosecutes anybody? I don't know.
Well, let's go around the horn. Thank you for that. Professor Ann Lee, talk to me about what is the Green Bay sweep, and what were John Eastman and Peter Navarro planning?
Well, I think what you can see is the coherence of a plan to overthrow the government. I mean, it was all of the elements have been identified, even by some of the more peripheral characters, the ones who haven't been revealed to have been directly associated. So, for example, Ted Cruz brings up the example of the 1877 compromise. I mean, he uses that as a reference point. And the whole issue, of course, is exactly what Peter Navarro and John Eastman were planning. A very, very well coordinated swap of manipulating the Electoral College votes, and in fact, it did resemble very much Tilden Hayes from the 1876 election.
But weren't they exploiting the law and the Constitution and the laws that came after the Tilden Hayes election?
Well, absolutely,
so it was but when I hear coup, I think of Allende and Pinochet seizing power. This seems to me the lunatic fringe of the Federalist Society, not even the Federalist Society, Sidney Powell, Giuliani, Peter Navarro, and like Eastman was what, a temporary Justice Department official, civil. What was he part of?
No, he had no position at all. I mean, he was the dean of the law school. But the point, of course, is that they had it all they had a very clear plan. It supported in various ways. It had precedent. It did have a sort of rationalizable framework, but as Lawrence Tribe and what's his name, the dean at Berkeley's law school today, framed it, that this was totally unconstitutional and screwy. But the fact of the matter is there's enough openings that they could have made this argument, and what they were relying on. And this is the issue that John was talking about, that this is much more complicated. This was a lot more like what they tried to pull in Venezuela, for example, with Guaido, where you had all the mechanisms in place. All you needed was a little extra violence to push it over the edge. And that's exactly what was going on with January 6th.
Professor,
the problem, of course, is that you can't control the wackos, except that there's all these little weird holes in it. Not that it's a conspiracy theory or anything, but if those bombs had gone off, everything would have changed. There would have been a complete different mobilization. And what's also weird is, aside from smearing all their feces around the Capitol, no one set a fire. It just seemed to me like the next damn step for them would have been to set one office on fire, and nobody did it. That seemed very weird to me, in the midst of a kind of 4-hour kind of strange struggle going on in the Capitol.
I want to talk about what you want to talk about, Professor Marianne Cummings, but I kind of agree with what you're about to say. Paint for me Hey,
kind of funny, almost as if these were a bunch of knuckleheads that really had no idea what they were doing. Look, we have suffered a real coup. That happened in 2000 when Pappy Bush's Supreme Court stepped in, South America style, to completely override what was a normal process going on in Florida to make sure that his idiot son was installed. And instead of us just going to the inauguration and just protesting impotently, maybe some fraction of that 300,000 of us should have surrounded the Capitol, made those people inside piss their pants, and persuaded a few electors to do the right thing and, change their votes. And if that had happened, I don't think there'd be anyone in this chat room or here on this panel who would have had an objection to that. Okay. So, what did we do? Look, this was no big secret. These guys, this was going on in social media well in advance. And if the Capitol Police, who, by the way, answer to Nancy Pelosi.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
And
that's not true.
Chuck, they answer. There's a board that consists of the Sergeant of Arms of the House, the Sergeant of Arms of the Senate, the architect of the Capitol.
That's who's in charge. The architect of the Capitol is in charge.
How did we miss that? He's the guy. He's
not Pelosi. She's not in charge of security.
And they didn't. Well, they did. They did admit, at least the Sergeant of Arms of the House and the Senate both said they kept Pelosi out of the loop. There was a kind of amusing Associated Press story where Lindsey Graham was apparently at one point just losing it and yelling at Mitch McConnell about how he could let this happen. Oh dear, how could you let this happen? Anyway, but my point is what's the Democratic response? Well, let's just beef up national security and make the Congress even less accessible to the public.
Right. What would have happened, God forbid, the bombs go off? Are we more likely to see the needle move towards a coup or away from a coup? I would think if bombs, God forbid, had gone off.
If bombs had gone off, if there really was feces everywhere,
then we would have cracked down. Then they would have just. There would have been no coup. There would have been no threat.
They cracked down on. Okay, so this is where timelines come in because I watched the first hour and a half of this at lunch, and it was just weird. It was like what we saw earlier: people wandering around, taking selfies with the police. Katie Halper did a very good episode about a week or so afterwards, where she had the video right up until the time that the gal was shot. This guy riling up people outside of the inner office. Was like a foyer, about 30 people there. And this one guy, John Sullivan, who had posed as a journalist, had even been on Anderson Cooper, but was seen riling up the crowd to attack. And apparently what happened right after that was the big guy that was behind the glass door just got up, pointed his gun, shot the gal, the people spread. After that had happened, the crowd started getting surlier. And when the crowd started getting so surly that they were actually attacking the cops, then the cops came out with the tear gas and the helmets and the shields and things like that. If this had been a Black Lives Matter march, you would have seen something like you'd seen 2 months before. I mean, just a phalanx, several rows deep of these right-outfitted, jackbooted thugs. But you didn't see that. So it's like, this January 6th crap, as we discovered in 2000, we're about 5 or 6 layers removed from having a direct democracy to elect the president. And I would like to think that if, we would be allowed to protest strenuously if the Electoral College was about to do a bad and unconstitutional thing like they did in 2000. And we're suffering from that ever since. And ever since, we have the national security state in place. And we jail journalists and we jail whistleblowers. And, and yet people who continue these crimes, war crimes and torture, they get promoted. They never pay the price for any of that. That is the state. That's what happened after that coup in 2000 was successful. We have a national security state that isn't exactly going to be like Nazi Germany, because we just can't all goose step. We don't have we're too diverse and not disciplined. However, South America, we're mostly there. Now, the only hope, as I said last week, is that even in those very, broken and fragile democracies, there still is hope. I mean, it just takes a lot more courage than people in this country typically have.
Professor Hussein, I'm utterly terrified because that's the way I was raised. I have a feeling like, a year from now, I'm going to run into Professor Marianne Cummings and go, wow, they put us in the same camp. They must think I'm smart. Wow. They must listen to my show and they think I'm as smart as Professor Marianne Cummings. Well, I guess we called the Trump administration wrong. I guess we're wrong. In my heart of hearts, I think what happened on January 6th, lock everybody up, but I think the institutions held. I think the Trump appointed judges knocked down Lin Wood and Sidney Powell and Giuliani and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as bad as they are, that there are some remnants of institutional memory that wouldn't allow these crackpots to seize power. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, I think these crackpots are not really the ones who will accomplish the coup when it gets serious. This really did seem a lot like sort of slapdash. I mean, Prof. John is correct that these plans, people have been thinking about this. They did want to influence the elections, but this seemed very much more like dress rehearsal, push the envelope, experimental with, what would it really take? I think, that there will be many more. Unfortunately, I am afraid, because I think there will be more future opportunities that they're laying the groundwork for ensuring that the Republican Party never accepts a future defeat as legitimate. I think they never will at this point. And they're putting in place the, capacity to try and, wrest democracy away. But I think the problem here is that we keep talking about this as if, I think, Marianne is absolutely correct. We're talking about this as if, these democratic norms, really describe a democratic system. I mean, these procedures, and everything that the government has been doing in the last generation demonstrates that the last thing we needed was, more barriers between the people and these elected, representatives, because they don't serve the public interest at all. They're not responsive to the democratic will of the people. They're very isolated from what's happening in the country, and I think that's the reason why those yahoos were wrong about the election. Okay, the election was not stolen, but they're correct about the fact that, our government has really been taken from the people. If it ever really was that responsive to the people, all of the people, but even those who were privileged to be able to have the vote and not have to go through literacy tests and other mechanisms to, suppress their vote. Even those people have lost really leverage over their government at this point. And that's, I think, the real problem, is that there's a much deeper malaise behind this. Of course
there is.
Very troubling.
Just have to interject. I mean, wasn't it Princeton came out with a study back several years ago that showed we aren't a democracy. Matters not which party is in charge. A very tiny select group of people gets everything they want. and the rest of us kind of
exactly.
Yeah,
so it's
oligarchy. They concluded we were an oligarchy.
But I think what it has accomplished, just in conclusion, it seems to me, what it has accomplished is reorient. I feel like in some ways there were real opportunities, last year to put the Biden administration under popular Democratic pressure. What this did was completely displace the opportunity for left organizing in a popular sort of way through protest. We had the whole summer, before, but that energy really, I think, between the continuation of the pandemic, the suppression, of that dynamic political, rebellious atmosphere and attitude because Biden won the election. So now we're supposed to wait and give the Biden administration a chance and all of that. And then the January 6th, raising the specter, of the Trump, Trump's populist gangs derailing democracy. It just has meant that we have not really had a chance to, on the left, to really put forward that agenda and be very active and aggressive about pursuing it. I think it really has displaced and derailed a lot of that energy. And it's all turned into this kind of symbolic stuff, so you have the cast of the musical Hamilton, composing a new song, and Nancy Pelosi is using this almost like it's, some kind of, it was political theater, and now it's become, a mockery of, even the political theater that was there before. And, it seems like the big lesson here for the right is next time, don't wear a costume. Right. Don't put on a hat with horns. Other than that, there's very little responsibility that anybody in leadership, okay, a couple of these people are going to be scapegoated. I mean, well, they were there. They did ridiculous things. They will be punished. But, the corrupt leadership, that would look for a real opportunity to subvert the election. None of those people are going to be held accountable. And it's the same thing we keep seeing, in this oligarchic system. Epstein, are any of those powerful people going to be held accountable? People are very frustrated with this, I think, at this point.
Well, we have Professor Harvey J. Kaye, who's about to join us, and he is a professor of democracy studies. Barbara F. Walter is a professor from University of California, San Diego. She has a new book out. She serves, we've talked about this, she serves on a CIA advisory panel that measures democracies around the world. And America, based on how the CIA measures democracy, we don't measure up to a democracy. According to Professor Walter, we're an anocracy, which is somewhere between a democracy and an autocratic state. We are no longer a democracy based on the CIA's standards of how a democracy is measured. We'll ask Professor Kaye and Professor Minsky about that. Thank you. Happy birthday, Professor Adnan Hussein. I'm honored that you spent some of your birthday with us. It's an honor. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings and Professor Ann Lee. I can't thank you enough. It's so invigorating. It is time now for Alan Minsky and Professor Harvey J. Kaye. Hit it, Professor Mike Steinel.
Minsky and Kaye, they go together like PB and J, like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Minsky and Kaye. Mitski and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right, Mitski and Kay. Mitski and Kay. Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay. Yeah, Alan Mitski and Harvey J. Kay. Mitski and Kay. Alan Mitski, Harvey J.
That is Professor Mike Steinel. Thank you. Joining us is Professor Harvey J. Kay, author of The Fight for the Four Freedoms, FDR on Democracy, Take Hold of Our History. And he is coming to us from Wisconsin. Over there in California is Alan Minsky, Executive Director of the Progressive Democrats of America. Democracy was in decline before Joe Biden gave his speech, right? The Freedom in the World report says that for the past 15 years, more and more countries are moving to an anocracy, less democracy, more autocracy. I guess around the 70s, there was growth in democracy around the world, but the world has lost its appetite for democracy. Why is that, Professor Harvey J. Kay?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, because there are times when it doesn't work. Look, I can't speak for the rest of the world. I just can't do it, okay? The fact that the United States has become sort of a plutocracy surely doesn't set an example for the rest of the world. The fact that we had the Reagan administration that backed military governments, those brutal regimes in the southern cone of South America, the use of drones, the use of, what was that thing where they would pick people up and rendition, was that the term?
Extraordinary rendition. Extraordinary
rendition, even pursued by, Barack Obama, who was born, as we know, in Ethiopia or somewhere like that. Right. My point is that in a world of dozens upon dozens upon dozens of nation states, the absence of some kind of political order that aspires at least to cultivate democracy surely doesn't offer much hope for folks who are in parts of the world that have very limited experience for a start with democracy and have or strong militaries or oligarchies. I mean, it's democracy's not easy. It's just not easy.
Alan Minsky, you've looked like you've been feeling despair about our country. I was talking about this Professor Walter from San Diego who consults the CIA, and she said by every measure we're an anocracy, which is a cross between, it's the in between an autocracy and a democracy. So January 6th, a year ago, are we overreacting? Is that the moment that we should be focusing on, or is it Trump? Is it the wackadoodles on the right, or is there some larger picture that we're not seeing?
I think there are three things. I think two are very general. One is that empire and democracy, peculiar mix in history. How we're going to organize a society that is an enclosed geographic space, and we're going to be the military dominant force around the world with bases all over the world. And whether that produces any advantage for the population of the United States is questionable, other than the elites. That's the second point. Extreme concentrations of wealth and democracy, again, don't go together very well. And when you look at the era where democracy was expanding in the United States, this ran through the 1970s, maybe, when the wealth disparities were very narrow compared to what they are now. So over the last 4 decades, and this has happened all over the world. So the idea that the democracies are working to produce a society that's beneficial for the general population is questionable, because all the wealth seems to be going to the very small group of people. But the third thing is the specificities of what's happening in America. And therein, I think January 6th is an important moment, because it clearly takes things to another level, I think unexpectedly so. I mean, you just look at what occurred on that day. I mean, it's a total cliche, but it's totally true. If those were, people who looked like demonstrators at, say, the anti-globalization demonstrations, you wouldn't have gotten up one step of the Capitol. If they were from communities of color, same thing. So that the beneficiaries of the, social order and white supremacy in American society would take up the idea that democracy is operating in a way that's so unacceptable to them, they're going to do that. And then to see them get as far as they did on that day, yeah, it's extremely alarming. And it clearly is empowering a sector of the reactionary right in America that's going to want to push this further. And I think there are very powerful forces in the society that are going to look the other way as they try to.
How much of it, Professor K, January 6th, was similar to 9/11 in that we let our guard down, that 9/11 didn't have to happen? Had Condi Rice read the intelligence reports entitled Bush Intent on Osama bin Laden intent on flying buildings into the World Trade Center on September 11th. I mean, it was like really there for Bush, Cheney, and Condi to stop 9/11 from happening. That threat is always going to be there. People are always going to want to tear down our buildings because of what we do overseas. The threat of January 6th was there. All they had to do was connect the dots.
Who's the they? Who's the they in the January 6th? I follow Marianne's Cummings arguments on Twitter when she writes, and it strikes me that who's the they that would have obstructed the insurrectionary invasion of the Capitol?
President Trump.
Well,
he let his guard down.
Exactly. I mean, that's just it. I mean,
right.
You can put, I mean, look, I mean, we shouldn't forget that the guy is as clever as can be. He's, I mean, we made the mistake with Reagan of underestimating his brilliance, and we underestimated Trump because he comes across like such a clown and an idiot, but he's not. And there are lots of folks that gathered around him that set clear obstacles to the ability to respond to any kind of insurrectionary threat. In fact, they wanted it. I mean, the evidence is there. They wanted it. Okay. The more surprising thing right now is that, after the Mueller investigation, the impeachment efforts, and now the House hearings, that Trump can still, on a day like today, unmolested, you might say, claim that it's that this is even more fake news, more lies, more whatever. Okay, I mean that that the election was stolen. I mean, this
what do you think?
The elite is obviously very the elite doesn't know what the fuck to do right now. The political elite, that is. Because the Democrats, I mean, the Democrats don't welcome this kind of stuff. Their lives are much better off when they don't have to deal with this kind of shit. Okay. And, they've obviously are fearful. And they're fearful because Trump and the, going back to the Tea Party folks, they've made them fearful. Because, if you actually had confidence in your fellow citizens, then you might actually be confident enough to confront insurrectionary forces.
Right. All right. So you had, again, I've already catastrophized this. I expect a year from now to just hope I get into a good camp, just that maybe I can get a kosher meal at my camp. And I will name names. I just want you to know. I am terrified. I am.
I'm laughing at Alan breaking up with your.
Yeah, you and I, we don't have to worry about it. It's rather obvious to anybody who, I know there's some stupid people in intelligence services, but they should be able to figure out who the guests are on the show.
Yeah, so. But I'll help them. As long as I can just get a square meal once a day. And some kind of semblance of solitary, because I just want to read and write my book.
Well, you know what? In Miles, I'm not all that far from the Canadian border.
But here's, what? In all seriousness, I think, how they've turned our homes into offices with Zoom? They're going to figure out a way to turn our homes into gulags.
It's called The Matrix.
Is that what The Matrix is? I haven't seen it.
That's my assumption. Basically, people have just been plugged in and basically mass manipulated.
Yeah, where we just don't leave the house. It's not safe, and we don't have to report to any gulags. You think there's a committee now coming up with the third wave of the virus? The fourth wave of the virus? Well, I'm on that committee. Professor Kate,
where did
he was offended? He'll come back. I think in all seriousness, though, I don't want to discount what happened on January 6th. I'm terrified. I voted for Biden. That means I'm a coward. What did we have on January 6th? It seems to me you had these crackpots like Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, who is a flatulent drunk, Lynn Wood, this guy Eastman, Navarro, who's out of their mind. These are certifiably crazy people, as were the Nazis. Hitler was a joke, and Goering was a joke, and Goebbels was a joke until they weren't. I get that. But this was fringe elements in the Trump administration, the gang that couldn't shoot straight. Whatever they were trying to orchestrate was not just extrajudicial, but like they weren't even part of the administration. They were, Rudy was the lawyer. How much of this came from within the Trump administration? How much of it was real? Were they
they confused all the lines between in government and not in government. Look, you think about it. There was that initial press conference where a woman lawyer had a pile of other, I presume, empty file folders, explaining to the American people that there was really nothing to worry about, that basically Trump was not going to be directly involved in his financial affairs, and the sons would take care of things. Right from the beginning, they just literally just confused everything. And the problem is there was no, they had control of Congress. They had control of Congress. So that is, you didn't even have the checks and balances that could have operated.
What do you mean they had control of Congress?
Well, when Trump was elected.
McConnell and Ryan were the heads of the Congress.
Well, okay, but I'm talking about the January.
Well, I'm saying, so what I'm getting at is nobody challenged anybody. Nobody challenged what the Trump folks were doing. He brought yo-yos in. He openly. It was the most openly corrupt administration in my lifetime, anyhow, when you think about the fact that that hotel in D.C., that was it called? Was it the Trump something hotel? Yeah. Which before that was a government building where the National Endowment for the Humanities, by the way, used to be housed. And you think about it, it was open corruption, literally open corruption. And there was nobody challenging anything of it because, because where could they call him to account?
The emoluments clause wasn't enforced. They couldn't because of loopholes in our Constitution that allow the FBI and the Justice Department to be part of the executive branch. So he would have been prosecuted had we been able to. We can't prosecute presidents. We assumed we had some kind of filtration process that kept somebody like Trump out, and he somehow broke through. Somehow.
Well, think about it. I mean, I go back to that debate, those debates on TV of the Republicans. I mean, that really was a clown car. I mean, it was truly a clown car. And Trump was nasty, but everybody was glad he was nasty because other people on the stage were such utter shits anyhow. I mean,
remember Trump's first debate performance this time against Biden? He just interrupted him constantly.
Right.
It was just most, childish, impudent, performance I've ever seen in American since I've been following American politics.
So they were entertainment moments. He was already, what was that show? What did he do with the show?
The Apprentice.
Yeah, whatever it was, I never watched that stuff.
If Trump, God forbid, if God performed his patriotic duty and Trump went away, God forbid, you woke up tomorrow, you get that notification on your New York Times app, and like everybody, you're wondering, could this be it? Could God have finally intervened? And God has intervened, and Trump, sadly, has left the building. A, does he lay in state or lie in state?
That's a good one.
I don't know. And secondly, how much of the threat disappears? If, God forbid, God did his patriotic duty. If Trump were to disappear, does the cloud, the threat to democracy, disappear? Or is it Josh Hawley? Can Josh Hawley accomplish what Trump? I mean, who's there? Who's on the bench?
I think this is for you, Harvey. you are an expert.
I do think that I think people underestimate Josh Hawley. Okay. I also think that I underestimate DeSantis. Now, let's just be clear about that. But neither one of them immediately are Donald Trump, because they're just not that entertaining in an age of entertainment. Okay. But that doesn't change the equation. All these things we talk about are only possible because the Democrats for 45 years have been so committed to neoliberalism, so greedy, so hungry for ice cream in an oversized, double-sized freezer fridge. I mean, the Democrats, none of this would have happened if the Democrats back in the 70s hadn't, embraced the likes first of Jimmy Carter, and then later the likes of, the folks that followed.
But Alan, no Trump. That is conceivable. Alternative history, no Trump.
No, he's immortal, David. I'm sorry. You didn't get the memo.
No, immoral. No Trump. It is conceivable. How old is he? Is it mid-70s?
Yeah.
Okay, so God willing, he's got another 30 years, God willing. But just in case, a year from now, They want. I said, God willing, Your Honor.
You know what? I've been tweeting lately that he will not be the candidate in 2024. He just won't be.
Okay, so
neither will Biden. A good friend of mine, my age, here in Green Bay, sent me a text today and said, "I'm calling you tomorrow. I want to know what you know that I don't know, that you could say that Trump will not be the candidate in 2024." And what you're saying now is the kind of stuff I know.
Okay, so he disappears. What does that say about the threat to our democracy? Are we safe? Is he the threat? President Biden said he's got a dagger to the throat of our democracy. If we can just eliminate.
Well, so think about it this way. Let's, for the moment, let's assume he's not in the picture right now. Let's suppose, God willing, he's left the building already. Okay. And ask yourself right now, does that change the equation of the fact that we're worse maybe in some ways in the Second Gilded Age because we don't have the mass movements that the Second Gilded Age generated among labor and farmers and others? Don't forget the fact that the overwhelming majority of the majority of Americans want all the things that weren't even in these bills, like Medicare for all, okay? Or free public higher education. I mean, I could go on and on. And yet we have a couple of, I don't even want to say just Manchin. We have several U.S. senators who are determined to represent the interests of the corporate elite rather than the people. And in one case, a guy coming from a state where the people are, where the only before this news, the news was probably the number of people who were dying from opioid overdoses. Is that what they were? Opioid, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, democracy is in serious trouble without Donald Trump.
Right. By the way, again, I think we're under threat. I'm just looking for a silver lining. And as my friend John Ross pointed out, that 2 years ago, around this time, I said something to the effect, maybe America won't get hit. I did. Maybe we're overreacting to COVID. Maybe it won't be that bad. So I got to do a show and play devil's advocate. I'm terrified about the future of our country. But I do not believe that if we're terrified, we make the right decisions, that we have to be methodical. And,
here's the thing, David. I said to you at the outset, who's the they? And now I ask you, who's the we?
Great question.
Good questions. I like them. Succinct.
Who is the we? Alan Minsky. Who is the we? That was what the Reverend Barry W. Lynn was asking.
Is in your construction there. If we don't, I think it's a good question, and you used it, and I think it's interesting to see who you think you're referring to there, David, because what are the groups of people who are aligned against Trump? Are they the same as the groups of people who would actually produce and generate a healthy democracy in the United States?
And I can add one more question. This will be a trilogy. The third question I ask, if I don't see Adnan's name up on the screen right now, but Adnan talked about the left. Who's the left? What is this thing, the left?
They left. It means we left.
Yeah. It's interesting. So I sent out a tweet this past week. It's very interesting. And because somebody said to me on Twitter, what about a third party? How about a third party? And I said, forget it. You want to bring about political change. You bring about a coalition of PDA, Progressive Democrats of America, Our Revolution, Justice Democrats, and DSA as a start. That's the basis for the makings of a left. Not discreetly, together. That's the makings. Now, it's interesting. Two of those organizations, I'm a member of one of those organizations. I'm a dues-paying member of one of those organizations for more years than I can count, probably. And yet, the two organizations that lit up on Twitter when I did that were PDA and our revolution. Okay. And,
So I'm glad you said that, because if you don't know what you want in life, you just react and everything's a crisis. I've worked with people who they don't know how to do their job, so they just sit behind their desk and react to crises. And you go, well, what do you want? What do you want? I want to get these papers off my desk. And they're just, that's who we feel. I feel we are. Okay, so go ahead, Professor.
Well, my point is, I'm sure PDA, Our Revolution, Justice Democrats, and DSA, despite their differences and priorities, would all be very much in line with the argument that we really do need to radically enhance American democracy. Right? I mean, it's hard to imagine one of those organizations would not all be able to sign on to that. Moreover, they would all probably be willing to sign on to the idea that we have a serious climate crisis and we really do need collective action to address it. Right? Or how about our greatest problems in America today stem from the gross inequalities that prevail. Right? Bernie was right. The billionaires, soon to be trillionaires. I mean, just the amount of money they've made these last couple of years it's just beyond comprehension, right? So where is I know that Alan would welcome it. He's probably working on it in his own way, but God damn it, where's the left?
Here, I agree with you, and I quote you all the time. If you ain't talking about labor,
and then I get to the next question, and my last point. Okay, sorry, because you're about to feed me what I want to hear. Okay,
as a good student,
that is, there are real possibilities in the labor movement right now, but the leadership at the AFL-CIO doesn't seem to care. Okay, they are living off the remnants of a labor movement built between the 30s and the 70s. That is, I'm talking about the folks sitting in the office building in Washington, D.C. There is no major effort by labor to cultivate organizing, to challenge the media in some way. Yeah, they send out their missives and all that kind of stuff. But right now, given the energies that are starting to percolate among the working people, the working class, it's astounding how seemingly inert the leadership of the AFL-CIO is.
Yeah. Let me, a year ago, I loved Elizabeth Warren when she was going to be in charge of the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau, which was housed in the Federal Reserve. I did. And then she got elected senator, and then she threw Bernie under the bus. And, Bernie would have gotten the Democratic nomination if she had supported him,
Well, it would have definitely strengthened the idea that there was a left inside of Congress, right? It would have strengthened that. Instead of having to refer to half a dozen young folks over in the House, if she had lined up with Bernie, then likely you would have seen a coalition form around them.
Right. So you're criticizing. Here's my problem with the left.
It's called solidarity. Where the hell is the solidarity?
Well, she's not a leftist. She is a capitalist to the bone who believes that you can have guardrails on capitalism. So let me posit an Elizabeth Warren scenario.
Oh, okay.
Let's prime the Prump. I keep saying prime the Prump.
That's because you have Trump in your head.
Yes. I've talked on the show about how we have to give our nation the vocabulary to discuss nationalizing industry and America, the government owning failed businesses when we bail them out. Alan Minsky understands the inner workings of the Federal Reserve. And one of the things we were talking about was when the market crashes, and it will, Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, may have to buy index funds to prop up the stock market, since so many pension funds now are dependent on a rising stock market. I don't think it's legal for the Federal Reserve to buy stock. They can buy, CDOs and junk bonds and treasuries, but there are no laws when there's a crisis. We should start priming the pump to encourage the Federal Reserve to, in the next crisis, to buy 10% of corporations where we don't have to run them. The government, we should get used to the idea of owning, the federal government owning 10% of Google, Apple, Amazon. What about driving into the skid of capitalism?
You're saying we should buy them just next time we have an implosion of financial markets, or because they will fail, and then in the moment of their failure, the federal government would intervene with enough buying enough stock.
I'm saying all of the above to get the conversation going, because the left, I'm not hearing anything from the left. So I'm offering up this idea of, okay, like Professor K was just saying, the AFL-CIO is running on fumes from the 70s. We keep waiting for a Roosevelt to arise. The world is changing. Cryptocurrencies, and everybody's trading stocks now. There's a whole retail market that young people now are obsessing on, what's it called, Robinhood? What if the government, I think politically you could sell the idea of the federal government when they rescue GM next time, and we hold on to the stock. We begin to own outright. We'll say we have nothing against capitalism. Let's have the government benefit from it. What's wrong with that politically?
Your 10% point, is that arbitrary? Are you saying that they should run the businesses, own the businesses? When they're collapsed, they're failing, and they're failing. They failed in the market.
No, we're going to look. That American Airlines is going to come to us for a bailout in 5 weeks. What is their market cap? 50 billion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what? Here's 5 billion, but we now own 10% of you.
Okay. I just was wondering where you came up with that number.
In that specific case, Pfizer's market cap is, let's say, 350 billion.
Look, in the scenario that you're describing, there's a huge problem, which is usually under the heading of, oh boy, help me out here. What is it?
Moral hazard?
Moral hazard, yeah. You're basically you'd allow the current CEOs and boards to really run up the leveraging and risk of these companies.
No, I'm saying, no, not at all. I'm saying, since you own us, since corporations own Washington is going to own you. That we cannot.
Not. Your 10% isn't owning a company.
Well, that's a lot. That's a big vote. 10%.
Yeah, I understand. Obviously, in a company like American Airlines, where the ownership is so diversified, but nonetheless, the more radical proposal is when they fail, we own it outright. I mean,
we don't want to run you don't want the federal government running an airline. You want
I don't know. What do you think about that? Air France, Alitalia, British Air, those were all owned by the government until they were privatized in the regimes of the post-Thatcherite era.
Aren't they government? But isn't it?
They were government owned. Some of them around the world still are.
It's already called American Airlines. You might as well just take it over. Delta made the mistake of calling themselves Delta Airlines because they're basically the cause of all this COVID. We know that.
Funny. That's right. They are the carrier. They call themselves a carrier, actually.
They are a carrier, that's right.
It's amazing to me that this conversation has not been had. Seems to me this makes me very angry, Professor K.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm old enough to tell you that I've lived through times where conversations like this were had. So, for example, I think it was around 19, I don't know, sort of in the course of the 70s, we now know that it was, war on labor, but around 1970, this Nixon administration, Elliot Richardson was the attorney general.
Yes.
Okay. Who was the I can't remember his secretary of labor, but the point was during that period of time, there was a commission. I wonder if I have that book here with me. A commission on work. You know about this?
No.
It's a major commission on work produced a report, which was published in a popular fashion. And they actually proposed seriously the idea of greater worker participation in management. I mean, they laid out all these possibilities. And you can imagine what the capitalist bosses were thinking if even the federal government under a Republican is suggesting, because the hot term of the day was alienation. Okay, that was what was in people's minds. So when they declared war by way of the Trilateral Commission and a host of other means, the Business Roundtable and stuff on labor, basically they were responding to the possibility, which was emerging in many circles among labor and the left, of reorganizing the workplace, which would have had serious implications for capital operations. It might well have led to a German-style sort of worker representation on the boards of directors. And then I also remember during the 70s, serious talk during the energy crisis of nationalizing the oil industry.
Right.
I mean, serious talk. And that's when Mobil Oil bought their way into the opinion page of the New York Times with the op-ad, right?
Yes.
And the ads on TV, we consume all this and blah, 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 blah. Anyhow, the point is, but I haven't heard anything about nationalization of anything until I will remind everyone in 2008-9 in there with the crisis, the financial crisis, the question came up that Paul Krugman advocated himself and later apologized for having advocated it. He's such a yo-yo, right? Mm-hmm. He advocated nationalizing the banks. Let the government take over the banks. And by the way, it would have been smart because you could have directed investments, right? I mean, a whole host of things. No. That was never on the agenda for the Obama-nites. And,
So we did own the banks.
So the conversation's been had along the way. It gets every year that passes, it's less and less likely. And now, look, I mean.
But that the imagination, the lack of imagination on the left, I'm sorry, I'm rooting for the left. And I ask, okay, so how are we going to do this? And I hear, we got to get rid of capitalism. And I'm like, all right, how? Give me some ideas here. And there are pathways to it. I think it's maybe understanding how capitalism works and jujitsu using capitalism against itself. Politically, I think you can sell not just the American people, but Wall Street.
Well, the Swedes had a great plan. I don't think it ever was enacted. I'm about to say that I know it's not the Meisner plan, where every year every corporation would be taxed a certain amount and to create a fund, and those funds would be used to buy stock in the corporation that would be handed over to the unions.
Ben Burgess mentioned that earlier in the show.
Yeah, right. I mean, I remember that too. And
Social Security.
That's a great idea.
When George W. Bush was floating the idea of privatizing Social Security, remember this?
I do remember that, yes.
Yes, but one of the conversations was Social Security is in T-bills. only collecting back then 3%? What if Social Security invested in the stock market? And everybody said, bad idea. The stock market crashes. We lose all of our Social Security money. And I remember thinking, whoa. What if the government, through Social Security, invested in the stock market? We would have way more power over these corporations. And Wall Street wants that because you're providing
the problem is you come back to that we. And I've asked you, who the hell is the we you're talking about?
Well, that's the problem, because the left, I hate to beat up on the people I love, but it would be the left. This would benefit. This would
so look, for the past 45 years, we've been governed by presidents who, if they weren't neoliberals, they were neoliberal conservatives. They all wanted to cut. So why would you imagine, how could you imagine that if all of a sudden that you liberated Social Security funds to purchase stock, okay, why do you assume that we would walk away better somehow from it when the very folks who have been managing our government are themselves as politically retrograde as they are?
Because we would be the biggest institutional investor on Wall Street, and that gives us clout and power.
It sounds all good. I said, who is it? We and our?
The Democrats.
You like these Democrats? You want them? You want them to be able to fuck with your money?
Well, wait. So Rubin worked for Goldman Sachs and then Citibank, or was it Summers who was at Citibank?
Goldman. He never. Summers advised Goldman Sachs. He wasn't with a specific bank, unless you want to consider Harvard.
I know he's an academic economist.
Summers was.
I thought he went over and was at Citibank after Clinton. But,
I don't think so. I think he was tangentially related.
As a consultant. But I mean, so that's just to the point. You're talking about the Democrats. They're your Democrats. They have those things you're talking about. I mean, they're massive institutional investors.
But I'm saying the government.
They're the people who set policy for the Democratic Party. I know what you're saying. But that's to Harvey's question to you. You're making a different point. You don't actually.
The way to reform capitalism is not narrowly to make it national. That's not the way to do it.
How do you do it?
Because then you've got to have it so that you're also going to, in some fashion, from the bottom up, democratize the industrial sector.
Absolutely.
The industrial.
Actually, I take issue with one word there, Harvey. Industrial.
Yeah.
Does
that exist anymore?
By the way, industry is a generic term. It doesn't mean factories all.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So you're going to democratize the workplace, which to me, politically, given the character of this country, I don't think democratizing the workplace floats people's boats in America.
You democratize the corporate order and the workplace.
So how does that work? Explain that to me.
Well, I mean, the German example is a good place to start. Labor unions provide members of the boards of directors. 40%. Maybe you pass a law that every year that passes more, but the point, it all hangs on the capacity to literally create a house with hundreds of squad members at this point.
Right. But what are we, what?
Okay, the point here is that what happens then and what the ends are is a economic distribution across society, which is, of course, similar to what you see in Western Europe, in the northwest of Europe in particular. And it's not a small amount of population. That's the countries of Scandinavia, Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Germany. If you throw in France, then you're half the population of the United States, actually more than that. So large chunk of people there. And it's not trending in the right direction, but what was established there and never undercut in the way it got undercut in the UK, but most especially in the United States, is a society where it's understood that if you work 40-hour week, you're basically going to be within range of a middle-class life, even above a living wage. Okay. You're going to have long vacations. You're going to have free at the point of service, world-class healthcare. And I would argue, and it has to be done, Harvey's right, through a popular control over labor relations at their core.
All right. Here's okay. Politically speaking, forget. Here's my.
By the way, there's there will always be conflict. There will always be contestation. There will always be struggle. There is no utopia.
No, yes. I love that you said all of that, and of course you're right about the final point too. But if you are, look, Harvey and I both understand, as do you, David, and most certainly most of the people who are here on the Zoom platform, that there's a radical structured critique of capitalism. That capitalism is always going to have this appetite to double back against any regime of regulatory reform and balancing out economic distribution to the advantage of the capitalists. As long as that's the structure, that's going to happen. So even getting back to a solidly democratic, social democratic society in the United States, achieving those ends. And that answers your question, David. That's not getting 100 squad members. They're politicians. It's in the abstract. It is using the political system for that regulatory and distributive regime. And then from there, I believe people's appetites for more liberation and freedom, they won't be satisfied with that. They'll want to take it further. And as Harvey said, there'll be more contestation going on. Progress inspires progress. Democracy inspires democracy.
Things in motion stay in motion. If you're moving to the left, you move farther to the left. Okay, here's my idea. I'm running for president, and I say to the American people, I want to create a sovereign fund. And what we're going to do is we're going to tax the wealthy. We're going to tax, now calm down, wealthy. We're going to tax you, but we're going to take a large chunk of that revenue and put it into a sovereign fund that invests in the wealthy. So we're going to tax you, but you're going to get it back because we're investing in your companies, but we own your companies as well. The government is, no?
The wealthy,
Suppose you tax Jeff Bezos, you take $50 billion from him, and you put the $50 billion in a sovereign fund. Countries have sovereign funds, and that $50 billion of taxes is then invested in the stock market, which props up the stock market and allows the American government to participate in the gains of capitalism. So, which in a way, it would be a backdoor into socialism.
That sounds like a great idea. And then when the neocons really have power again, they can use the monies they've just secured to carry out wars overseas on an even grander scale than they have before.
Okay, now is that a bad thing or a good thing? I can't remember.
My point is that you're not democratizing anything when you do what you just look. I mean, you can nationalize everything, but it would not necessarily have any kind of democracy. All you're then going to have is state capitalism.
No, it would be a backdoor into socialism. What
is socialism to you?
State ownership.
Well, it's not to me. I would assume that any kind of socialism would have diverse ownership arrangements, and it would have a highly organized and very much engaged working class.
Yes.
Deeply involved in workplace decisions and their representatives at higher levels. I mean, I've never believed that socialism is state ownership
or democracy.
There are lots of ways you can publicly own things.
Right.
And I don't see state ownership. Shit, I'm out of that socialism right now.
Okay. Alan Minsky, without naming names, and I will name names, but not other. We've both worked for an organization that had something resembling democracy in the workplace.
Democracy was ridiculous.
Huh?
It was a poll tax democracy. You had to pay to vote, And then the percentage of people who paid also who actually voted was so low as to make it also a complete sham in that regard.
Jimmy Carter, as we learned last week from Professor Harvey J.K., believed that too much democracy was a good thing, or a bad thing. Too much democracy is a bad thing. He wrote a piece in the New York Times this week, Professor K, bemoaning the death of democracy. Your thoughts on his op-ed?
I didn't read his piece.
Okay. You wanted to talk about something today, Biden's speech, right?
I want to talk about something actually. Is it possible to mention anything related to a former senator from Alaska, Harvey?
Gravel, you mean?
Yeah. Anything?
Well, I can at least announce that I got a note tonight from David Oakes, the spokesperson for the Gravel kids, saying, finally, after all these months, the video I did on FDR and the Economic Bill of Rights will post sometime between tomorrow and next week, which to me is very, very welcome. And I'm hoping that the way I recorded with them and then they work out a whole animation with an animator, and I haven't seen it. I hope it's as good as can be.
And where can we see this?
It'll be on the Gravel Institute YouTube channel. I guarantee you, I will be tweeting it heavily. I will be sending it to you and Alan and the rest of the world. I've already contacted some people I know with big followings to make sure that we get that out. You know, my most exciting moment of the day was today?
What?
Adam McKay, is that his name, the filmmaker?
Yes.
Retweeted one of my tweets today.
Wow. Have you seen Don't Look Up?
Yeah, I'm about to watch that after this, so no.
Yeah, I won't give anything away. Yes, I saw it. Last night, he and David Sirota did a live stream for subscribers to the Daily Poster, which was interesting. And
it's a great movie.
So that was the big exciting news. And then tonight I got this news that the video will post, and that to me is exciting because today is the anniversary of not only the debacle and the insurrection of a year ago. It's also the anniversary of FDR in January 6, 1941, pronouncing the Four Freedoms. And next week on January 11th, that's 5 days away. What day would that make it? Tuesday? Is the anniversary of FDR's pronouncement in the 1944 State of the Union address of his proposal for an economic bill of rights for all Americans.
This was January 11th.
This is an FDR month for me. And the end of the month, January 30th, is FDR's birthday. So good stuff. Then, of course, it's also a Thomas Paine month because on January 9th or 10th, depending on which day you prefer, was when Common Sense was first published. And January 29th is Thomas Paine's birthday. So this is a big, big month for me as the historian of FDR and Thomas Paine.
The other 11 months of the year are filled with the absolutely wretched American icons of high leadership in our society. So we got January apparently. If people are following the chat, you can see Mila Reason is prompting me to do what I should do, which is invite everybody to our PDA Town Hall this Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll, in the first hour, feature a progressive congressional candidate. And in the second hour, we'll focus on, and this is important actually, the nuclear energy industry really pushes the idea that the nuclear energy industry is part of the solution to the climate crisis.
We're seeing that in Europe, aren't we?
Yeah. And so
the EU,
Dr. Helen Caldicott will be our guest, and it's going to be a really great town hall. And that's on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. And you can you'll find signups for it at pdamerica.org.
Fantastic.
I wanted one other thing I wanted to mention, since we're now in a kind of cleanup mode on the cleanup day. I just watched the first season of something called the Umbrella Academy.
Don't know what it is.
It was a comic book from Dark Horse Comics, and it's absolutely fascinating kind of story of these kids who have unique powers. And the thing that's the shadow that's hanging over all this first season and will continue to in the future is the apocalypse.
And is it Netflix, Hulu? What's on?
I've been watching it on Netflix. I don't know if it started there, but that's where it's located now. Yeah.
And have you been watching?
Has anybody in the chat said anything? I haven't looked at the chat. When I said the Umbrella Academy, anybody watched the Umbrella Academy from there?
John Hayes said he did first episode, but he hasn't confirmed that it's Netflix.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I will tell you. I mean,
he just confirmed.
Yeah, I actually at first thought, why am I watching this? But then I just couldn't stop, so I binged it basically.
Right. Good recommendations.
Succession.
From,
are we
Warren G? Mm-hmm.
Are we Succession fans?
Succession is McKay wrote the first episode's my understanding, but it's the guy who was the showrunner for Peep Show, along with one of the comics from that British show, which was at times an incredibly inspired show, but it sort of goes episode by episode as to which one is really good with that show. And
in the Loop, he's an Armando Iannucci.
Oh, right. That's right. Wrote with the guy from The Sopranos before he passed.
Oh, Gandolfini. In the Loop is, if you want to understand how we got into Iraq, In the Loop is a masterpiece, as is the thing.
Probably not Tony Blair's favorite film. So
no,
we like it.
Yeah.
Some other week, can somebody tell me what is it? Squid? What the hell that is? I have no idea.
I know. Squid Games.
What's it called?
Squid Game?
Squid, whatever. Yeah.
That was.
I don't want to keep everyone up late, but somebody asked me, and I said I have no fucking idea.
I think it's definitely allegory, parable. No, it's not an allegory. Story about it's just a story of a slightly more dystopian reality in Korea than apparently current reality, where people live under such stress over debts that they're willing to put their lives on the line to gamble to eliminate the debts.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
got it.
The game that allows them to do that is produced and overseen by 0.1% of 1%ers, as it were. So,
Hey, Professor John on Office Hours has been highlighting the Twilight Zone. Every Friday he plays the Twilight Zone. It's there's some episodes of the Twilight Zone. You cannot believe that this got on television. It's incredible.
When I was a kid, really a kid, I loved the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
What was the year it started? What was the first season? I want to know how old I was.
I think like Professor John, what it was like 60? I'm going to say 60, 58.
I was 10 years old. I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
And it is.
There are 2 or 3 that I will never forget. I used to tell my students about those episodes.
Yeah. And I've been watching old Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
Oh, wow.
Those are amazing.
They're good? Yeah.
They had to fill a half hour. It's slow, but it's Hitchcock. I mean, he was producing it, and it's important to watch his attempts to make television, to grind out stuff. It's great. More fun than the Twilight Zone, because the Twilight Zone was very strident and important, and Hitchcock was just somebody wants to murder their husband. Nice stuff. Pick up FDR and Democracy by Professor Harvey J.K., The Fight for the Four Freedoms. We need to discuss that. And of course, take hold of our history. Thank you, Professor Harvey J.K. Follow Harvey J.K. on Twitter at Harvey J.K.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Follow him on Twitter at PDA America. What is your Twitter account? PDA America, correct?
At PD America.
PD America.
Yeah, 1A, so PD America. All one word, but only 1A. Okay.
Yeah. thank you both for stopping by. I hope to see you next week.
Thank you. You
Thank
will
you.
see me. I know that.
God bless you for that. Thank you.
Take care.
You have been listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Thank you for joining us. I want to thank all our guests tonight. Let's see. Professor Ben Burgess, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Ethan Hirschenfeld, Emil Guillermo, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, Professor Marianne Cummings, happy birthday, Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, and then Professor Harvey J.K. and Alan Minsky. Thank you all.
You nailed it.
I nailed it. I got it. Are you here, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, do you want to do Community Billboard?
Sure.
All right. It's time. I
haven't made it to the end in quite a while, but
I know. It's good to see you.
I had last week off from work, so you know what that means. This week I have to do double the work, so I'm up working.
Double duty.
Oh boy,
double duty. How are you, my pretentious douchebag?
Doing fucking great. How are you?
Is your family home?
No, they're in Europe.
Do you miss them?
No.
Are they? Why? It's morning in Europe right now. We don't have pictures. So you know what I'm going to try to do? Let me try to do this. I'm going to try the old software and see if we can't do pictures. This may create problems. This may shut down the show.
I sent it to you at 6:31.
All right.
Was the time. If you can find them, great. Right. If you can't, I have.
Well, hang on for 1 second. I'm turning on the software. Give me a second.
You froze for 1.5 seconds. But
am I back?
Yep.
Okay. So let me see if I can do this. All right, so I'm still here, right?
Yeah, you're still here. And for a Sopranos quote while you're doing this.
Yes.
To think, when I got out of the joint, I thought an airbag was Polly Walnuts.
Say that again?
To think, when I got out of the joint, I thought an airbag was Polly Walnuts.
Oh, boy. I have no idea.
It's Tony Blundetto.
Oh.
It's Tony's
Buscemi.
cousin. Yep.
Buscemi.
And that was from season 5, episode 8, Marco Polo. And I haven't watched the whole scene recently, but I remember the line.
Marco Polo. Is that where they throw the party for Carmela's cousin, who's an Italian ambassador? They're trying to impress him, and they're embarrassed at Tony. Tony is already moved out of the... Anyway, I may end up killing the show. Let's see. Hang on. I'm switching... Am I there?
Yep, you're still here.
Okay, just switch to the old software. Okay.
There's no stutter or anything.
Nothing? Good. All right, hang on for 1 second. And you can hear me?
Yep, no troubles.
All right. So you sent me... When did you send me the pictures? This is exciting.
6:31.
Okay.
While you're grabbing them, I have an announcement to read. This Saturday, January 8th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, Valley Vox Theater trips to Light Fantastic with widely acclaimed coming-of-age drama, The Fits.
What is that?
We'll be joined on location by film professor Nathan Skoll, and there's a question and answer will follow the film, and you can contact Valley Vox for a free Zoom link ticket at Valley Vox on Twitter or email valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com.
Okay.
This Saturday.
All right. So far, so good. You'll notice that it's been a month since I've been able to do anything.
Since you've been telling me you're going to have it fixed this weekend.
Yeah, I know. Well, I need a new computer. Okay, I may shut this place down if I accidentally kill the show. Well,
we'll blame Tom Weber in this tree.
Okay, here we go. This may be let's see.
Stay strong and protect the weak in case
I there?
You disappear. Yeah, you're here.
Can we see that?
Go. Yep, we can see it.
All
That's
right.
great.
We're doing it old school. Oh, that's beautiful. What is that?
Yeah. So this is from Tom Weber, and he says it's a water painting I did for my new granddaughter.
Aw.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Look at those God, that's like...
It's got yeah. He ate one of those before he painted this.
Yeah, that's right. That's beautiful. All right. It's working. Am I still on the...
You're doing great.
Okay, oh, that looks delicious.
Whoa, this is from Glenn Kostick. And this is plantains. He says fried plantains with vanilla ice cream, blueberries, raspberries, and maple syrup. He said, I bought the plantain by mistake.
Doesn't look like a mistake to me.
Well, he probably bought one and tried to eat it like a banana and tasted like a potato.
Oh.
And he's like, oh boy, that's what happens. They're not sweet.
Well, that looks sweet. All right, we're still doing this. Here we go. Are we... Oh, look at that. Yum.
That's another one from Glenn. Yellow eye bean soup with potato and bacon.
Wow. I'm hungry. Oh, it's got bacon in it, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. This looks fantastic. Who drew that?
This is from Benji's daughter, Kira. So Kira's plant guardian on canvas. And Benji says, I'm still drawing stick figures. I hope all is well up in York.
How old is his daughter?
I'm not sure. I believe it's like under 10.
Yeah, I think she's a kid. That's amazing. Yep. Wow.
Yep. Looks great.
Remind me to call my children and yell at them.
Because they're not good at anything?
I don't want to. Oh, look at that. Ralph Nader and me. That's great. Who's on the show this week?
So you can go visit RalphNaderRadioHour.com. And what we have this week is David and Steve spend the hour reviewing the past year with Ralph and discussing what needs to be done for a better 2022. And the topics include a potential military threat to democracy, Joe Manchin, plutocracy, Boeing, Big Pharma, and also Ralph answers more of your questions that were not covered in the live Zoom from a couple weeks ago.
Amazing.
We also want to remind people to join up for the Congress Club, which is a blue banner off to the right-hand side of the website you'll see.
Yes. Very good. All right. We're still going. Thank you, Dan Frankenberger.
If you want to send anything...
Oh, hang on. We're talking over... How do people contact you?
If you want to get anything on the community billboard, just send the info to dentfeldman@gmail.com. And I still got a backlog from the last few weeks where I haven't been on it. Lane's got a bunch of art and stuff that's going to be coming on. So
yeah.
We got more stuff coming.
So maybe I've solved the problem. I think maybe I've solved the problem. We can start using the old equipment. I think. Maybe. All right.
Okay. You'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. That's our show. Thank you all for listening. Subscribe to the show wherever you get your podcast. I don't think I'm going to be able. Let me just see if I can run the old video. Okay. Thank you all. I'll see you Thursday. Sign up. Go to my website to attend a live taping. And don't forget office hours. I'm David Feldman. Stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Letterman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Were you able to hear the music on that?
Yeah, it looked good and it sounded good.
Maybe it's working again. Maybe I don't need a new computer. Thank you, everybody.